click on an icon on the world map, wait for 2 minutes for them to go there and return, check the log, do it again. Like, that's, no. I don't mind being the bad guy. Being the bad guy's fun. Be the bad guy, make a big evil villain base, fill it up with zombies and start a bunch of wars. Cool. And then go make a fort fighting against that fort in another faction that's at war with that faction. That's fun. I like doing that. But world domination? No. No, almost no interest. Especially because I like playing in bigger worlds. And bigger worlds are inherently inaccessible for a singular fortress because of, like, you know, the way the world works. So because of that, it's really difficult to even take over the entire thing because there's some locations that are not reachable. So it's like, yeah, 1, it's not hard, and 2, it takes a long time, and 3, it gets really boring. But that's like just about any challenge, right? Which is why I kind of, you know, I love his face because he's a wonderful person, but, you know, Ambiguous Amphibian makes videos on how to make games really boring for yourself, but entertaining for an audience, right? So his videos are often based off of very particular challenges, which usually is fun for a bit, trying to figure out the loop to pull off the bit. But once you've figured out the loop, usually that type of gameplay ruins the flow of the game, or very drastically changes the flow of the game to the point where it's less interesting. 1 drawbridge, not even a magma gun. You could commit world domination with Dwarf Fortress with 1 functional squad with steel gear and a drawbridge. Like, wait, what, like Bannerlord? Bannerlord's a completely different thing. I beg your pardon? What does this have to do with Bannerlord? If faction could split, it could be interesting to conquer the world. No. No, it wouldn't, because it would still be the same process, right? But, like, taking over the world in Bannerlord? Anyway. Yeah, I don't know. It's one portion of YouTube and, like, YouTube popularity. Videos that are in the zeitgeist in YouTube that really make me go, ugh. Because, like, one of my goals, and, like, I had somebody yelling at me in the comments of one of my tutorials, specifically on the adventure mode tutorials. They weren't really yelling at me, but they were being critical. And essentially what they were saying is just like, you're tutorializing this all wrong. I'm like, we're going, oh boy, here we go. And they basically just, like, explained in a paragraph about how the way to do well in adventure mode isn't by playing the game the way it's intended. It's by abusing bug, lists off all the bugs, how to power level things like stealth, how to power level things like wrestling, how to power level things like agility. Like, you know, if you lie down in front of a neutral entity, it trains stealth like crazy. So just, like, sit in a tavern and then just, like, lie down next to somebody and wait for 10 hours and, like, your agility skyrockets. Sure. But that doesn't necessarily make the game more fun. It makes it easy. But my videos, the goal has always been to teach you how to have fun with the game, not to break the game, right? If you want to break the game, you go to the wiki, right? If you want to enjoy a game, watch my videos. And it's true that, yes, especially in a game like Dwarf Fortress, you can completely break the game. Absolutely, 1000%. But I don't believe I've ever made a video on how to use a drawbridge to destroy the vast majority of your enemies, right? I'm pretty sure I've never done that. So the goal of, like, my YouTube channel has always been, how do you have as much fun with the game as possible within the game's restrictions, regardless of if you're playing the game optimally or not. It's about having fun. And I think a lot of popularity on YouTube is how to ruin a video game for you and yourself and other people. And I understand why those videos are popular. You know, people like the Spiffing Brit do it sometimes because it's interesting seeing a game pushed to its limits like that. But as a gameplay experience, it sucks. You know, like, it sucks. I need to play more Songs of Six, but I also need to wait another 3-4 months before I play more Songs of Six because it would just be insufferable right now. How is that? How is it going? I didn't play any Dwarf Fortress this weekend, so it's not.
So busy working, forgot I could lurk. Hello, blind and chat 1 year poggers.
So Creed, thank you very much for the 1 year. Holy shit, dude. Enjoy working and lurking. Just don't get in trouble while you're working, right? For me, I realized something this weekend, and that was I looked at the number of hours that I'd streamed since Adventure Mode came out, and the number of hours was almost 100, okay? It was 95, right? So I'd streamed 95 hours since Adventure Mode came out. The other thing that I then looked at was the amount of time in projects I've had in Adobe Premiere since Adventure Mode came out. Now, I close Premiere when I stand up from my computer and step away, even if I'm in the middle of a project, meaning this is pretty accurate. I did about 140 hours in 2 weeks between editing, streaming, and whatnot. So this weekend, when I stopped working on Friday, I did some work Friday evening so I could have a video out the next day. And I basically didn't turn my computer on until Monday because, like, I realized how much I'd worked and was just like, I need to clean my desk. Like, I need to fix my chair. I need to go grocery shopping. Like, I'd been eating plain pasta for 3 days for dinner every day and was just like, I need to get my life back in order. I haven't taken a day off in 2 weeks. So I did that instead. So I've made absolutely zero progress on looking into Adventure Fort. But apparently it works. I haven't tried it, but that's what that script is called, is Adventure Fort, ADV Fort. You can go look it up if you want, but it's broken in a lot of ways, very broken in a lot of ways, but it mostly works. Your fun ended because your military started mass vomiting when the goblins attacked, and then you saw your video about cave adaptation lesson learned in the next fort. There you go. Yeah, no, that's the biggest problem with cave adaptation, right? When people are like, if you want to completely just ignore cave adaptation and play with it and let all your dwarves get all pukey, literally just have a really long flat hallway, like 2 or 3 layers down on the way into your fort, with like doors that you can lock on your stairwell, or alternatively make them have to route through it to then go into the stairwell. You tried looking it up, but you can't find it? It's in the Dwarf Fortress file depot, I think. Everything's in the Dwarf Fortress file depot. The problem is like Googling stuff for Dwarf Fortress actually is kind of shit, because if you start Googling for stuff for Dwarf Fortress, like I'll try and get a video for Adventure Fort done by the end of the week. Now that we're back in the work week, we'll do that. As soon as Tarn starts working again. I'm not sure if he's back yet, because he, bouncing off what Dramona said, is because, like, on the last update, they said that Tarn was taking a break. I don't know when he's back, right? Because he took a break, what was it, on the 22nd, I think? Or whenever the last patch came out. When did the last patch come out? I'm just, like, looking. Time has no meaning, guys. The 23rd was when that patch came out. Yeah, they said, Tarn is going to take a little rest for a week or 2. So hopefully this will help him. This will help make the wait more bearable. Yeah, when they put out the patch for the main branch, the 50.13 patch. So, yeah, I mean, I know that Putnam's still plattering away. So, once Tarn's back and merges it, and then that patch goes out, it'll be that. Right here, let me see if I can find you Adventure Fort. Yep, no, I mean... Should just be in DF hack. Hold on. GUI/add fort. Okay, so it's The command is GUI/ADV fort. Perform fort-like jobs in adventure mode. This script allows performing jobs in adventure mode so when you're playing adventure mode, open up dfhack and type in GUI/add fort, but you need to be in adventure mode to do it. When is the next Bay 12 talk or Putnam talk? Putnam when she has free time. I sent her a DM like a couple weeks ago. But the next Bay 12 talk, again, when they have time. I mean, when was the last one? Not that long ago. I'm scrolling back up in my things. Yeah, like a month ago. We usually do them every 3 to 4 months. So it was March, probably June or July for that. And then Putnam, it's just a matter of whenever she is free. Whenever she just sends me a DM and says, yeah, I can record this weekend. It's kind of up to her at that point. So try that, the punk. Hard to navigate forums? Am I the only person who finds old forums very easy to navigate? Like, I find modern websites harder to navigate. Like, I find, like, Microsoft Windows, like, settings functions to be harder to navigate than an old forum. Like, are they a little bit obtuse versus modern UX design? Certainly. But, like, they're very functional. Hold on, did I close the... No, I didn't. Hold on, gotta put the record away. Must be a generational thing, because same. I think it's, it's a matter of what you're used to, right? I mean, I find very consoleized or touchscreen-ified UI not hard to navigate, but just offensive to me. Like, if I open up a video game and there's like 4 giant buttons that's like campaign, multiplayer, profile, shop, and it's like I should be using an Xbox or a PlayStation controller for this, I just get offended. Like, I'm just upset, I would actually argue a lot of like if we're talking video game UX, it's very maximalist actually, because it's the least functionality for the most style. Like it's just we're gonna. Ooh. They all look ugly when catering to either mobile devices or large TVs that you're supposed to sit like 5 meters away from. I'll be honest with you. I've seen footage of Geometry Dash Draw Chill, like people playing it. I've never played it, and I've never seen the UI of it, and I've never looked at it. I heard about it briefly when it got removed from Steam, and basically haven't thought about it since. So Geometry Dash is a game that might as well not exist, according to my brain. Don't say Windows, it's Wi-Fi help button needs internet. Yeah, that's actually really funny when they're just like, oh no, like when my internet goes down and I call their helpline and they're just like, well, if you go to our website, I'm like, mate, my internet's out. Oh right. You made a new fort in year 2. You got double teamed by a necromancer raid and an angel. Jesus. Wait, did you dig up the angel? Where did the angel come from? The thing is, though, I'm only 29, Dramanis. Like, I'm not old by any stretch. Even, like, when it comes to the internet. Like, there's a lot of people my age that very much do... Like, I think I am about as young as you can possibly be while still having this conversation. You may have dug straight down. Okay, that's like my first attempt at building a Halloween fort where I accidentally dug too deeply and greedily. We just dug all the way down to the lava sea, and I started digging out to build a fortress in the lava sea, and then just like selected an area to be dug out, and then like stopped paying attention. Then suddenly there was a demon in the middle of the fort. They like chipped the edge of the like mysterious spire covered in gems, and like 2 squares in, just bang. Oops. Well. It was like a brute of something. Oh gosh, you're older, 39. It's really funny when people call me old and then it turns out they're older than me by like 10 years. It happens a lot, actually. Like I've tried to explain to my parents a number of times the fact that the majority of the people who watch my streams are older than me, and they didn't believe me for a really long time, which was, to me, this is actually still really, really funny to me. It's just like trying to like explain to my parents that yes, the average age of somebody who watches my YouTube videos and streams is between the age of like 24 to 40. Is like the maximum demographic. There are more people in the 55 plus demographic than in the 19 to like 13 demographic. You have gray hair, so maybe because of that. You know, I've told this story a bunch of times on stream, but like, look at how much gray hair I have. Like, I have a lot of gray hair and I don't dye it, right? When I was quitting one of my old jobs, it almost looks like I'm trying to do an undercut. When I was quitting one of my old jobs, in like the last week, one of my coworkers was just like, Greg, how old are you? And I was just like, how old do you think I am? And she goes, 35. The time I was 24. I was not thrilled. These days when like I ask people to just guess like on stream how old they think I am, if I haven't talked about it in a while, because I don't list it anywhere, I think it's kind of silly. People generally guess like late 30s, early 40s. And it's like, no, I'm 29. I had to show my ID to one of my neighbors to make her believe how old I was. She's like, there's no way you're not older than me. I'm like, well, I assure you I'm not 35, so... You thought you had a lot of gray hair? I started getting gray hair at 15. That's the truth. Apparently my dad's mom, my grandmother, was almost completely gray. There we go. Now I look way older. Great. Perfect. Apparently my dad's mom was completely gray at 35. Which I think if I cut my hair, like if I had short hair, I would be completely gray because almost everything underneath my hair is gray. Like all of the ends are gray. All of the roots are gray. So if I cut all my hair right now, I would probably gain 10 years. My face doesn't look old. That's because I have shaved recently. My beard is completely gray. Like completely gray. Yeah, nobody in my entire extended family on either side has ever lost hair. And knock on wood. But like my photos of my grandfathers, like I never met them because they all died. So I guess that's a bad precedent. But blame World War II for that. They all died of like weird cancers and diseases and stuff from like getting gassed in World War II. Which is horrible to chuckle about, but I mean it is what it is. They like neither of them lost their hair, and like one of them made it to his 50s and he didn't lose his hair, and the other one made it to his mid 40s and he didn't lose his hair. So your hair is blonde, your beard is all white. Yep. Pretty bad and you're only 26. I have a question, chat. What would you prefer? Receding hairline or gray hair? What makes you look older? I don't actually know. Because, like, I feel like just shaving your head and being bald can be a style choice and can actually make you look younger. Example, Captain Picard has looked like he's 35 for the last 50 years. Everybody says gray hair. Really? You want a receding hairline and gray hair? You want to skull it? Interesting. And then over in YouTube, I'm sorry, Clint, but Clint Bet in YouTube chat says, none of my family has ever lost hair except me. I'm so sorry, mate. I feel like I'm losing hair sometimes because of how much I shed. Like, I don't own a dog, but like, if I did, I think I would outshed it. Because like, the frequency I need to sweep and vacuum this this apartment and this carpet especially because of how much hair I lose is crazy, but I don't lose an abnormal amount of hair. Like it's very, 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 very like normal, but at the same time it's like every 2 weeks or so, or every week or so, I have to just like sweep this entire apartment. Your skull shape is not good for clean shave style. That's actually part of the reason I started growing my hair, Arrowland. Part of the reason my hair is so long to begin with is because I hate the shape of my head. My head is like pear-shaped. It's the only way I can explain it. Like my head is like, I've got a very, very, very sharp, small chin, and then my head just gets big as it goes up. I apparently need to have a seizure. Hold up. Hobbity bobbity. Okay. Let me scroll down. Now scroll up. Oh, there we go. Will it blend? Yes. Modifier percentages, coefficient effect rule, abiding citizens that only follow their kobolds' gut readings. In dangerous dwarves' beards lies mysterious lice and cheese. This is not no highfalutin fungus. Did I spell fungus correct? No, I didn't. You know, I don't know what this word is, but it's what Google corrected it to, so I'm just going to go with that. I typed in fungus and then looked at it and was like, I definitely did not write that incorrectly. So instead of like retyping it, I went to spell check it. And also, you guys want to see my cassette collection in the new holder? Quick chat, judge my music taste. Go. The only problem with actually owning this box now is I want to fill it up. How's the audio quality on that? I have a really, really, really nice tape player, so really good. Although I will say this Grateful Dead tape plays horribly because I think the person who owned it previously used it as an ashtray, and you can't really read it unless I zoom in. This frontline assembly, side 2 plays really bad because it needs some lubrication. And this Rush tape down here, which I got for $1, also needs some lubrication, so it plays terribly. But aside from that, they sound great. 90% sure they're not CDs. Well, I can tell you this. They're not 8 tracks. They're not 8 tracks. So, they're definitely not Laserdisc. And then some of them are like local bands, like Worm Witch. You know? This was a band of... So this one, Carnal Ruin, which is just a death metal band. It's somebody who watched me on Twitch's brother's band. I do actually also own a CD case like this. So... I don't own a TV, so I can tell you for a fact I do not own a single DVD. No, that's not true. I do own a single DVD. I own a copy of The Shawshank Redemption on DVD. Might be Blu-ray. Anyway, I have no way of playing it. Interesting way to find new bands. I've actually had a couple of people who are just like, hey, I'm in a band that plays similar music. Would I love you if you were a Worm Witch? Now, okay, hold on. A member of the band? Or like a worm man who's also a witch? Like, how literal are we being with this question? Do I have the Taylor Swift cassette? No. No, I do not. I am okay. And the Metallica Black album I own, I got for free. So, I mean, the closest... Okay, here, I'll show you the closest thing I have to Taylor Swift. Probably either this or maybe Van Halen's similar levels of poppy. Anyway, no, a lot of Miles is probably the closest thing I have. Taylor Swift. You were expecting Shrek? Unironically, I would buy a copy of the... Okay, so you know what dumb tape I almost bought until I saw the price on it? Like, was really considering buying until I pulled it out and then looked at the price on it and went, nah, fuck you. Street Fighter. Okay. 2. The movie of the video game, the soundtrack. Almost bought that because of how dumb the label was. I was looking at that, I was like, is that real? And then I pulled it out, I was like, holy shit, it's real. And then I flipped it over, and I'm like, $25, fuck that. Like, $10 or cheaper, I would have bought that. I would own that, and I would never listen to it, because why? I just want it because of how stupid it is, but like, $25? Fuck you. Stupid ditch records in Victoria. They have really, for clarity's sake, Ditch Records in Victoria, fantastic record shop. If you're in the area, you should visit it. Their tapes are weirdly expensive. Like the CDs, they're like between $10 and $30 depending on the CD, right? The records, they're like between $20 and $100 depending on the record. And like generally it's like, okay, like I can understand like rarity and whatnot, but all of their tapes are $25 starting, and it's like, fuck you guys, come on. In a different store, everything's on archive.org. In a different store, I bought this Alice Cooper's Thrash for $1 that same day. And you know what? Alice Cooper's Thrash is the correct amount. Like $1 is a correct amount of money to pay for that tape. That is same with Motley Crue. Motley Crue I got for 99 cents at a thrift store. And you know what? Great deal for that tape. Fantastic deal. Moss Generator, not Moss Generator, Big Generator by Yes. Now that was $5. And honestly, worth it. Metallica was free. The Police was $1. Right? So, you know, obviously some of these I paid more than $5 for, but most of them are like $1. $1 to $5 for the majority of them, except for the new ones. Honestly, I've been to one yard sale in the last few years and I didn't buy anything. However, I do go to a lot of thrift stores. Really got defrauded or defunded. And you know what the best part about that Police tape is? It's a chrome tape. It's on high bias chrome, meaning if I were to, basically it means it was an expensive tape, not a cheap tape. God, I really want some KMFDM soundtracks. Like I just want to own some KMFDM on tapes. Yes, there is in fact a Technotronic tape in there. Yeah. All right, enough bullshit, chat. Let's play some Dwarf Wars, shall we? You can say hi, YouTube, if you want. They've been live for a little bit. Hi, YouTube. How are you? YouTube, if you want to help out the stream, don't forget to leave a like on it. Also, hi, JJ and Audie Boy. Good to see you. And Noah, hello. As well as Shurik and Clint, of course. Do I have vinyls? I do have a rather large record collection, yes. Well, it's not up to date. I really need to like quit being lazy and take what I need is I need to take a vacation, which I haven't taken a proper like couple of days off in a while, and I may do that in June, but that's my Discogs if you care. But it's not up to date. So if you want to see a good chunk of the records I own, this is a good chunk of them. But let's just say it's probably missing about 100, and none of my cassettes are in here because they're harder to look up, and most of them don't have barcodes. So if you want to go see a whole lot of the records I own, also none of the CDs I own are in here. Well, one of them is, but most of them aren't. Some of the tapes are. There's the one which one. But yeah. No, when I say few days off, I mean like few days off and also leave my apartment. That's actually what I mean, is I need to be like out of the house for a bit. Mr. Steele, thank you very much for the Prime subscription on Twitch here. We appreciate you. Thank you very much for helping keep this channel funded, one sub at a time. So this fort, apparently a few people just died. What Right. Yeah, I think that was Captain of the Guard going nuts, so wasn't it? So I have 2 dwarves I need to name. That's something I need to do. Sentient Potato, who already has a dwarf. I was correct. So Sentient Potato, you have a dwarf. So who am I giving that to? Unless you would like me to refund it, which we could do. Rolf apparently has claimed a clothes shop. And then the other person I have to name is... Ranger Rick. Up to Sentient. Ranger Rick does not have a dwarf. Ranger Rick, what dwarf would you like? You need those few days away from the office space and creator activity. I mean, to be fair, I kind of got that this weekend. Saturday was definitely that in the afternoon, not so much in the morning. And Sunday was a little bit that. And then Monday was mostly just working on a YouTube video that not many people will watch, so. Captain of the Guard is, in fact, still going burr. Yes. Captain of the Guard is Jurist Landwalk and is, in fact, still going burr. So we have two. This is the problem with me allowing people to redeem dwarves before, like I get into the dwarf port of the stream, because now we've got Ranger Rick and also another dwarf now, another person who have redeemed dwarves, and neither of them are here to tell me what dwarf they want. Cool. I will try and remember that. Chat, if they pop up, let me know. And Ranger Rick or Sentient Potato, if either of you guys are present right now, please tell me so that I can figure out what to do with your dwarves. Otherwise, Elfie, could you please just refund them? We'll give them 20 minutes, though. The named dwarves in the fort are Arende, Ben T, Brynja, Bloodmire, Seaprit, Darius Cardrin, although Brynja's pissed. Same with Ben T, which is unfortunate. Darius Cardrin, Dominok, Draken Soul, Fallout Rain, Insulino Sama, JJ Kokoroko, Mikula, who was in the military and got removed from it, MMO Junkie, Olives, and Oni Marumasa, Orc Dork, and Psycho, as well as Rex Dium Glatatorus, Rolf, Sentient Potato, Sean enjoys bacon, and Shinobi, Stone aka Seashore's Wall, the Mayor Stormwolf, Trav, and that's everybody. How do you force the World Gen to create aluminum? I don't know. I don't think you can force the World Gen to do anything aside from removing other types of things. Aluminum is just one of those materials that spawns infrequently. You have a weird name. What's your name? Jonu. Jonu. So somebody might remember that spear that I stole as an adventurer. That spear got stolen from me. So at some point, either today or tomorrow, I'm going to retire this fort and go steal that spear back. Possibly with Jurist Landwalk again. Although I'm a little bit worried about retiring adventurers that are a zombie somewhere. Bones and leather, it looks like, yeah. So you must have tanned hides, which we have. Must have rock blocks, yes. Logs. Do you need bones? Is that it? Is bones the issue? Bones, okay. We'll butcher a turkey then. Actually, I'll probably butcher a bunch of turkeys. And also, don't forget, we do still have 2 dragons in the fort, which I need to do something with. I'm kind of thinking about just making them into fire turrets. I know that might sound a little silly, but I'm kind of thinking about just making them into fire turrets. Speaking of fire turrets, or not really fire turrets, but turrets, I have these 2 trained cave crocodiles in here, who I'm trying to get to multiply into a bajillion cave crocodiles. Crocodiles lay a ridiculously large amount of eggs, like 50 in a bundle. So I'm kind of half keeping an eye on them and also half hoping that they will just become crocodiles. Become Croc-explosion. For this fortress, who needs a tour? Who hasn't seen the fort so far? This is a volcano fort, and hence the lava reservoir. And this fortress is currently building out its forges. which is going to become a place to make gear for my adventurers, is what this fortress is going to be. To combat cave adaptation, I have sealed off the volcano with water from the caverns and roofed it off. Don't mind the giant camel on the roof. It lives there. I probably doesn't actually live there. It is terrified, though, so it doesn't like being there. The upper layers also go all the way up to here, and I am in the process of turning this into kind of a fountain. Although, here's hoping it's not exceptionally dangerous, because it's going to freeze again, which means I need to remember to turn it off, because it's going to fire water down here really quickly, and probably flood the whole place. And then it's going to go down here and off the map. Now, this is only a problem because if it does actually, like, flood the place, it's going to then freeze. So that's going to be fun. Looking forward to that. I should probably, like, actually have put a block there or something, but I didn't. So what's the worst that could happen? Is it powered currently? No, it's not. Okay, sweet. That's good. So I just need to pay attention for when this thaws and then release it, because that could go horribly bad. As for the rest of the fort, bedrooms are over here, and probably the future front door is over here. You can see the strings of vomit. This here is a skylight, which I'm going to cover with glass so it looks more believable at some point. But this is where most of the dwarves are living. This is where I put the dragons when I need to, what's the word, lock them somewhere so that I can retire the fort, so that when they hop out of their cages, they just re-cage trap themselves, and now the game is saving. But the two dragons are right there in cages. Humphrey McHump. Does he do the Humpty Hump and then the Humpty Hump? The Humpty dance and them da 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 dum. That's how that Digital Underground song goes, right? It's like the only remotely work-safe Digital Underground song, and even that one isn't. Yeah, dragons in this fort. Two of them. Unfortunately, they're not a breeding pair, and they're mother and daughter, so, like... It's just, I'm hoping Dad's gonna come back home at some point, you know? Because Dad's not dead. Dad's still alive. Dad's just in a different mountain. Which is kind of funny in its own way, that Dad's over in another mountain. Can I just say, I love my thumbnail on Twitch for today's stream. It's just like tapes. You're entirely new to this fort? Well, welcome. Dad's having a dragon affair? Well, I mean, when life is 1,000 years long, vanishing for 25 of them isn't so bad. That's like it's like a long work trip, you know? I thought you were saying the dragon was my daughter, and I was mildly flattered for a second. Anyway, so this ramp goes up here. There's this storage area here. This is crafting. This is my really shitty hospital and really shitty dorm. This long hallway goes along here, and there's some forbidden stuff on the ground. Moods are generally pretty terrible, and it's fine. There's plenty of visitors. There is a giant behind this wall who I need to let out at some point. Just kind of lives there. I need to get him out. But anyway, there's a giant behind this wall. Don't worry about it too much. It's fine. This is the mayor's office. This is a temple. This is our tavern. This is this was the captain of the guard's office, which currently isn't the captain of the guard's office, and now is the captain of the guard's office again. These are just piles of scrolls, which need to go into the library, which is down here. Is the giant classed as a thief? I don't know what they're classed as. I mean, it was a uninvited guest, and then I caught it and then retired the fort. So I don't know what it's classified as. This is the route down to the caverns, which goes all the way down to the caverns, which is all the way down here, all the way down, all the way down, all the way down, all the way down. Here, boom, done. This is the first cavern layer, which is fine because it's not currently covered in lava, although a good chunk of it is, and I had to plug it with water. Then over here, this side this is one of the projects for today. We need to seal this off. So I think the way I'm going to do that is I'm just going to bring water to like right here, because I'm pretty sure that'll just stop it if we like dump water right here. So fortunately, I have a method of doing that, and it's very straightforward and easy. It's just a matter of rerouting this all the way over to here. So that's something that we're going to do like right now. Is he stealth? He's behind a wall. So you're asking me, are you trying to figure out why you can't see him? Is that the problem? It's because his name is John Cena. Dun, da, da, da. No, the reality is the reason you can't see the giant right now is because it's behind a wall, right? And if a giant is behind a wall, you can't see him, right? Because that's where he was, and that's where I left him in adventure mode. So it just is what it is. He's hiding? Yeah, he lives there. It's fine. I know he's there because he was there when I retired the fort, and creatures will still be where they were when you unretire the fort. So you were I thought that was a legitimate question. My bad. Let's jump to that strange mood and see if they're still at it. Hey! Grabbing them turkey bones. Turkey hen bone. I will be honest with you. I have not watched a single second of any wrestling program ever in my life, but I have unfortunately been forced to endure a lot of like wrestling related memes and references over my life, just being a member of like nerd culture. There's a lot of crossover, turns out. So I, do my damnedest to ignore all of it. Apparently I caught a giant one-humped camel. Anyway, we're going to have giant one-humped burgers. Seems great. I'm assuming that these friendly poets down here are that group, right? Nope, you're a member of the Rings of Forever. The marriage band. They must perform at weddings all the time. So apparently, the reputed Hames wishes to reside here. Whatever that is. I mean, all of you guys used to be part of a thing. It's certainly not those two Gorlaks that are in cages. I guess it must just be one of these other dancers. Nah, go away. MMO Junkie, the manager, is stumbling around obliviously. Well, that sucks. Yeesh. Did I ever make weapon racks and armor stands? Did I? No. Okay, let's do that. Let's just make 50 and 50. We'll make them out of specific materials so they're color coordinated. You know what, screw it. We'll just go with andesite and obsidian. That works. I smell some dwarves to gum. What? Works furiously. What all do you end up grabbing? Dacite blocks. Okay, tower cap logs. Turkey bone and 2 pieces of sheep wool cloth. Well, it'll be woolly, whatever it is. Okay, so like I said, the plan right now is to probably actually just block this off right here. And this will also be an opportunity to change this layout a little bit and probably put a pressure lock right there just so that it slows down the speed of pumping. But I'm just going to literally put a block right here, which is going to stop this from pumping, which is going to allow us to be much more effective with digging underground on the lower layers. So one of the other big plans for today is sort out moods quite a bit. Also, some of you will know that right at the very beginning, somebody died. This dwarf. This was one of my adventurers. Okay. Not without hacking the game. Currently. Gorlaks are unfortunately a very misunderstood member of Dwarven society. So using DF hack, you can force it, but in vanilla, there's no way to do it unless they're already integrated into society and in a performance troop or an adventurer. Trepsy as well. Thank you very much for the brand new Prime subscription. Remember to check your Prime subs. Prime subs do add up and pay a significant chunk of my paycheck every month. So thank you very much for that. So now we need to do what we did for my other adventurer, which is over here, If I stop now, I will never finish it. But over here, we started building one of these. This is a tomb to my adventurer, Bombwreck, who unfortunately is no longer with us. Rest in peace, Bombwreck. So, since... I guess now I have a question, chat. Do I keep this as one giant tomb for Bombwreck, or do I cut it in half and make another section for that other dwarf? What do we do? Because when adventurers die, I'm slowly turning this like tower here into tombs for it. Could you check if your character is still alive? I think your character is. Well, about that. Yes, you are dead, unfortunately. And it looks like you've been dead for a minute. Unless your name wasn't Depunk. Yeah, no. Your dwarf is no longer with us, friend. So chat, I guess the question is this one giant tomb, or should I make it into multiple? Because I'm kind of leaning make it into multiple, but I want to know your guys' input. Split tomb? What do you think, chat? Multiple or singular? Three-way tomb, future-proof it. Well, let's just split it for right now. Let's just split it for right now. I'm gonna need to erase that corner again because I keep screwing it up, but... So this is going to be from Ebsith, who already has a grave, but I need to go find their other grave. And then I'm going to need to make them a tower, because I made them a silver statue. I think I have a hotkey for this, do I not? Yes, I do. So let's say furniture, silver, statue. Let's see if I can find my adventurer here. It's probably the first longer name. Ebsith the Whiskered. Unknown parentage. There you go. Possessed an unusual destiny. So Lanix wants you to post beers, chat. And that goes for YouTube too, according to them. I mean, there is a DF hack script to just force it, Rum Rusher. But what Rum Rusher talks about is like ways to do it in like without forcing it by hacking the game, generally. Also, if I sound a little scratchy today, it's because I think I'm coming down with a cold. The second one is going to be specify a new image of a historical figure. Ebsith the Whiskered. Another thing that we just finished building is this. This is my prison. So we also need to make an office for our captain of the guard that's a little bit more, shall we say, serious? Because right now they just have like a room. Also, this fortress is currently extremely vulnerable to any kind of airborne assailants. So here's hoping we get attacked by something in the air. Have I already done this? No. And the reason I haven't done that is because at the time, it was... At the time, I didn't know that there would be new features coming to World Gen. And so since there are new features in World Gen, I haven't bothered going back because I want my Necromancer experiments to look like the new Necromancer experiments. You got to remember that things are set at time and place. At the time, I certainly did. But when you find out how things are changing, you don't always want to go back to exactly the way it was. So will I go back? No. That's no longer in the plans. Rolf has created Ograd Sebshus. Sounds kind of Russian. A frilly sheep will... I can't pronounce this word, so Chad always gets mad at me. We'll just say pants. And offers it to the strong balls. All right. This is a frilly sheep wool pants. All craft worship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with turkey bone and tower cap. It is made from sheep's wool, and this object menaces with spikes of sheep's wool and dacite. On the item is an image of known marks, the tower cap earring in sheep's wool. On the item is an image of six-sided long, six-sided prism in two-humped camel leather. I'm going to give that to my captain of the guard, I think. It's because it's fitting. You can have that and the legendary thong. Ranger Rick, what kind of dwarf would you want? I'm not going to give you a dwarf unless you're in chat, which is very annoying because I had 2 people redeem dwarves, right? And then neither of them were here when game started. And also one of them already has a dwarf. So it's not you, don't worry. But what dwarf would you like? Part of the redemption is you got to be here for it. When I ask what kind of dwarf you want and I get no response, I'm just going to either refund it after a while or not give you a dwarf. So what kind of dwarf would you like? Grumble? Glare? I'd rather it goes to somebody who's here. Otherwise, what's the point? No, it's fine. But we've been over this before. Well, I've been over this before with other people, not you necessarily. But what kind of dwarf would you like? We got a variety of dwarfuses available to be dwarfed. And for some reason, the keyboard thing stopped moving. I'm alive! Yeah, and you're the mayor, Stormwolf. There you go. On the left. There. Just see, Ilmirin gets it. Ilmirin gets it. What kind of dwarfith do you wanteth? Bearded nobility. I have a chief's medical dwarf who's probably bad at his job and hates it, or a broker. Whenever people are just like, I want to be a noble, I'm always like, you think you're important. That's where my brain always goes. It's always like, you think you're funny. You think you're important enough to be a noble. Chief medical dwarf. Honestly, the most important noble, or one of the most important nobles, allows the hospital to function, is happy, and actually doesn't hate his job, which is kind of shocking. Ranger Rick, we do actually have a anything goes temple, so you could go worship your god now. Never feels lustful passions, is impervious to the effects of stress, and is not careful with resources when working on projects, often spends unnecessary effort, desires little for himself in the way of possessions, has a low sense of self-esteem, just like me, and is stubborn. He often feels envious of others, is assertive, and tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things. He is friendly, and he tends to make a small mess with his own possessions. He finds obligations confining, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason, and he occasionally overindulges and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him and becomes focused during conversations when he's trying to remember something, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and he doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of raising a family, and personally values tranquility and a peaceful day, and values peace over war, and doesn't really value skills related to fighting. He likes mudstone, black bronze, and adventuring, and tea wood, and sturgeon tooth, and the color of cobalt, and spears, and helms, and crutches, and nightmares for their unfathomably horrifying nature, and the words of the true reason and when possible prefers to consume prickleberry wine and absolutely hates slugs. Forgotten Beast, Telling has come. Telling Rakus Core, what a cool name, has come. A towering quadruped composed of carnelian. Ooh. It has a pair of fan-like antennae and it undulates rhythmically. Beware its deadly dust. That's unpleasant sounding. Where are you? Oh, it's on the layer where it can't get to me. Well, I mean, maybe it'll show up in my lunchroom at some point. Hey, Bench, what's up, dude? Is it normal to get attacked after already 4 years? You started raiding goblins, but you never got attacked? It's a little too quiet. So the thing you need to realize is everything is normal in Dwarf Fortress, because Dwarf Fortress is so heavily based on the simulation and not necessarily balanced or interesting gameplay that you might just have a world that sucks. Or you might be in an area that's really boring. Is it normal to not get attacked very often? Well, unless you've turned your difficulty settings down so that you intentionally aren't. If there's nothing to attack you with, or if there are no enemies nearby, or if they're busy attacking other things, or currently caught up in wars, okay, well, you've already answered your own question. There's only friendly factions close by. That's why you haven't been attacked, because you're so far away. Like, they've been hit by a raiding party, but they don't know where they came from. They haven't had time to talk to other people in the area and figure out where you live. Like, they literally don't know where you are. So that would be why. If you want wars, settle close to enemies. If you don't want wars, don't settle close to enemies. Because, like, why would they invade 4 separate countries to get to where you are instead of just attacking the people around them? Ilmiran, what kind of dwarf do you vanteth? Unless you've already said. Hold on, let me check your chat logs. You just said on the left. So, what kind of dwarf do you vanteth? Yeah, I mean, that is the advantage, is just smack them, smack them, smack them, smack them, smack. Eventually they'll figure it out. Just take them a while. For OBS, they can link. There's like 245 billion of them. I would recommend just going to OBS's website and looking at their documentation, because it's pretty straightforward. But no, I've never watched a tutorial for OBS. I just started fucking around with OBS until I figured it out. I kid you not. I've never actually watched a tutorial for anything in OBS. Although, I'll tell you this. Use Open Broadcaster Studio. Do not use Streamlabs OBS or Stream Elements OBS. Why? Because one is OBS, the other is OBS with a shitty UX redesign and an app store. Just fucking use OBS. Christ. Do I have a dedicated engraver? No, I never make dedicated engravers. I do have engravers, though. I'm also in an ad break. I'm going to take a real quick toilet break for the moment. Back in a second. Naomi Beeps. Sup, Naomi Beeps? What are we beeping at? Are we beeping at bad drivers? Are we beeping at annoying neighbors? Or are we beeping because we're saying words we're not supposed to say? Or is that just your name? Hi. One of them, then beard. Doesn't matter. Okay. We'll give you the happiest one, which would be this one. I know. Rovod. Does Rovod work, Ilmiran? Spectrum ad jump scare? I'm so sorry. Captain? Just getting started. You noses? Do you have a video on how to defend a fort from different threats in early game? Build a door and lock it. There are some things I don't have videos on because to me it's like, one, actually telling you how to do it is super easy, and like build a drawbridge and raise it. Like lock the door, basically. If you need to ask me the question, the correct answer is probably just lock the door. I don't know. I haven't had them work properly now, or yet. So my statement still stands. Lock the door. Like build traps. It's the most important thing to know how to do is burrows, and I have a tutorial on that, which is just like make a burrow, lock your duders inside. Like it's that simple. Dwarf Fortress is a very, 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 very simple game in a lot of ways, and learning the defense is the fun. If you know the defense going in a lot of times you will just find the game really boring. Also, Boom Boom, you are a legend. I just want you to know. You generally set a dedicated engraver so you can get a lot of high-end art. Probs overkill. See, here's the thing. I probably undervalue engravers because when I engrave something, I want the whole fort to finish it, like, immediately. Like, I'm very, very, very impatient. Like, very, 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 very impatient when it comes to engraving, specifically. Elfie, could you refund Sentient Potatoes, Dwarf? Or I can do it. Because they already have one, and they're not around anymore. Stonecoat, thanks for the 5th month. It's good to see you, man. Yeah, I mean, like, you find... I think, like, the process of learning Dwarf Fortress is you figure out a defense that works, and then go, okay, cool, that was neat, and then you make a more complicated one the next time. And by the end of it, it's a Rube Goldberg machine that is so overly complicated and overkill that it's ridiculous and you would never actually need it in practice, but it's entertaining, so you keep using it. Like, that's very much how defense in Dwarf Fortress has gone, at least for me. Is an open pit? Ooh. Is that to combat cave adaptation? Just found out about your channel both here and on YouTube. Hello. Helping immensely as a new DF player. Well, cheers. Sorry for making 2 Manor Lords videos in the last 2 days, because, like, it's what I wanted to make. But, yeah, no, cheers. I mean, like, Moses device. I mean, that was actually pretty effective. That was actually pretty effective. Sure, but I guess I use engraving as a way to, like, give the entire fort a craft to do at the same time. So, I don't know. So this is Ilmirin. Ilmirin feels best when everyone gets along without any strife or contention. Finds helping others to be very emotionally rewarding. Rarely looks on others with lust. Is confident under pressure. Likes to brawl. Has a noticeable lack of perseverance. Generally acts impartially. Is rarely moved to mercy. And tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. Generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things, likes a little excitement now and then, is brave in the face of imminent danger, has a sense of duty, thinks she is fairly important in the grand scheme of things, and rarely feels discouraged. Tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, has a greedy streak, and begins to talk in a hushed whisper when she is angry. She exhales sharply when she gets angry, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of raising a family and personally believes that acquisition of power over others is the ideal goal in life and worthy of the highest respect. Sees war as a useful means to an end and doesn't see cooperation as valuable. Dreams of raising a family and likes native gold, adventuring, and the color pale chestnut. Decahedra, quivers, dogs for their loyalty, the sound of the laches of pregnancy, and the sight of the silver of harvesters, and when possible prefers to consume eagle, guppy, and sweet potato and plants. Sweet potato plants and passion fruit wine. Ooh. Absolutely hates mussels. And worships Einod. Is a member of the cult of seals. Not familiar.
Two hearts.
The Moses device is what I ended up calling it. I'm not sure what chat ended up calling it. I think chat ended up calling it some acronym that, like, shortened down to moist or something. I definitely was calling it the Moses device for a minute there. I just want this done. If spear is triggered by a switch doesn't? What, like, don't go up and down? They go up or down. So you need to push the switch twice for it to work that way. You had trouble making a fort because there was no river next to the volcano. Not every single map has a river next to the volcano. This one I'm getting water from the caverns. There are multiple places in the caverns I'm getting water from. Down here mostly. There is no aquifer on this map, which I was quite sad about. I wish it had an aquifer. But there is a water source in the caverns. There's none on the surface. You don't really need a water source ever. We've got a zombie who's dead, apparently. Well, that's awkward. Speaking of dead, I need to check if that dwarf ever got actually memorialized. I know I made them a coffin. I also need to figure out where their other coffin is. So let's jump down here. Where's Mebzit's coffin? It's going to be the last one I click on, isn't it? don't know why this happens. Sometimes they just get unselected from having dwarves in them. Like that. I do not know why it happens. Yeah, it's... Okay, well... Well, let's just go to that body and watch them put it away and see if it ends up in the right spot or not. And if it doesn't, well, we'll figure it out from there. Because maybe they unassign it when I assign the new one. Under a dwarf-made lake? So, you fled your fort? What? Just remember that wells don't have a limit. So as long as there is a direct hole from, like, a well start to a location, then they're fine. Those are still not considered part of the fort. We're working on it. Sitting here thinking about fort defenses, I set up, realizing most of them focus... Are unit focused and a fort design focus? You mean like military? We've got tantrums and dwarves fighting. This fort's in a pretty shitty state. It's okay, some migrants have arrived. It's fine. Even though we're now back at the population cap immediately, but it's fine. Is anybody important died? Nobody's important died. Okay, so that's good. I'm just waiting to be following a dwarf at some point and then see just like out of nowhere, like Captain of the Guard show up and then just immediately kill them. Kind of just waiting for that. Sure, but you'd have to plug it with something. Population cap is 80, not 70. My bad. Well, that's good. There's a bridge over the entrance stairs. But you said it's under a dwarf-made lake. So where does the lake go? Why am I capping the population at 80? Because I'm trying to build a mega project, and that's difficult when, like, people are pissed off. And so I'm trying to, like, recover moods, is what I'm doing. I like how the coffin's not there yet, but the body's already in it. Well, at least you're memorialized. Let's give you your statues. There we go. An image of them fighting and an image of them. Excellent. I'm also going to go around the edges of this and smooth it. Which I'm probably going to replace with better walls at some point, but for right now we'll just smooth it. It's fine. All right, well, that's done. That's done. Somebody had troll blood on them. And Yushira is throwing a tantrum. All right, well, I've got a bunch of disorderly conduct cases I need to convict, so... Sorry, but some of my dwarves may be about to die. Going to interview you. Reg Boat. Reg is dead or no longer lives here. Deller Crypt Floor. Okay, well, I will interview you because I don't know how the translation of your other name. And Atir. I will interrogate you. I will interrogate you about that, and then I will go to here, and I will click on you, and we'll see if you kill some people at high velocity. You have a sewer for the drain water. The path needs to be revealed. Okay, fair enough. You could channel a hole down 50 Z levels to a lake in the cavern and put a well on top of that hole? Yes. However, it would take a very long time for the bucket to get all the way down and then back up. God, this dwarf is speedy. Hope the day's been good so far. It's been okay, Dulkin, and yourself? You've been watching your content for a while and you found a short where you hyper-pressurize water in a few seconds and then you throw a giant wall of water into a cave. Is there a tutorial or a video on how to do that? Basically, make a huge reservoir of water with only one way out of the huge reservoir of water down at the bottom of the reservoir. That's how you do it. One takes you to chain you up. So immediately insta-gibs you, sure. Hey, we have one less distressed dwarf in here, though. Hey, you know, honestly, our captain of the guard, he's a little harsh. However, very, very good at his job, even though he killed one of my other adventurers. He's just a bit enthusiastic, you know? Does it work with Magma 2? Not really, but I do have a Dwarf Fortress ideas video on how to get magma pressurized. You need to use pumps for that. Yeah, I don't need another male crocodile. Ooh, is it worth breeding plump helmet, or not plump, helmet snakes, not plump helmet snakes. Is it worth breeding helmet snakes, chat? How many eggs do they lay? Because I know that they have, like, pretty deadly poison, but... $10 to $30. Ooh. Good for throwing? What? Let's just stick them in there. Although I do need to unlock this. And also I need to put a second nest box in here. A pit of snakes and a pit of crocodiles? I could literally do both. Like, quite literally, I could in fact do both. And we're also trying to get these boulders all put away and dealt with. Okay, so let's go down to here and go up to here. Lock this door because I'm pretty sure there's nobody in here that shouldn't be in there. And then I go down here and we turn the pump on. Or rather, I go up here and we turn the pump on. This lever right here. And we just wait for a dwarf to come down here and pull it. Made a long fort to connect two land masses and built a fortress on top of the bridge and built your fort on the bridge. Do you know if structures pumped out the sea if the water will fill on reclaim or not? If you've dammed it permanently, it shouldn't refill if you retire and reclaim. If you abandon and reclaim, I almost guarantee you it'll be refilled. Why, are you trying to use it to walk through in adventure mode or something? Keep on having to check that the game isn't in fact paused. Someone should be coming. Yeah, I mean, I would build a bridge over top or a tunnel, but it should still be the way you left it. Although I will say that if you're actively pumping, it's probably going to lag a lot. You come down here. So this is just going to fill all the way up to the top. And you're just going to do this now. Shoutouts to that fish who's just kind of stuck here. That's kind of funny. I realize the goal is very vague right now, but it's kind of the best I have because I don't really have a goal for this fort per se. I'm just kind of building stuff. What's the mega project? A fort built on top of a volcano. Literally. And I kind of want to... So the group name for this fort is called the Strong Balls, and we have 2 dragons. I want to make a spherical defense system that uses the dragons. Rip those gems. Come on. Uh-oh. I may have actually screwed something up here that I didn't really think about. But, I mean, hey, it's working. The oopsies thing here is it kind of needs to connect to a wall somewhere. Oh. Oh, did it plug itself? Wow, it managed to plug itself. That's impressive. Cool. Okay, well, I could let it... Okay, no, I can't let it drain. So I guess all I can do is I can turn the pumps off. Right here. Go up 1 layer above it, which is kind of awkward. Whew, lag. Game's thinking about something. All right, well, finish thinking about it. Whatever it was. Don't need that here. Do need this here. Well, actually, let's... Yeah. Get rid of this. Do that. And after the fact, I'll do this. Save the game. Dragons are stored in the balls. I mean, it would fit the theme. It would, in fact, fit the theme. But no, I mean, the actual plan for this fortress is to just be a safe haven for adventurers. So I'm going to make gear for adventurers. I'm going to pre-make gear for future adventurers, stuff like that. I think Streamlabs was listening to me when I said don't use Streamlabs OBS because they just sent me an email trying to get me to use Streamlabs OBS. That's funny. No, the world is static once it's named. Lord Floof. I mean, different locations with new names can pop up and go away, but the actual names of the landmass stay the same. The game doesn't have any, like, way of understanding if you're doing something like that. Elfie Lunch'em. Alrighty. Enjoy your Lunch'em, Elfie. But because you lunch them, don't forget to munch them, you know? Very important. Okay, so since you're working now, we're going to jump back up here. Also worth noting, this is my temple. An MMO junkie is running around up here, terrified. And I'm just going to go tell my military to go stand here, and we're just going to kill this camel, because I need this camel dead. It's causing me a lot of grief right now. Get him, boys! Chase him. Just gotta catch him. He go quick. You'll catch him eventually. I have faith in some of you. Oh, hey, they got him. That was quick. Quicker than I thought. Okay. You're all done with everything. Sweet. So, I need to figure out where to put the cop shop. I kind of like the idea of giving it a view of this area. I kind of like that. Maybe... Maybe I make the captain of the guard's office, like, back here. Like, behind this area. Monocontinent worlds are kind of boring to you, even if they're blessed with many islands. I mean, it's the artifact of old code, right? I mean, it is what it is. The code for Dwarf Fortress's World Gen is an amazing thing that hasn't seen any meaningful changes in, like, 15... Well, maybe not, like 10 years, probably. And it absolutely needs them. Yeah, that's very true. But it is what it is. Like, the weirdness of Dwarf Fortress as a thing is when it was brand new, it was a very unique thing that nobody had ever really done before. And there still is a lot of things in Dwarf Fortress that make it very unique, right? Like the way its world gen works and stuff like that. However, there are easier to replicate things with a lower actual mechanical depth for the sake of gameplay that other games do that make Dwarf Fortress seem less remarkable for what it is. As an example of this, like, in a lot of ways, Songs of Six replicates some of the feelings that you can get from playing Dwarf Fortress without having to play Dwarf Fortress. It does a really good job of making a world seem alive and detailed and interesting, but what's actually going on there is just not anything crazy. Are new factions like orcs planned? I mean, if you want to mod orcs into your game, it's like 3 buttons on the Steam Workshop, so why? No, the plans for future factions are procedurally generated ones, like the ones we're slowly getting with the necromancer creatures and such. They want to generate stuff. They don't want you to just have stuff. The pristine sublets. Pristine sublets. But I will say the same thing I always say. If you ask me, is something planned? Don't ask me that question. Just go look at the website. Go to bay12games.com/dwarves. Go here and go to either features or development, because this is the order in which it's getting developed in is not accurate anymore, but all of this is accurate for stuff that they want to add to the game. So go look at that. Don't ask me, because I will just go Control F that. But yeah, if you want to mod orcs into your game, that's a very, 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 very easy mod to do. Your next fort will be a volcano. Current fort is a really successful long-term fort. Is stable, but generally a safe biome. I've like been feeling like I need to make Untamed Wilds harder recently. Like, I think I might need to turn up the difficulty on a lot of the forts I play, because I have this habit of, like, I guess overcompensating for the difficulty of them, and I find them to be too easy now. So I don't know, man. Although that's kind of everything for me in Dwarf Fort. Volcano forts are a really fun way to get a quick start. Dwarf is currently vengeful after joining an existing conflict. I'm sure that's good for your mental state. I did a fort with no digging, but you missed the conversation from earlier, Bench, but we had a conversation earlier about how I think, like, the whole trend on YouTube of just, like, I'm gonna build a challenge thing just ruins video games for people. And I do actually feel pretty strongly about that. I'm just gonna wall this off. Then probably floor this off up here. Untamed Wilds are not as hard as they are annoying to you. Every year, buzzards come at the same time of the caravan, and they get glitched out one way or another. Flying enemies for them, yeah, can be a bit of a pain. The thing is, I've figured out the stuff that like bothers the agitation, and I do it in such small amounts that I just never actually run into issues with it. Which like isn't boring. Boring is the wrong word. It's just not particularly difficult, I guess. Gotten to feeling like Untamed Wilds is too safe. It's probably because you just like set your play style. Like the one time that I felt that Untamed Wilds was genuinely like difficult was when I built that fortress called Starfield, because it was almost entirely above ground. For those of you who remember that fort, like it was quite literally entirely above ground, and it was a tower, and it was very difficult to not like constantly have most of the dwarves in conflict with something. Yeah, and then just aggravated ravens everywhere. And that was pretty difficult to deal with. Yeah, just don't chop down trees, really. Like and if you know how to play Dwarf Fortress, you don't need to chop down trees. People think you do, but you really don't. Getting some interesting lag spikes, which leads me to believe that something is about to start killing us.
Can't believe it has been 6 months.
Holy shit, it's been 6 months.
Fun times all around.
Time flies, dude. Thank you very much for keeping that subscription alive for a 6 month. Welcome back. Greatly appreciate you, man. Means a lot. Thank you so much for keeping this channel alive and funded and continuing to throw your monies at me. Cheesy Ent, are you in an ad? If you are not, press 1 and I will answer that question. Otherwise, I will wait until the ad is over. The irony is that the game as a sandbox sim is very much one where you need to say, I'm a do a challenge thing. No. I think there's a... I think I should wait until Lord Floof's probably out of the ad. You don't know you have an above-ground castle, and the only problem in the Untamed Wilds is gives you is buzzards because they are mischieving, and the caravan guards get pissed off. Yeah, no, it can be annoying. You mean Dwarf Fortress, but it's Rapundle, Glorious. I mean, I talked about this earlier, but I'll dive back into it in a second. I think it depends on what kind of mindset you're going into with a challenge run. So Lord Floof said, okay, so first off, everybody's to the ads. Okay, Cheesy Ant, in regards to your question about spooky biomes, literally dig, if it's not terrifying, you're probably okay, because terrifying is the actual hard one. The other two are just kind of like the ocean might yell at you every now and again. Deconstruct your wagon, make a workshop out of the wagon, the one wood log you get from it, burrow everybody in a square, like maybe 10 by 10 square around the wagon and a few tiles down, dig straight down with a 1 tile wide stairway, dig out a room that's like a 10 by 10, move everything from the wagon into that stairway, use the carpenter's shop that you built out of the wagon and make a hatch cover, burrow everybody underground and then wait for a little bit and see how bad it actually is. Because haunted biomes are either will kill you in a couple of days because zombies walk on the map, which are basically guaranteed aggravated, right? Or a cloud will come by that'll turn all your dwarves into zombies. Or it'll be totally fine. So it's for haunted biomes, it's just like start by being very, 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 very defensive. Once you're done doing that, then like get your bearings and figure out how bad it actually is. That's haunted biomes. I find them not to be particularly difficult. It's just like they're either avoid the surface or don't avoid the surface, and maybe station military next to your butcher shop. In regards to Lord Floof's statement, I was talking about this earlier, so I think I'll just go full screen and ramble about it again a second time. Challenge runs ruin games. And this is something that I've decided that I am going to put like my foot down and just state it because of a comment that I got on one of my tutorials about adventure mode. Actually, it was the one regarding making gear for adventurers in Fortress mode for adventure mode. Basically, they stated, all of your tutorials are wrong. I'm summarizing. It was like a paragraph. But they said, all of your tutorials are wrong. The way you should be playing adventure mode is min-maxing and abusing bugs to power level. To which I responded, maybe that's how you get entertainment out of the game. Sure, possibly. That's very much how you get entertainment out of the game. The way I get entertainment out of the game is role-playing a character, right? If you get entertainment min-maxing, that's fine. That ruins games for me. because it then makes me feel like I need to do that every time, right? I would rather play a super suboptimal, terrible bard and walk across the world laughing about how terrible I am at playing whatever made-up instrument versus, like, power leveling sneaking by sneaking behind a crab. Like, am I going to do that? Sure, sometimes. Is that the only way I'm going to play? No. And am I going to direct people to play that way initially? No. Because I want people to enjoy the process of playing the game. And you say it's a sandbox game, so it requires challenge runs. No, it doesn't. It does not require challenge runs. What it requires is themes. And there's a difference. Challenge runs are intentionally making the game harder for yourself. Themes are trying to make the game feel a certain way, right? The way YouTubers approach challenge runs is, I beat the game doing that. And it's like, okay, so you made the game as unpleasant for yourself as possible, which is something people like watching. For the same reason people used to watch shitty reality TV like, I don't know, what's the one that Fall Guys was based on where it's just a bunch of, like, businessmen from Japan falling into, like, confetti? People like watching people fuck up. It's entertaining, right? But the issue with that kind of style of video on YouTube specifically is it makes other people want to play the game that way. And if you're specifically playing the game in a way that makes it less pleasant for yourself, enticing an audience to play the game in a way that's less fun for you probably means it's less fun for them. So, yeah, I mean, if I cared about challenge, I wouldn't be playing with custom difficulty with the Cavern guys nerfed. I'd be setting this to hard and this to hard, right? I wouldn't, or the Cavern enemies specifically. It's like the Cavern critters are they just make your game lag, so I turn them down. And it's like, from some people's perspective, I'm playing the game wrong because, one, I'm intentionally, like, lowering my potential view count on YouTube because I'm not putting challenge run in the title. It's sort of like not putting new fort in the title. And because I'm making the game less exciting for myself so that's more fun for me. You know, like, I realize in a lot of ways I play the game suboptimally, but I don't care because that's fun for me, right? So when you say the game needs challenge runs, possibly. And possibly for you it does. But that doesn't apply to everybody, right? The most fun I had in, because Minecraft just got mentioned, the most fun I had in Minecraft, you should try Skyrim. I got Skyrim for my for Christmas the year that came out. It was like a month after it came out or something. It came out 11/11/11, right? It was like Christmas 2011 I got that. It was okay. It was kind of boring. But that's all a matter of opinion of how you like to play, right? Includes roleplay related nerfs. But see, this is the problem. You're calling them buffs and nerfs, right? I'm saying sometimes it's fun to roll a D&D character with 0 wisdom. You're describing gameplay variety as challenge limitations, which implies difficulty. Nothing in this game is hard. It's all complicated. But it's a matter of how tedious do you want to make the game, right? Just refusing to dig in Dwarf Fortress isn't hard at all. But when people are just like, have you ever tried to play only using cage traps? That's tedious, right? That's not fun. Because you're going to spend so much time emptying cage traps that you're going to want to die, right? Like, I don't like challenge run culture.
How's everyone doing today?
It just ruins games. It's especially bad in certain games that thrive in difficulty. Like RimWorld is an example. There's a couple streamers who you guys probably know who I'm talking about just by stating this out loud, who exclusively play at 500% difficulty unpaused, which does two things. It pressures other people who are also streaming the game to get that good, which means you have to play the game a lot. And it makes people who are watching those people feel bad subconsciously for not being able to play at those difficulty levels. How is that helping anybody's enjoyment of the game? Really? I'm doing all right, Stingray, and yourself. Thank you very much for the Prime for a 4th month. Always check your Primes, chat. They are a pretty large portion of my paycheck at the end of the month. I agree with this. Yeah, I can tell you for a fact I've never made Rocknut Parchment. Not once. Ever. Never done that. Never have I ever. I know that you can. I know what the process is. Can't double sub? Well, I mean, no one's stopping you from making a second Twitch account. I'm saying, I mean, you can. It's just that's not recommended. But like, thank you, man. That's all. It's so good. Wait, on the VOD channel or the one that I uploaded to you to the main channel? The Ballad of the Toad Man. I like how everybody calls him a frogman. He's definitely a toad. He was a toad, chat. He was never a frog. He was a toad. Why is he suddenly a frog to all of you? There's nothing even frog-like about him. Bah. Slightly badly reviewed, yes. Didn't help that the reviewers were a bandit gang, but, you know, what have you. Okay, so is this still pumping? No, okay, so we're clear. Shinobi is tantruming. Great. Which means Shinobi's probably about to die. Unless the captain of the guard decides to be a kind individual and only put them in prison instead of giving them a beating, but if they get a beating, they're dead. Apparently there's a dead giant one-upped camel somewhere in the fort. Anyway. He got review bombed. Literally. Apparently there's a human ghost in the fort. There you go, you do this. And now we do this. Wait, what? Why'd you suspend that? Unsuspend that, you doof. Dummy. Because the rock underneath it's gonna move? The rock underneath it's gonna move. God damn it. Just as a reminder, to any tier 2 subscribers, you guys every 30 minutes can nominate somebody who doesn't remember to grab a dwarf as a dwarf. But just remember that you should probably go in with somebody who you've already selected. Notokasa, what kind of dwarf do you want? Hello! I tried to say your name for once. UGDPY. What's up? How's things? I hope you are well. A memorial to a chinchilla. Awesome. Oh, I need to make a slab first. It's okay. Caps lock is notably noted. Happy farmer with beard. How about potash maker? It's the closest farmer equivalent I have. Random new voice from the dark. I probably see what challenge runs. Are you the person who said that in the YouTube chat? Probably see what challenge runs being so prolific is that we are human beings and we often, as a species, live in a comparative existence, which is much like the concept of, I don't know if younger folk have heard of this, but it's called Keeping Up with the Joneses. Oh, everybody's heard that. Or at least my generation has. I think everybody in this chat's old enough to know what Keeping Up with the Joneses means, right? Right, chat? Can I get a wire in? Becomes more destructive than constructive, and I know that many people who have quit playing games entirely because of it. I mean, that's part of the reason I stopped playing RimWorld. Is because the game just became more and more and more and more of that, and less and less and less and less of the fun side of it. From a streamer's perspective, anyway. Potash maker perfect. Potash these makes. No do potash. I mean, no do casa. Kind of rhymes. Notokasa is has a pet duck, and you're also passing acquaintances with Ilmirin and a person who's dead. You want to acquire an object and be with friends. Very slow to anger, rarely develops the negative feelings towards things, can handle stress and often feels envious of others, prefers to present himself modestly, finds obligations confining, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself, and he is brave in the face of imminent danger. He's rarely happy or enthusiastic, and he is conflicted by this. He values parties and merrymaking and in the abstract, often feels lustful and can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand. He sometimes acts with little determination and confidence, and isn't given to flights of fancy. Dreams of creating a great work of art and personally believes that perseverance is one of the highest qualities that somebody can have. One of the greatest qualities somebody can have. Finds moderation and self-control to be very important. Doesn't respect a society that is settled into harmony without debate and strife. And finds those that develop skills with weapons and fighting distasteful. Believes it is important to conceal emotions and refrain from complaining. And is dreaming of making a great work of art. A member of the Lion Coven, the one formed religion and recognized religion in this fort. And you're a rusty, adequate potash maker. Hello, Creed, welcome back. We've known more than a few speedrunners to burn out hard. You know, speedrunning is an interesting thing because I think a lot of people get into speedrunning. When speedrunning first became a thing, it was people who just really wanted to do it, right? You found a game that you really liked. And now more recently, obviously this doesn't go for everybody, but more recently I've known some people who got into speedrunning as a form of growing in content creation, which I could be very wrong here. I feel like that's a really dumb idea. Like, if you aren't already the perfect kind of brain to enjoy speedrunning, you are never going to enjoy speedrunning. And trying to enjoy it is going to end up being a bit of, I think a lost cause is maybe not a good way to put it, but it's not a good idea, I guess. Uh-oh. Cavern dwellers. Uh-oh. So the Cavern Dwellers are still on, by the way, but they are heavily nerfed. So they show up in pretty small groups, but they are still showing up. Okay, you got hacked by the weapon traps, which is good. Some of them got caged, which is also good. And now I'm trying to send the military down here, and it seems like our first soldier, who happens to be in the general vicinity, is Urist, who also happens to be the captain of the guard, who comes speeding in like Speedy Gonzales and runs in and immediately stabs the first one to death repeatedly. Strikes the rodent spearman, but the shot was blocked and just barely parried by a bronze spear, and then strikes it again with a steel spear in the neck, and it sails off in an arc. All right, on to the next one. Moves forwards, almost immediately stabs it to death. It lost a left foot, a right foot, and then the rest of it, and then it runs off to go do God knows what. I think he's going to go plant something while the other ones come down. Draken Soul, your dwarf ain't dead, and thank you very, very much for the 8th month. Welcome back, dude. Prefer score running. Oh, you mean like just going after high scores and stuff? Could see that. You know, actually, we'll send you guys to go train. All right, I'm gonna get them training for a little bit. All right, let's see how this is doing. It's probably good to go now. Yep. Okay. So, what do you think, Chad? Is the dwarf who digs through this wall gonna drown? Press 1 if you think yes. Press 2 if you think nah. Due to the countless people sieges? Yeah, no, totally. Okay, who's coming to do the digging? It's Olives. In love with the now deceased UGDPY. Death, all death. Yeah, it's fine. That's what I thought. Sometimes I just have to prove chat wrong. All right, so that's going to do its thing. Now I'm going to go down here. Oh, no, never mind. I'm going to go up here. And pull the lever. I should set it so that only the captain of the guard pulls levers because of how fast he moves. Oh my god, the amount of... Okay, so MMO Junkie, my manager, is going around committing crimes now. Disorderly conduct, he's running around tantruming, toppling stuff, injuring people, punching people. Sorry, MMO Junkie and Shinobi, but may not be living much longer. Okay, so I'm going to go over here now, and we're going to zoom up here because this is going to immediately fill up. There it comes. There we go. Let's see if this seals this off effectively. It should seal across here, which should be enough. Keyword here is should. Because lava bubbles up and out of here, it needs to go across this. Or, you know, also just seal all this off eventually. Which it is, slowly. There we go. We just need to hit that. Sweet. We have sealed it off. So this should... Actually, I don't know if it will, but... Yes, this should slowly drain. I mean, this one won't, but this will. And this should, with time. You have no idea what you're looking at and you love it? I am dumping water into a... Okay, so for full clarity's sake here, I have no idea why there's a burning undead rat man, or dead rat man right there, who's also named. MMO Junkie, the administrator, has been found dead, so I need a new manager. Is there just like a bunch of rat people right there? There very well might be. Why wouldn't there be? I mean, you make a point. A point that I hadn't really considered. But this should start draining and eventually go away, more or less. And then this I can just deal with time. But this is the last one on this level that I need to deal with. This one is the volcano that goes up to the surface, so I don't need to worry about it. I'm not using any mods. Something rotten in the mag... yeah, it was the Ratmans. Apparently there was more of them that I wasn't aware of. They must have died to a forgotten beast or something. Especially because one of them was named. But yeah, this whole thing's just going to start to fill up, I think. Probably. Yeah, because this is not going to drain particularly quick. Actually, no, this is not draining at all. So yeah, this is just going to start... This is going to become like a puddle. This is going to become a little lake. Which is kind of funny. It's going to just seal off all the way up to the end of here, and then fill up to here, and then probably start pouring down this way. Which I'm probably just going to let it do. Let it fill for a little bit. But the problem area is now done. Hot water? I mean, it's probably hot. It's probably pretty warm, yeah. That Bish Holy, thank you very much for the Prime subscription. Chat, can I get a round of beers? Our friend here helping keep the channel, like, funded with Prime subs. Greatly appreciate it. Well, now the fortress is all in hot water. We can now check my crimes. Everything is accused. Okay. Going down to the prison, down here. Shinobi is haggard, is guilty, feels horrible, hates their life. Well, that sucks. Over here, I'm going to make the cop office. It's going to be a bit of a cop-out, honestly. Okay, so this is going to be for Urist. As meager study, we can do better. Because meager study is literally this. It's no longer your meager study. You now have a significantly less meager study. This was the manager's office, who is now dead. And then this is the mayor's office. Mayor's office needs some upgrades, badly. Including, like, a table, which he currently doesn't have. Or she doesn't have. Anyway, which my mayor currently doesn't have. And also you need some chests. You already have those, but I'll give you some extras as a bonus for waiting for so long. And some cabinets. And I also need to unforbid that sock. Because when you retire and reclaim forts, it raises up the lava layer by 1 each time you reclaim and retire it, meaning the ones in the cavern started flooding, which is why the bottom cavern layer, let's move up. My mouse wheel is being fucky again. Looks like this right now. So this one's kind of a lost cause, but like the other ones are still kind of savable. I mean, I could just go dumping a bunch of lava in here and hopefully plug this. But yeah, this currently looks like this because of that. I mean, this one isn't overflowing, and this one isn't overflowing, but this one is causing all of this. Yeah. Is that an intended mechanic? No, but I hope they never change it because I really like it. Which is also why I plugged this volcano here. Because, you know, entertainment. Madame Crocky, please make more eggs. That's all I have to say. Please eggs make, thanks. What's up, Raven Tech? Okay, so now it's a question of what the hell was I doing? Building this. That's assigned to the captain of the guard. This is also going to be an office. Or not an office, but a dining room. Also assigned to the captain of the guard. Holy shit! Quite literally. That Bish Holy, thank you very much for the, 10-pack of gift subs. Those are the first gifted subs of the week. And the day. So, thank you for the pile of gifts. You are very kind. Thank you. Just felt like some DF today, so here you are. There you go. Check, can I get a big round of beers for the 10-pack of gifts? Draken Soul had to help out. Thank you very much for the 5-pack, dude. But yeah, I'll let the water run down there for a little bit, and then I'll block it off, and then we'll turn on my sprinkler, which is probably going to be very dangerous if I had to bet. Which also means that it's now probably time to do this. No, actually, let's not do that, because I just remembered there's a door there that I have locked. Let's unlock this. And just go here. It also affects water, but it doesn't affect source blocks. And here, or it affects lava, but not pumped lava. Although weird things happen with lava reservoirs if you reclaim a fortress that has been abandoned and not retired. I don't actually need to do this yet. How's this area doing? Well, you're drying, that's good. Yeah, I'm just not gonna worry too much about turning this into a lake. So I think I'm just going to disable this. Fish Holy, thanks for the $2. Appreciate you greatly, man. If anybody wants to hype train that, it does require 2 more people to take part. It requires 4 interactions to hype train here. Thank you, Bish. You know, it's funny because, the reality of how the human brain works is it doesn't matter how many things that you do that are good. If you do one thing bad, people will only remember and remind you about the one bad thing that you did forever. And that's like from as small a thing as like yelling at somebody once to, you know, making a tutorial somebody doesn't like. So thank you. Appreciate you. C1 fan 2. Thank you for the $4. And Rolf, thanks for gifting a sub. There you go. Now it's hype. Holy crap, was that a giant cockatiel? Thought I saw a giant cockatiel. Kind of happy they haven't started attacking me. If they do, that's going to be mean. Be unfortunate. I committed a dwarven genocide. I have never committed a genocide in the entire history of my video game career. So, like, I can tell you for a fact, I've never done world domination. Have I maybe won fights? Certainly, but you're throwing around terms that are pretty harsh meanings to them, my friend. That I have not done. Have I turned an entire fort into zombies? Certainly, but that's not genocide. I also don't particularly enjoy joking about genocide, so can we not? Do everybody a favor here. All right, let's do this. And apparently ads got snoozed. Congratulations, you guys canceled the ad break. Totally not Creed, thanks for your Prime sub. And Devil Dawn, thanks for the 5-pack. Hey. Arms wide open, as they say. There's a kind of bird called a Dick Kessel. That reads like Dick Chisel. How fair is it? Pretty good. I mean, we've got a really big hype train going right now, so that's pretty great. But, you've been utterly addicted. I kind of did that yesterday. Like, I decided to not stream yesterday because I was exhausted and also, like, trying to catch up on stuff. And I was like, I'm going to get caught up on tutorials and Let's Plays. And then I ended up playing Manor Lords for 5 hours. So then I made a Manor Lords video instead. Admittedly, I did record all of it. I mean, I say that trading with elves is the most valuable thing you can do with elves because fighting against them really sucks and they are super easy to fight against. And I think that role-playing elf racism is kind of gross. You haven't tried Manor Lords yet? It's pretty damn good. It's pretty damn. If you like that type of game, it's pretty damn good.
This is Sparta!
Is it now? I thought it was Dwarf Fortress. Weird. Anyway. What the hell happened to Gerard Butler? What the heck is that guy doing these days? Like, I haven't heard head nor tails from him since Gamer came out. That's probably why I haven't heard anything about him since Gamer. It's probably because Gamer. Elves are just blunt. Looks like smaller Civ. I mean, it's nothing like Civ whatsoever. No, Manor Lords is literally a city builder with some region-based light Total War combat. It is nothing like Civ. You know, honestly, Manor Lords might be the most misunderstood game I've seen in a very long time that sold really well, that managed to actually review well. Because I was very much expecting that game to come out and everybody to be like, it's not exactly what I expected, because people, like, massively overhyped themselves on it. It was exactly what I was expecting because I'd played it before, but when it released finally. He's voice acting for the Arc anime. All right, sure. Don't settle on a volcano or an ocean or a lake. That's my tips. That is my tips. Just don't do that. Otherwise, you'll end up doing what I've been doing, which is having to like dam/remove every water source or like source tile, basically. Yeah. That's my advice is don't make your life unnecessarily difficult for yourself with that. Unless that's a kind of challenge you enjoy, which I'll be honest, I do, but not everybody does. Why'd you settle on a volcano? Hangman, thank you for trying to keep that train going with a 5-pack of subs. Appreciate you, man. Well, you wanted tips. I gave you tips. Actually, you know what? Let's not do this. Let's just build a wall. It'll be fine. What's the worst thing that can happen? Dwarf gets splatted. Tisk. Some migrants have arrived. Excellent. I'm kind of surprised it doesn't say despite the danger. Because, like, Captain the Guard in this fort is pretty dangerous. Holy shit, John. Damn. Also, Hangman used to be rich. Chat, can I get a round of beers for Hangman used to be rich? And also, like, all the gift subs and then the $50 in bits? Jesus Christ, man. Holy shit. Ran into a situation yesterday you feel like it's pretty normal for everyone, but you got... you never tried to cage trap as a combating suitor, so you tried dumping the goblins into the hole, and I can't read that anymore because it's gone. Hold on, I'll go into your chat logs. So I tried dumping the goblins into a hole, but I had several times where the goblins got out of the grasp. How do you set the cages with pressure plates to dump them in holes, but do not lose the cage? Construct the cage right next to the hole and then dump them into the pit. And if you construct the cage and you set a dump command on the character, then it'll remove all of their gear and throw it into a garbage pit. Not a pit pond zone, the garbage pit. So that would be my advice. What's the goal for this fort? Don't die. I don't really have one, to be honest. This is meant to be a fort to make gear for adventurers, but the game has been trying its best to not let me do that. Oh, are you gonna go fight with that other creature? Probably. I have a review of Manor Lords on my YouTube channel if you want my thoughts on Manor Lords. Go watch that and please leave a like on it because, oh god, if I upload anything that isn't Dwarf Fortress, nobody watches it. Gnome the Metal Crafter has been possessed. Remember what, you know what I was just saying? See what I was just saying? Eh. Can I click on you, please? Stop moving. Pause the game to do that. The Larval Grease, eh? What a name, dude. Spugak. Aw, man. Vodka. Why you gotta say that? How's my ego supposed to grow now? Keep going until you do? I mean, that seems fun. I mean, this thing would be really... Oh, here it comes. I was going to say, this thing would be really easy to kill because it's a bristleworm. Bristleworms have many, 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 many segments. And because they have many, many segments, each one of the segments has a brain in it. And you only need to destroy one brain to kill something. And I just went and killed a troll. Squid on YouTube has chucked a super thanks, or a super chat, or whatever the hell they're called, into the YouTube chat for 10 euro. Thank you. Appreciate you. YouTube channel, the highest quality. I don't know. I think it could be higher quality. I could upload in 4K. That would make it higher quality. But appreciate you all the same. At literally every format of giving me money gets taxed. Otherwise, I would be committing tax evasion. So I could just not claim taxes on anything, but I will claim taxes on everything because there is no way for you to give me income. TLDR, if you give me money, right, that goes into my company, which gives me a paycheck. Everything gets taxed. Okay? There is no way to give me money that's not going to get taxed because that's how owning a business works. Otherwise, you end up like this person. She, like, from what I heard, didn't pay taxes for over 10 years. And is going to prison for 5 years. So, No, I will pay taxes on every piece of money you give me, damn it. Because people are idiots and don't claim their taxes properly. I am not an idiot, and I claim my taxes properly because I don't want to go to jail. You're gonna send me a $5 in the mail? How the fuck did you get my address, my lord? Wait. Shit. Anyway, I'm gonna wait for this ad break to end because it's popping now. Thank you very much for the hype train, chat room. Greatly appreciate it. Goes a long way. Can I get a big round of beers for everybody who's contributed? Meanwhile, Nomal, the metal crafter, has created Zakastrulok Limslon, a copper crown, and offers it to the strong balls. Level 5, yeah? Yeah. Fortunately, I live in Canada, somewhere that I don't mind paying taxes to. But thank you very much for the 27 subscriptions and 59 bucks in bits. Basically, literally anything that you do when it comes to giving me money, just accept that I'm going to get 30% less. It's usually less than that. It's usually closer to about 21% after all my deductions, but like, you know, I pay federal and provincial taxes. In fact, I just paid, it was like, what, $21.35, I think? $1,000? It was like $21,035 something in taxes. But I probably will never make that much in a year again. I think every country should have receipt-based taxes and when tax fraud would... You see, here's the thing, right? I'm not talking about an average person. That person that I showed the article for, that's a YouTuber. All of your money has a paper trail. Literally all of it. Because it's all digital, right? Everybody keeps those receipts. Twitch keeps the receipts. YouTube keeps the receipts. Google keeps the receipts. Like, trying to... The only way to, like, actually commit tax evasion in the streaming space is to sell your channel to an external company or license it to an external company who you then send all of your revenue to, and then they give you crypto. It's the only way to do it. And they do exist. Like, there are companies that you can do that, but fuck that noise. What the hell? I like being a independently owned private business that pays taxes. It's fine. I make money magically appear from other countries, and my government likes me for it. Just trust me, John. If you do this for 6 months, you'll get an email from one of those companies. It doesn't take long. Make like a decent amount of money in a month, and by that I mean like half a month's rent. And yeah, you'll start getting emails from them. I've just blocked them all. Not financial advice. Yeah, do not do that. You could. I wouldn't recommend it. It's also a really good way to go to prison. Not worth it. The metal crafter, Nomal, has made a copper crown and offers it to the strong balls. That's beautiful. So thankful for the glorious donation. There's a naked ghost over there. Hold on. Okay. Artifact. This is a copper crown. Our craft ship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of copper. I'm going to give that... Chat, mayor or captain of the... I think that should go to the mayor. That should be the mayor's thing. He's already got 2 earrings and now a crown. Fancy copper crown. Happy to remind you, UGDPY, please finish your taxes, chat. It's the last day of April. I did mine on the 15th, so. So that's going to you. Copper for the copper. But he's wearing a helmet. Okay, so let's jump to these beasts. Where this ad hits. Oh yeah, that's another thing. If you're going to retire your fortress and reclaim it, kill all of the forgotten beasts in the basement first. Because if you don't, you then have to fight them. Because they'll be somewhere in your fort. So make sure that you kill all forgotten beasts before you retire. You have until 21.5. I mean, For Canada, it's the last day of April for individuals, and I think it's June, sometime in June for businesses, but I could be wrong. I do it in April. Because I've always done it in April. Prison is a lot easier if you're physically disabled. I'd rather just not go to prison. A lot easier does not equal like a positive outcome. I'm good. Hard pass. Oh, hey! That's a very smart Forgotten Beast. How did you even... Oh, did you get hit by a magma crab? Or were you fighting with another Forgotten... No, he literally got sniped by a magma crab, chat. I think. Yeah. Spits a glob. He shot him, like, literally got sniped by a magma crab. I don't think I've ever seen that happen to a flying Forgotten Beast before. Did the crab get a name? Where is it? I also have a lot of caged magma crabs. No, it didn't get a name. It's funny. That is funny. You saw it? It was right there? I mean, if it's here, I'm not seeing it. Unless it's climbing up the edge. Oh, there it is. This sucker. Yep. No, literally, like, fucking spat at him. Look at you. What a beast. The problem with crypto is it doesn't just die. Nairufa. Also, the thing that you need to realize is if you ever see an ad for a company called Stake, crypto casinos are huge, man. And they have fuckloads of money. He didn't feel anything while in conflict, though. They sponsor horrible F1 teams that don't know how to screw their wheels on, which is very funny. Shoutouts to Sauber. Although I will say that the best thing that Sauber has done is this year is they gave that, what was it, an Uber Eats contract, I think, to Bottas. Oh, this is claimed by 2 turkeys. And honestly, that was one of the greatest things I've ever seen. Press F. Cayenne. I want to pronounce your name like Cayenne, but it's F. Or this button. Same with the arrows, but it's R. Although I don't think that it's a different... You have to go into the settings, I think, separately for adventure mode. You need new socks. Oh, no. Oh, it's probably because I don't currently have a manager. All right, let's appoint a new manager. Manager. Ooh. What if I made the leopard man my manager? Let's do that. Who's pissed? Checks out. don't know what you're storing in a stockpile, but this is now your new place. Leopard manager. Yeah, there you go. Mm-hmm. You know, having just read the thing I just read in YouTube chat, I'm really happy that they're like you can't have kids in adventure mode. I'm really happy. Really, really happy. You can't. Oh no, that's the correct thing to say. Leave it to YouTube chat to constantly ruin my day. That's not true, but constantly make me go, phew, right. Right. Reality check. People suck. Now you want it out of spite? This is why you don't get to show up on screen. You know, you say that, but it's kind of true, actually. There is like an element of truth to that. Yes, do please go like the YouTube stream though, because it does go a long way towards supporting the channel. Even if I don't look at it very often. And shout outs to the folks on YouTube. I do appreciate you guys. Although, sometimes you make me question your sanity. Shoutouts to this very, very, very happy human lasher. Shoutouts. Just hanging out and training with the dwarves. All right, let's jump down to this layer again. Move up a little bit. So since that's sealed, I should be able to just go up here and pull the lever. See what happens. I'm gonna go see if the weather outside is nice enough for me to turn or put the tomatoes outside. I will be back in a few seconds. If this starts flooding, let me know, chat, and I'll come running back. Shout as loudly as you can. I'm sure I'll hear you.
is for everyone!
Oi. Has it not? Oh. I'm smart. It's not gonna start flooding because I need to deconstruct that. Anyway, Shinobi's been found dead. And someone named Color Handle wants to stay here. I just ran across the courtyard 3 times. Apologies. It's sunny outside. I had to put the tomatoes out so they can go on a walk. It's very important for the health of your tomatoes. Make sure that you walk your tomatoes, kids. You're trying to get turtle people first working. To get turtle people first working, but I'm not sure how to unace your retired adventurers. You can't. But like, you can't. Like it's just how the game works. You can't. Like unfortunately, it's just sort of the reality of it. Like I would advise against trying to do that because you'll probably just end up like very much like annoying yourself, if that makes any sense. Did someone already yoink your eggs? God damn it. I need to stare at these until one of them get claimed by one of them. We're just running around obliviously. Okay. Okay. Sorry for the break, but I had to get the tomatoes out. And then I get to bring them further across in like an hour. But it's actually warm enough in the sun. Croc ate the eggs again. God damn it! Huge chunk of lag. Speaking of chunk of lag, where's that forgotten beast? Wrong screen. Okay, so you are currently right here. I need to get down here so that we can remove you from existence. I mean, it's a little sketchy. Are you literally just bubbling out of that? Is that where you're coming from? Gosh darn it. I know you can forbid eggs. The thing is, you have to forbid them when they appear. Normally what I would do is I would just lock the door, but because they're just trained and they're not tame, I can't be guaranteed that they're going to stay trained. They might lose their training. So that's the issue, right? If I could guarantee that they weren't going to lose their training, then it wouldn't be a problem, but it's a problem for that reason. I actually don't know how far they have to go to dig this, so let's follow you. It's probably pretty out of the way, actually. Okay, so now that's sealed. So that should stop filling this way. And then you should dig down to here. And I should just be able to send the military down here. And by military, I mean 2 squads. Because he's over here right now. Just zipping around down here. But we need to get him dead. Is the reality. And all my miners are currently busy. Doing unrelated things. So if you forbid sterile eggs, or if you don't have a breeding pair that can both access the eggs, then yes, they will remain sterile. If dwarves claim the eggs, So basically, I need to see eggs, then I need to, or what I need to do is I need to lock the door and stare at this so that they don't forget their training, right? And wait for them to lay eggs. And then when they lay eggs, I need to forbid the eggs once they've been laid. That's what I need to do. And in order for that to work, they have to sit onto an unclaimed box, claim it as theirs, and then lay the egg in it. Or can you see the fertile tag? I think DF hack shows you, otherwise the game just shows you. But you don't really need to wait for a little bit for particularly long. The problem is they can cook both fertile and unfertile eggs, so you basically need the eggs to pop up for a little bit there and then forbid them. And then they take like 6 to 8 months to hatch, usually. Like, it's kind of a long time. Okay, so you down here, right there. Right, I was also going to do this. I've probably got a ghost I got to deal with, which is certainly upsetting the locals. Go down to here. Let's follow you. It'll make things easier. It's a DF hack thing? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that showing you whether or not they're fertile is a DF hack thing. Pretty sure. There we go. Dealt with the dumb ghost. And let's walk out into here. And then I think I'm going to put a door here, and then well, actually just seal off this side and put a door here, maybe. And then 2 doors right here. Maybe a drawbridge right here. We'll do schist. Schist is a fun color. Nope, crundles. Every day they crundling. Now we wait for the beastie. Meanwhile, there's this dwarf now, who's just slowly racking up kills. Look how many named dwarves this dwarf has killed. Anander, Prismatic, MMO Junkie, and Shinobi. They had the honor of getting stabbed to death by my adventurer. So over here, put obsidian. Over here, obsidian. Over here, obsidian. Over here, obsidian. Over here, obsidian. Over there, obsidian. I'm gonna need to plug a lot of holes once this is done, but oh, shit. I think I just missed the Forgotten Beast fight. Right? No, I didn't. Nope, definitely didn't. It's fine. It's also like on the other end of the map right now, so it's gonna take a little bit for it to come over here. Which is giving me time to fence this area off a little bit, which is good. Okay, so those sides are being sealed off. Could just go all the way along here. Actually, I should check down here. It's dangerous right now. Nope, it's fine. God, you move quick. It's the shortest shorthand for obsidian that I've found that works. So it's a whole lot of bullshit. Okay, where are you on the map? pretty far away. Oh boy, another Forgotten Beast has come, which is a beakless bunting. It has 2 stubby tails and it squirms and fidgets. Its red feathers are downy. Beware its noxious secretions. Wear it. What? Oh, it's right here. Well, okay. It found all of the Crundles. It's kind of losing to the Crundles. They're curb stomping it. Next person to type. Okay, Kook got it. Kook, what kind of dwarf do you want? I mean, can't be that bad of a noxious secretion if they're losing to Crundles. I mean, it's not dead. It is very injured, though. Somewhat happy, no beard. Somewhat happy, no beard. Somewhat happy. How dat? Somewhat happy, no beard. Is also Hammerdorf, apparently. Keen Kook can be very happy and optimistic and has an overinflated sense of self-worth. Dislikes receiving advice, preferring to keep her own counsel. She tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others and has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and generally finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future. Takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful and exhales sharply when she becomes exasperated. She takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful and exhales sharply when she... I already said that. And she needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time. Dreams of raising a family and personally values tranquility and a peaceful day and doesn't really value merrymaking. Likes Kesserite, bismuth, Levin opal, ibex horn, and floodgates and scepters and nightmares for their unfathomably horrifying nature. And the sight of the couple of bewildering and, when possible, prefers to consume potato wine, purple amaranth flower, and absolutely hates snails. Her teeth are tangled, and her somewhat greasy hair is coiled. Oh. You're married to Kulak, and you're a member of the Lion Coven. Welcome to the fort. Okay, so I guess... down here is where we need to stay. Forgotten Beast is right over there, fighting with all the Crundles. So not too much I can do about that. And then the other one is underwater over here somewhere. Can't wait to die horribly. I'm sure it'll happen. All in due time. That is a lot of Crundles. Should really train some Marks Dwarves and just like station them right there. I think instead of like properly walling it off, we're just gonna do this. There's also a Crundle down here. It's kind of funny. All right. Let's also do this. Wall that bit off. Okay, and then we wait. Throw a door in there. 2 doors over here. Gotta do this side up here now. Not sure how you got canceled, but you did somehow. Did you? Again, not sure how. Although actually that one I can just skip. We don't need that one. Kinda accidentally made it obsolete. All right, well the Crundles are still fighting. I'm not gonna lie, this seems like a really crappy Forgotten Beast. Like it's really bad at its job. Are getting bounced by the dust? Oh, for sure, yeah. Otherwise I think they would have killed it already. Some of them have also landed in the water like this one, which is now drowning. but apparently got good enough at swimming that it made it out, and now the dwarves are stabbing them to death. Well, I'm glad that we're helping, you know? The dwarves are helping with the Crundle execution. Let's see if I can just... Can I build in a straight line to that? No, I need to knock this down here, but... And I can try. That beast was forgotten for a reason? Oh, for sure. This one I keep forgetting about, but seems to actually be making its way over to where we are now. In the general direction. So we'll get a fight in a bit. Currently, I'm just keeping my squad stationed there. While this thing is, like, progressively getting more covered in blood. This rate, we'll see dwarves in the water soon? Why would we see dwarves in the water? They'd have to jump in the water first. Beastie, are you going in the wrong way? Buddy, we are to the left. West. There you go. West. Come on. Not even that far. Why are you going north? You have many opportunities to go west. Let's go west. I mean, that seems like normal Crundle behavior, just doing figure eights. I nod Galleys. Okay. I nod, what are you? Some Dwarf. Go away. Call me when you're a Crundle or a Gorlak or something interesting. Okay, so now that that's done, I'm just going to do a bridge to there. Take 3 blocks. Won't take too long to finish. I'm not sure if the combat over there will cancel it, but it might. If it doesn't... But yeah, that's something I do have to do in this fort, is be very diligent about taking out beasts. Because if I'm not, then... Well, they'll take over and they'll win. Okay, I will leave this guy here because you're a zombie, so you can just stand here. And I'm kind of working under the assumption that one ain't coming over here right now. Do plump helmet people speak? Plump helmet people cannot speak. Don't ask me how they sing or do poetry. I like to think that they hum or vibrate or something. Can I just complain for a second? When I was taking my tomatoes outside, apparently my phone rang and it was FedEx. Could they just send me an email telling me that they failed to directly drop off a package? Instead they call me with a robot that wants me to verbally tell it a sequence of numbers and letters that is a tracking number, which I don't have because I'm not sure which package it is because I have 4. So why don't they just send me an email stating that they failed to deliver a package instead of calling me with this crappy ChatGPT integrated self-help, this mentally brain mashing thing. That's the thing. It's not a scam. This is actually just them. They are dumb enough that they've become their own scams. I know exactly what it is. I just want to know where it is and where I can go get it. Because they failed to deliver it a week ago. And I know that because they phoned me and left a message. So, but why can't they just send me an email like a normal company? Also, did they kill the beastie? No, they didn't. He's just sitting there now. Because I think these Crundles actually jumped over here. Probably can't fly. His wings are probably broken. But yeah, I can assure you they are not scams. That's the sad bit. If they were scams, it would at the very least be funny. But they are not. This is going to end with dwarves in the water. Whoop. Okay. The other way I could do this is by digging into this, like right here. Digging through to there and then placing a floor tile and then telling them to dig. That's another way I could do that. Oh no, I mean that's absolutely all it is. It's like they have no real competition, so why bother being better than competition that doesn't exist? It's not logical. So no, I kind of get it, but like, it sucks. That's all. Actually, let's do this side instead of that side, because if I do this side, well, it's less likely to torch the dwarves that are running by when lava comes out of here inevitably. We're gonna lock a dwarf on the wrong side of that, aren't we? In an ad break, we'll pause. One of them just stares at for the roast voice robot idea and budget. Yeah, totally. You know, Nairufa, are you here to have an enjoyable discussion about this game, or are you here in the YouTube chat to just yell things inanely for no logical reason that ever so slightly break your headcanon? Because you're not really benefiting or like contributing in any meaningful way right now. You're just being mildly disturbing. If you saw a platinum, you know, honestly, if I saw a platinum table, if I saw a table made of marble, I'd probably stare at it for a bit. It's like, have you ever seen those fountains that it's just like a giant marble boulder, just like on top of water that's just spinning? I know they have one in Disneyland, but I've seen them in a few places around the world, where it's just this giant granite sphere on top of a fountain. You can kind of spin it. They used to have one in a park close to where I grew up. It was a lot of fun to just walk up to and spin it. Yeah, exactly, Darius. I don't know. Just like a giant spherical ball made of rock is just always kind of a cool thing. Especially because you can spin it. It'd be significantly less interesting if you couldn't spin it. No, you're not. You haven't asked a single question, Nairufa, in my chat. You're yelling about how you want to make a goblin brothel, and now you're mad that I have the game set to its default settings where female dwarves have beards. If you're not going to let me play the game without being ridiculous, I'd rather you just shut up. Like, genuinely. This is partially why some people don't like me, but like, at the end of the day, what you're doing is being mad that I am participating in the game's canon because it doesn't fit your headcanon. Fuck off with your headcanon. That's all I have to say. So. Is the beta the best version to play right now? It has adventure mode in it. It's not crashy. Unless you're playing adventure mode sometimes. So, I would say yes. You'd give me 100 subs right now if you could. I mean, you don't need to. It's fine. I mean, here's the thing, right? If you want to go comment out the one line of text that says that female dwarves have beards and play the game that way and live your best life, by all means. But if you're also going to then coincidentally go into random streamers' channels and just be like, that's not natural! Bitch, it's the fucking vanilla game. My ass, it's not natural. You know what ain't natural? You being a cunt. That's not natural. Wait, no, sorry, that's perfectly natural. Anyway. Definitely women with beards, certainly. But in Dwarf Fortress, the default lady sprite doesn't have a beard. And you know what? I keep it that way. It's like that, and then how are you not murdering every elf you see because they're an elf? It's like, because I'm not racist. That's why. If I happen to be at war with an elven faction, then okay, sure, certainly. We'll go to war with them. But I'm not always at war with elven factions, so I don't always need to abide by your strict code of rules of how the game is correctly enjoyed. I think that that's stupid. I'm sorry that you live in such an insular life that doesn't allow you to have fun with things, but that's not a problem that I have, so why do you have to inflict your pain on others? Anyway, I've already over-ranted this. Sorry, you've invalidated all of your questions by enforcing your headcanon on me. They asked if vampires were harmed by sunlight. Well, I mean, generally the way vampires get into your fort is by migrating into your fort alongside of your entry caravans, which would mean no. No, they don't. Oh no, not the Gorlag. Poor bugger. Sorry, duder. Go execute him. I feel bad. Anyway, it's trading season. Yeah, and if it's just a I'm a Pratchett fan thing, then that's fine. Be a fan of Pratchett. But I'm sure Pratchett wasn't a fan of people discounting other people's interests. Okay, can I tell you to just go kill this, or can you not reach it? Okay, it's not a valid target. Got it. I doubt they're going to be able to walk this close. No, elves will try to kill you for not, like, working within the boundaries that they set for the lands that they were in originally. It's like saying that the native indigenous peoples will try to kill you if you move in and take their stuff. Duh, so would I. It's perfectly normal. You're arguing in favor of colonialism, is what you are doing. They permit you to live there. And also, they're the only faction in the game that attacks not with the intent to kill, but the intent to distract and annoy. As in, when they attack you, they retreat when they run out of ammunition, instead of when a portion of your faction is dead. So they're there just to harass and ask you to stop. They ask in the best way they can. You misread and associate racism and hatred of all of a particular species based on the fact that they attack you. Goblins attack you for no reason. I don't see the same kind of hatred against goblins. So, anyway, we got a Forgotten Beast free suddenly, so that's good. What? Oh, for fuck. Are you for real? Chat, Urist is dead. I think I'm gonna jump back to a save. Which was like 20 days ago, because Urist apparently fell into lava. That's fucking funny. No, I won't let you go down that way. Wasn't he already undead? Doesn't stop you when you catch on fire. He literally like tripped into lava. Anyway, no, I'm refusing to let him die like that. If he dies epically, okay, but if it's off camera and I don't even see it, then you fucking nah. Okay, let's try this again. I think this time I'll go this way. It's one thing if they die like from a beating or in a siege, but if it's off camera in lava, no, that's not the way this story ends. Falls in lava? Well, it's more like they're an undead body, an undead husk, and when they die, or when they fall in lava, then their body ceases to exist. Mostly how that works. Are we in Fortress or Adventure mode? Ah. I mean, it's most notable by the fact that there's a giant mini-map up here and this population counter. If there isn't that, then we are definitely in Adventure mode. Your dead is content? I mean, I need Eurus to be alive so that I can have more content from Eurus. Okay, here comes Miner. Still slowly trying to kill the poor little Crundles. But they retain their soul? I thought like they're like the opposite. They're like not that they retain their soul, but they gain a new soul or something. I don't know. I'll be honest, I haven't looked into it too much. There's some pretty interesting niblets in legends about them. Yes. Have you updated your game in the correct branch? If you're playing in the experimental branch, Valentrozo, you won't see them because you're on the wrong branch and you're 3 patches behind now. If you're playing on the beta branch, then you're on the current patch. If you're playing on the normal branch, then you'll see them. Side note, they really need to get rid of the like experimental branch because it is very deceptive currently what it actually is. And it just deletes your save? I mean, here's the thing, right? Why would I need to imagine that? Why do I need to imagine a game I enjoy playing being less enjoyable for no reason? Why would I need to do that? Why do you want me to do that? Besides, I've played many forts where, yeah, I don't jump back to any saves at any point. I've done that many times. But what's the point? Where's the enjoyableness of that? Doesn't really benefit you in any way. In some ways, it makes the game more fun. In some ways, it makes the game less fun. Play the game in a way that you find fun. That's all that matters. Chasing Crundles. Sending all the dwarves over here. Uh, 5x5 is the size of this embark. Crundle biscuits, Crundle soup, Crundle Lunchables, Crundleicious. Definition, make the beast go crazy. right, here we go. And then it jumps into the water. To hell with you. All right, well, immediately Kokoroko here falls into the water. That was fast. And then we've got Atir here, in close proximity with the creature, fighting with it. Also falls into the water. But, wait. Oh, they're falling further down. Well, good luck to that. It's both of them in the water. Kokoroko's now dead. We're going to have to get these out, aren't we? It's going to be a pain. Nope. Didn't even see it. Shit. Stab the Forgotten Beast in the lower leg with the steel spear, tearing the muscle. Stabs the Forgotten Beast in the right tail, chipping the bone. Tendon has been torn. So we lost Atir and Kokoroko, which is unfortunate. But it had to happen. 'Tis the way of things. Noxious gas? Yep. How can I get you out? Oh, these ones died to drowning. But it depends on what the syndrome is, right? It could just be drowsiness and they get kind of sleepy for a bit. Could also be like, oh no, their whole body is rotting now. I don't know. I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. I think they can certainly be frustrating for sure. But I don't know if I'd go so far as to say that they're not fun. And also, archer pits isn't a solution. It's the intended use for archer pits. I think the problem is a lot of people just don't use archer pits. Huh? I think Logan Sargent is a terrible driver who should not be in Formula 1. that's that, or he's a rookie who's been given more than enough extra chances and should stop getting chances. No, I don't think he's going to do any better on his home race. Do I have a screw pump right now? Okay, I need to make another one. Although, actually, I'm just going to make 2 wooden screw pumps, because I would prefer to have wooden ones. Because they're faster to transport. Jesus. Chatter, half of you guys Formula Dank posters? What's happening? Yes? Okay, well. You know, it's kind of funny. It's like, people ask me, they're like, you're Canadian, so do you like Stroll? And my natural response is no, because Stroll, the driver, is a annoying rich kid who doesn't ever really seem like he wants to be there. And Lawrence, his dad, is an annoying rich man who is making a pretty entertaining Formula 1 team. And I'm always amazed how many Americans are just like, oh, there's an American driver? Immediately my favorite driver, best driver. It's like, well, I don't know. It kind of makes me wonder why he's there sometimes, to be honest. Zephon, hey? Weren't you here previously? I seem to recall you. Maybe not. Dreams of raising a family. Also, Barson Bolts, I don't even know how I missed this. It must have been during the fight, but thank you very much for the 17th month. I heard the text-to-speech, but I didn't clue in that it was a resub. So thank you. Did you change your name? I don't recognize it. I should recognize it after that long. Grew up with Stroll? You mean like in real life? He seems like the sort of dude who should just like go skiing and not be in Formula One, but I don't know. Anyway, I'm just trying to get caught up on chat. So this squad here needs more people. That's what we need. Got actually kind of a surprisingly large number of random people just like migrating in with some sort of combat skill. Now let's throw you in there. Okay, so we should be getting traders in a moment. A naked goblin in my fort. I've been here for forever, 6 or 8 months. Yeah. One buddy in school grew up with him in karting. Oh, really? His dad helped him pay for tires. So honestly, pretty 10 out of 10 people. Oh, what, like Lawrence Stroll helped him pay for tires? Helped your friend pay for tires? Because helping his kid pay for tires would be silly. I mean, yeah. Like, here's the thing, right? It's not I assume he's a bad person or anything goofy like that. Like, I don't really have anything against him. It's just Lance doesn't seem like the sort of person who actually wants to be in Formula One. So it just kind of feels like a waste of a seat more than anything at this point. Is that like a low priority or something? Must be. Everybody's digging. Oh, we're digging out these bedrooms. Duh. I think there's a line in Drive to Survive where he says he said, let's go play tennis or something. Like after a race. I recall that, but I don't think he wants to do it professionally. Mm-hmm. Can I look later, Ranger Rick, or do I have to disrupt the whole flow of the stream to look at it right now? You're pulling a Bastet. Blind, I posted a photo. Okay, I'll look at it after. Blind, look at it now. Okay. I mean, if I must, I will, but if it's something that can wait, it can wait. Unless there's something specifically that you want to mention and talk about. Oh, come on. You know I like you, Bastet. I mean, he is an evil billionaire because it's impossible to be a billionaire and not also be evil. However, that doesn't necessarily make you a bad parent or like a bad person to be around as a kid, right? It's like literally you have to be like a minor sociopath to be a billionaire. But that doesn't make you a bad person. Necessarily. Well, sure. I mean, the guy buys fashion brands and car brands and like makeup companies. Like, obviously, he's not like, you know, funding military stuff, but that, you know. Is there a way to be a billionaire without being and not being evil? I think in order to be a billionaire, you need to be a successful business person, which doesn't necessarily need to make you evil. However, if you have that much money, aim to keep that much money, and don't want to get rid of that much money, I have a hard time believing that you're not evil. Purely because you don't need that much money. No human being needs that much money. And if you feel that you do, and you feel that you need to keep that, you're already inherently evil, as far as I'm concerned. But also, I'm kind of an Aston Martin fan. I just don't particularly like Lance as a driver, because he's just kind of whiny. Kind of for the same reason I don't particularly like Yuki Tsunoda as a driver. He's just kind of whiny. It's like, oh no, shut up. I want drivers in Formula 1 that are entertaining. But since we're super off topic anyway, I'll go take a peek at this eatery that you're talking about. Where did you post it? Off topic, maybe? Nope. Is it Food Talks? I don't know where you posted this, dude. Is it in Dwarf? Oh, there it is. Oh, the entry that you made. Okay, not eatery. I misread. Wow, that's a lot of bridges, man. Jeez. So is it like a 2 lever pull setup to open that? How did you build it? Do you use a Moses machine or something, or this is the thing that was that he was talking about? Do you use pumps or did you just wait for it to freeze? Oh, the lake was Dwarf made. Okay, well there you go. Cool. Okay, please explain, how are there flies underwater on this body? Dwarfort, you confuse me sometimes. Don't get me wrong, game. I love you, but gosh, that doesn't make any sense. Water flies. Sure, yes. Definitely, mm-hmm. Water fleas? Water flies. Just like time files. What? Unsuspend this game. How dare you suspend all this construction? Is there a forgotten beast in the way? That would be unfortunate. I also really need to actually work on the fort. I've spent so much time just underground doing various nonsense. All right, let's go over here. Let's just go here. Do it this way. I also really need to give these dwarves a break so that the moods can sort themselves out a lot. And by a lot, I mean a lot. If you plan to retire and reclaim a fortress. Sometimes liquids that are flowing into the map decide to go up an extra layer. That can be a problem, especially if you're on an ocean. Also, I'm supposed to be trading. Fuck, I completely forgot. I thought that they hadn't arrived yet. So stuff randomly, or not stuff randomly, but stuff flowing into the map at a layer it shouldn't be is a problem. And all of your food and alcohol will need to be remade. And all things in cages are released from the cages. Not sure about ropes. And I think that's everything. Chat, let me know if I'm missing anything. Oh, you'll have to, like, redo all your nobles and stuff. But I don't know if that's necessarily an issue. It's just kind of a annoyance. Bunch of injured goblins are leaving. This is normal. TF does what it wants? Kind of, yeah. Yeah, we're gonna just dig down there. It's gonna bring power down. Do it that way. Also canceling this. And putting it here. Although what I'm going to do is I'm going to channel through here. And we didn't get to trade. Whoops. Why are there no animal people in this game that are fish? There are. You just can't play them. There are merfolk, there are fish people, there are octopus people, there are various amphibious peoples. But I'm waiting for the ad to end. You're not a person according to your 3-year-old? What? Well, okay, so not to be an asshole or anything, but I don't think fish are sharks. Sharks aren't fish, are they? Are sharks fish? Is a shark a fish or a mammal? Shark's a fish. Fuck! Anyway, you are correct. I don't know, because not everything is in the game. There's a lot of things in the game. Why is there the one thing you want in the game that's not in the game? Because it's not in the game. Mod it. Put it in the game. Quit complaining. It's not that hard to do. And if you're wondering why fish people or amphibious people are not playable in adventure mode by default, which is probably the actual question here, is because there's no mechanics that account for them. Happy to help. You enjoy games vicariously through me. That's done, so now I can do this. Nope. Just cancel that and instead put a wall there. A Forgotten Beast has come, which is a great scaly buffalo. Great scaly buffalo. Beware its fire. Where is it? Uh-oh. Well, that's gonna be fun. The Wild Bolts. What a name. This is a great scaly buffalo. It has thin wings of stretched skin, and it squirms and fidgets. Its jade scales are small and close set. Beware its fire. It's also on the layer where it can get to me very easily. Actually, gotta make sure everybody's assigned to this. And it can fly. Awesome. Let's see where you go. Oh. It's gonna turn this Gorlak into a charcoal. There he goes. Alright, so this is interesting. At the very least, the Gorlak saved us from... Did the Gorlak get some hits on it? How did you get so injured? I'm not sure, but he's... Oh, he's probably just burning himself. He got some cuts on him somehow. Huh. He's also, yeah, okay. He's just like setting himself on fire. Not currently on fire, I don't think. It'd be really funny if this beast just burns itself to death. Like, how did you survive for 500 years? Okay, so I think it's the thing underneath him on fire now. Yeah, it's not him on fire. Yep. He's just burning all his fat off. Go, Ratman! You got this. So the reality is... because they're not intelligent, they're wild animals. It's the same reason you can't be a horse. Oop. Okay, I thought you killed it. I thought it killed it for a second there, but nope. I mean, you can already be a necromancer experiment. Isn't that enough for you? So I really need to lock... Actually, what I need to do is I need to expand this. Because I guarantee you this isn't covering enough. It's almost like I made this burrow when the fort was a lot smaller. Should probably make a new burrow soon anyway. Things like none of the bedrooms being in the burrow. Stuff like that, you know? All right, let's do that. Now that we've done that, let's go back down to that beast. Because I don't currently have any ranged weapons, I don't really have an easy way of fighting it. I guess now's a good time to find out if doors are destructible, hey? Probably gonna get some lag. There's probably something trying to path across the fire now. Oh. That's an interesting route to take. Let me just double check where this goes. So yeah, this leads that way. So this does go all the way to the surface, right? Yeah, it does. It does actually have access to the surface. I'll bet you this is probably a better place to fight it than down there. For a multitude of reasons. You know, also, I'm just going to do this real quickly. I'm going to make a squad of people who are adequate shield users and see if we have enough bolts to make a squad. Do. Here he comes. Oh, nope. Oh, what do you do? What do you... Why you know up go? Up go fast, come on. What is the Roman letter near Dwarven names? You mean like this? Those? They imply that they have a job that's custom. So this one specifically is animal trainers, which also I need to put some more dwarves into. I have a specified job for animal trainers so that my dragons get trained more efficiently. Where are you trying to path to? Come on, you fire beastie. Metalcraft has been taken by a Fey Mood. Chat, can I get a round of beers for these dwarves who are currently in battle about to probably burn to death? Holy shit. My dwarves are trying to use blow darts. That's kind of funny. Not really what I was expecting, but here we go. So fireballs fly out. Now the reason I've decided to fight them up here and not underground is up here is sand where nothing can burn. So we're going to move a few turns forward and just see what happens. It seems like all of my dwarves did a pretty okay job dodging. The Forgotten Beast misses the Swords Dwarf. You haven't done anything since the Helmet Snake. Let's move a few more turns forward. The creature jumps down, and immediately I'm seeing blood, which is a good sign. The Spearmaster stabs the Forgotten Beast in the front leg with a steel spear, and the injured part is injured, so Orc Dork is off to a good start. Meanwhile, Darius over here has slashed the Forgotten Beast in the left front hoof, which tears the muscle. The creature is now bleeding. Fireballs go out, and probably somebody blocked it. If I had to bet, the Forgotten Beast, okay, so he's actually stabbing it and lodging his spear in the wound, and is scratching the Forgotten Beast in the right front hoof. Meanwhile, Captain over here is moving, but pretty slowly, towards the creature. Creature's bleeding. If I unpause for a few seconds, it appears that Orc Dork here is now underneath the creature. The Spearmaster is stabbing the Forgotten Beast in the upper body with a steel spear, tearing the muscle and chipping the right ribs. The Wild Bolts here, who's murdered a couple Gorlaks and a rodent person, has now turned somebody into a ball of fire. Who do you think it is? Any bets? Nobody there. It appears that Meng the Recruit is on fire, which is very unfortunate. So rest in peace to Meng the Recruit. Which is actually bad because now my dwarves have to path around the fire. While you are bleeding, hurled a bunch of balls of fire, managed to get some of them, although currently has a spear lodged in you. Is it actually lodged in your inventory? No. Well, he did get a spear lodged in you. A few turns, we move forward. The dwarves are continuing to do their damnedest to do damage to the creature, but haven't quite caught fire yet. And my captain of the guard here, the Decency of Groups, has run directly past it. Fireball goes out and gets blocked by somebody, but not by somebody else. Insulina Sama's now on fire. And the creature is now dead. Insulina, please! Put it out! You have a chance! Come on! You got this! Your clothing is on fire. How are you not dead yet? Wow, you must have been a large dwarf. Aside from the fact that this dwarf just burned to death, I think that went pretty well.
Bring out your dead.
Indeed. See if I can make you into a pie. I actually don't know what that's going to be made out of, so let's make it out of something that's probably closer. Yeah, you're going to try and bring a basalt boulder from God knows fucking where. Let's get rid of that. You think it doesn't work on an Azerty keyboard? Yeah, there's a lot of things that are kind of awkward on certain types of keyboards in Dwarfort. Should probably put a hatch on that. Right. Also, there was that forgotten, like, strange mood a while ago, which I forgot about. Iron bars, 2 tower caps, and baguette cut opals. All right. Well, I'm gonna have some slabs I need to make. So you know, I'm just gonna queue up 10 slabs. Let's wait until this gets finished. Got the killing blow? I'm not sure. It probably just bled to death if I had to bet. I mean... So the last thing that happened was the captain of the guard, Forlorn Stalker, points and it grimaces. And the recruit stabbed it, but the recruit stabbed it and then caught fire. It seems like it just bled out, so nobody really got a final hit on it. It just bled out. Which is always a wee bit disappointing, but is what it is. I'm gonna try and butcher this thing's body, though. Ben T is throwing a tantrum. Why are there so many tantrums? Mikola, tantruming a bunch. Yeah, and then was almost immediately found dead. Well, there you go. Rest in peace. I'm losing so many named dwarves right now, it's like kind of not even funny. Yeah, I have no idea about the keybinds in Azerty. I've also never seen nor used like a Azerty keyboard in my life, so... Travenoid says that the... Okay, Diamond Destruct, you're getting a dwarf. What kind of dwarf do you want? I like this trend that you've started, Diamond. Next person to speak. Some beard this time? Some beard? Okay. How about Arab Mason? Is impervious to the effects of stress, dislikes helping others, is prone to hatreds, often develops negative feelings, finds a chaotic mess to the boredom of harmonious living, and is somewhat scatterbrained. Is extremely confident in himself in situations requiring his skills, and he tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. He has a calm demeanor, and he tries to keep his things orderly. He is quick to anger, and he often feels lustful. He has a noticeable lack of perseverance, finds this troubling. Since he values perseverance. He is trusting and he has an active sense of humor. He tends to think before acting and he is a friendly individual. Is curious and eager to learn and needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. He dreams of raising a family. He respects the development of his skill. Likes rock salt and brass and cat's eye and bolts and querns and horses for their strength. You know, I think that this dwarf is about to become my... Okay, apparently you're in one of my squads. Okay, so you're in the mechanical cooperation, which is the squad I just threw together. You're going to become a militia captain for my Marksdwarf squad. You're friendly? Yeah, you're very friendly. You hate oysters, though. You prefers to consume a giant bobcat and steelhead trout. I agree, steelhead is delicious. You're a passing acquaintance with my other militia commander who also happens to be an adventurer of mine. Right, let's just go to equipment. Assign uniform, add uniform. We're going to call this Marks Dwarves. Well, I'll just go crossbows, actually. It was clearer. And bodywear, armor, headwear, legwear. I'm not going to be very specific here. Handwear, footwear, buckler, crossbow. Bang. Done. Assign uniform crossbow. Do the thing. What? Oh, I guess I don't have... I was going to say, I definitely don't have ammunition. Let's make some bolts. Bars, what do we have for bars? Iron, tons of it. Silver, tons of it. Copper, tons of it. Let's make 10 iron bolts. 10 stacks of iron bolts. Iron bolt. Then we'll get you training. Let's just make sure the person who's going to go butcher an animal. Check, can I get a round of beers to the new dwarf? Try to drown them if you can. Why are you butchering a crundle? I don't need you to butcher a crundle. I need you to butcher the forgotten beast. I know you already forgot, but like... Plenty of crundles. We don't need you to butcher the crundles. The crundles are fine. There you go. Now we're talking. Meat's back on the menu, dwarfs. It's natural to forget. I mean, we got it. So, you know, I should start making totems. Dolmas, the metal crafter, has created Sorry, that's funny. Oh shit! Tescom, an iron X-stick. S-stick. I think it's an instrument. You gotta love the unintended comedy, hey? Chad, I think I need to move stuff onto my neighbor's patio. Oh, wow, it's a piano thing, or keyboard. This is an iron S-stick. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with round, brilliant cut gold opals and decorated with crundle bone. This object menaces with spikes of iron and tower cap. On the item is an image of... Image wad. On the item is an image of Image wad. It's a Doom level. Of Image wad, the rounded cave spider silk cap in tower cap. On the item is an image of Thigh Cut, the silvers of combat, the dwarf and dwarves in red zircon. Thigh Cut is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Thigh Cut, the silvers of combat to the position of queen. Ooh, that's quite the title. In 2020, in 222, not 2022. On the item is an image of Image wad, the rounded cave spider silk cap in tower cap. On the item is an image of Aerith, the dwarf and dwarves in tower cap. Aerith growth gravel is surrounded by the dwarves. The arc relates to the ascension of the dwarf Aerith growth gravel to the position of Baroness in the Iron of Power in 75. The edge stick is a huge stationary wooden musical instrument with which houses 88 metal strings. The musician uses a glass keyboard to select which of the strings are plucked. Oh, I think I've already got one of these. Or read about one before. The instrument has an 8.5 octave range going from an extremely low to an extremely high pitch. The musician cannot control the volume. The instrument has a focused raunchous timbre? Is that a placeable instrument? Yeah, it's like a harpsichord. Or it has a lot in common with a harpsichord anyway. I think I also have 2 of them. Pretty sure I have 2 artifact instruments. It's gonna be a hell of a tavern in a minute. Okay, the fuck was I doing? Sorry, a lot has happened in the last 20 minutes. And that beast had a lot of meat on it, so that's good. If nothing else, meat's definitely on the menu, boys. I think let's go over to here and finish those bedrooms that I started. Which is up here. I need to get those bodies out of the caverns. And if you're wondering, why are you still assigning these manually, Strimmer? And it's so I can see how many more bedrooms I need to make. I don't need to make any more bedrooms? Are you for real? Holy shit. Everybody has a bedroom. That's amazing. Okay, so awesome. Everybody has bedrooms. Sweet. Meaning, now I can go back down to here. We can continue this process. Bam, 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 bam. I guess for this side, I can just channel down there. Actually, no, it would be better if I do it this way. Generally, the ones that are keyboard-ish or like harp-ish are placeable instruments. Speaking of cage. Oh. Huh. Well, I have a snake pit. Awesome. So I'm not entirely sure where I want to fight enemies yet in this fort. So the issue is, also they are multiplying rapidly. Okay, so Cave Crocodile has laid 54 eggs. So I'm going to forbid them now, not the box. So Mum can sit on them still. What in the world would that command do, Hangman? I'm gonna go move my tomatoes to my neighbor's patio. And you guys can follow this rando human. I'm going to hope that this doesn't become a snake explosion. And when I return, I will continue babbling. Please entertain each other amongst yourselves for the next couple minutes. Hangman, if you were looking for one of the sound commands, !annoy me is how you get them all. The one you're probably looking for is system, if I were to bet, right? It's a Unix system. I know this. Anyway, I would be back. Oh, God. Oh, this fucking timing, man. Where is it? Oh.
Cheese for everyone!
Can it fly? Is it good at climbing? Well, that's fine. We'll just hope it can't get across. Maybe it's dumb like a turkey and we'll just stay there. This is Stram. Stram! It is a frustratingly sloppy and careless forgotten beastie, which is a huge blob composed of mud which shoots webs. Okay. Anyway, here's hoping it doesn't make it into my fort. I will be back.
Lobberdobberdoggadoggies. Cheese for everyone!
Oh, cool. Nobody's dead. At least I don't think. Wait. It's you know, I'm not gonna lie, chat. This whole running back and forth thing every day is getting kind of old. I'm ready to just leave those fucking tomatoes outside, man. Hey, guess what I found on the way back, though? It's this. This was in a tree. Like, I had to grab a stick to get it out of the tree. My only theory is there's a bunch of high-rises going up around here right now. So it must have blown off at the top of a high-rise. Keeping people out of the tree. I mean, danger, do not enter. It's like the tree right next to my patio, too. I was like, what the heck? I'll grab that before it flies off. Okay. Ben T committed a crime. What I really need to do is just let the dwarves calm down and relax for like a season, but probably should just do that. But let's just get these bodies out of here. Or try to get these bodies out of here.
Sneaks into chat.
Sneaks into chat? Well, thank you for sneaking into chat. I hope you've been doing all right, Orange. Thanks for the 39th month. Very bad at sneaking, though. You need to try and like level up your stealth a little bit. If you're gonna call that sneaking, it's a pretty sad excuse for sneaking, I gotta say. Let's do this and that. Tekid wants to live here. Who's Tekid? Sounds like a dwarf. Yep, is a dwarf. It's okay, I don't need another poet. We got plenty. But how you doing today, Orange? Chat room, can I get a round of beers for Orange keeping that subscription alive for 39 months? Finally caught you live streaming. You just want to say thanks for the tutorials? Well, cheers. Happy to help. The 8-hour compilation. I do eventually, like, read YouTube. It's just a matter of, like, if it happens to be the message that's still there. And a cheesemaker stumbling around obliviously. Of course he is. Of course he is. Why wouldn't he be? Okay, so you go there. You go here. You're eventually going to go here. We're going to go vertical axle. Go there. I'm out of trees, apparently. That's fine. Easy fix. Only Raffs. Are you a Raffy fan or something? Big fan of the banana phone. Thank you very much for that Prime subscription. Appreciate you. On Twitch and YouTube. Thank you. It's ironic, like, right as you say that is when I looked at YouTube, though. I just interact with the Twitch chat more because nothing against the YouTube chat, but there's 62 people watching on YouTube right now and 240 watching on Twitch. So there's generally more people watching on Twitch, so it's usually the one that I keep up with more consistently. What is that? It's a Pokemon doing a bongo thing? Huh. Okay. All right, so need wood to run along here once I have trees. I think what I'm going to start doing is pausing all these. I'm going to start pausing jobs is what I'm going to do for the next little bit. Jobs that don't necessarily need to be done right now. I'll leave brewing on. Because I would kind of want these dwarves to all kind of simultaneously start taking a break. Soldiers are all set to ready, which is okay. You have strep throat, so you're on antibiotics? Ooh, I'm like absolutely coming down with a cold. I was suspecting I was coming down with a cold this morning, but now I'm very much coming down with a cold. Because like my mom apparently just got like came down with a cold, and 2 days ago I was in a car with my mom, so. I mean, better to be coming down with a cold than to be coming down cold, you know? One is a piece of English language that has significantly worse, like, repercussions. So let's do vertical, vertical. There you go. All right, so all this is done. So the way we're going to do this, building you across to there. This can be smoothed and fortified, and it'll just be pumped right off the map. Good evening, Mind. How are you? What are the majority of these dwarves doing right now? Everybody's putting stuff in stockpiles. Ah, it's all the wood, right? Should probably put wheelbarrows into those stockpiles so that they, you know, don't all do it at once. Actually, this is the only stockpile I have for it right now, so I'm just going to delete that because I want to move it anyway. I want to, or rather, this one is the other one that I have. And then this can have, we'll just say 5 wheelbarrows in it. If you put wheelbarrows in a stockpile, then that is the maximum number of dwarves that can actively haul items to that stockpile, so it makes the stockpile a lot less unreasonable. So at any time, there's like a maximum of 5 dwarves hauling instead of literally the entire fort. Which gets a little silly. So something I really want to do in this fort is I really want to make a lava pressure cannon like I did in the last one, just because it would be really easy to do in this fort. But in order to do that, I kind of have to, like, for lack of a better term, let's hope nobody drowns, kind of have to, for lack of a better term, actually, no, I don't want to do that just yet. Where are you? Close. For lack of a better term, I'm kind of in this weird position where if I allow lava access to the surface organically, it'll probably cause me some pretty major problems. If I'm artificially bringing lava to the surface, that'll be a lot safer. So I really want to figure out some way of pumping lava, probably from around here, layer 14, all the way up to the highest point, and then back down. Because I have the materials to do it infinitely, which will be easy. So that's kind of the hope for today, is I want to build that and get that rolling. And then figure out which corner the entrance is going to be, and then that's where I'm going to make the lava gusher. Hi, IHQMD. How's things, dude? It's driving you insane. Farmers refuse to farm and brewers refuse to brew. I feel like there's probably a very easy one-step solution to fix this, but I have no idea what it could possibly be. Thanks for the $1. Thanks for the second $1. Thanks for the third $1. But I'm not gonna lie, I'm not a big fan of your username, so stop giving me money, please. About it. Sounds like you have too many tasks on hand and need to micro dwarves. It's usually almost always the case, but like I don't know specifically. Not without looking at it. I couldn't tell you. Uh-oh. There's a giant cave toad here. Get him, dude! Enter. It's always a weird thing when people like have kind of offensive usernames and are giving me money, because it's like, on one hand, thanks for the money, but on the other hand, I can't really just let that happen, unfortunately. But thanks for the $3, mate. I just don't really want your name on my screen. So chat, can I get a round of beers to clear that? Yeah, no, I mean, I once had a day where I couldn't figure out why I couldn't, like, get any wood into my stockpile. And then I literally went here, standing orders, hauling, I think, and realized that I had wood disabled. Like, I just had it set so that they do not gather wood.
Eat.
I just screwed up. It was that simple. The juice box is a YouTube exclusive, so no. But that works, Naomi. Also, hey Hobo, just a heads up. I got a night in a hostel for one night in Montreal for like $30. So if I'm covered in bed bugs on the second day, you know why. I'll probably be fine. What's up, Pablox? I'll be fine. Yeah, I've stayed at many a hostel in my life. I'll be okay. Uh-oh. Why are you guys going here? Well, this dwarf just, like, threw himself into lava. Darius is trying to not catch fire. The problem is this area is just... Okay, I'm just going to do this. I'm going to station this squad right here and hope Darius makes it. Let's see, do you? Nope. It's pretty certain you wouldn't. Vampires are back the way they're supposed to be. Okay, what are we trying... Oh, that's what we're trying to haul. Stab it. Back up, dwarves. Well, this is an area I need to clear. You know, vampires are back to the way they're supposed to be, which is fully disguised and invisible to the normal dwarf. Okay, so now that that's locked, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go down here and I'm going to dig out this. So here's hoping both of these bodies get sucked into here and then buried. They were just turquoise. They looked like zombies for a while. Basically, from the launch of version 50 up until recently. Which was like, what, October? Like 2 patches ago? But yeah, trust me, vampires were blue for a very long time. Huh. So you're drowning? Interesting. Can you climb out, Secret? Doesn't say that you're drowning, and there's no water there. Yeah, there's literally no water here, but you're drowning anyway. That's interesting. There you go, you got out. That is a lot of drainage. Holy shit. I wonder. That is quite the the drainage that I'm doing. I didn't realize this was such a large water source here. It's also destroying the frame rate. Holy crap. Diagnoser's been missing for a week. Just like the amount of like drop-off bodies we've had is like kind of amazing. I think I need to double up these pumps in order to actually be able to have an effect. I don't think my computer's oh, maybe my computer's 3,000. It's less $3,000 PC versus Screw Press who wins. It's more $3,000 like $3,000 PC versus Dwarf Fortress Physics Engine. It's more just that, but I mean, the easiest way to do this probably would be this. Let's pump this out faster. Suffocation is lung failure due to alcohol poisoning, generally. Speaking of, Darius the Swordmaster has been missing for a week. I'm literally just dealing with dwarves that haven't been memorialized yet. It's funny. Okay, let's go down to here. I realize this is still just like the most Dwarf Fortress thing I could possibly say, but like, I feel like it might actually just be easier to build a wall across here, but then more dwarves are just gonna fall down in here and drown. Okay, I know. This is in fact the right way to do this, is just pump the water out faster so that I can get to it. That is the right way to do this. Batch of gin that was accidentally 150 proof. Oh boy. It's not something you want to do accidentally. I mean, here's the thing. Pro tip, because I'm not sure which mode you guys are talking about right now. Do not even if you're a dwarf, drink alcohol in adventure mode right now. And you can blame Putnam. Putnam fixed how poisons worked, which made them significantly more effective. The problem was that also made alcohol poisoning a very, 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 very likely guarantee for any dwarf who drinks alcohol in adventure mode right now. So, if you are playing adventure mode, do not under any circumstances drink alcohol, even if you're playing a dwarf. I realize that like goes against everything you know about dwarves, but seriously, if you value your dwarf's life, don't do that. Because all that's going to happen is you are going to die. And that's the easy way of describing it. Okay, so what I'm going to do is an item was seen being passed to a thief. Ezim the Beast Hunter is the thief. So you've got my item here. Where's my captain? Planting seeds for some dumb reason. Can you stop that, please? I'll take you off of planters. You know, actually, hold on. It's very important. Where is the thief? Uh-oh. Make it out already? I should have just locked the door. No, he didn't. Okay, he's right there. I'm gonna just lock the door. Get him, bud. No, makes sense. You certainly don't want to label something like that. 196 proof. What percentage is that? Also, holy crocodiles. Well, we crocodile done it. Success. We've got 50-something baby crocodiles. That probably also ain't helping the frame rate. I think I should eat some of these. So if I go through here and assign you guys trainers, keep you guys trained. And thus begins the age of Croc? Yes. Okay, so what I should do is I should get them all tamed and then put them all into one cage. And then when the enemies attack, pull a lever and open up the cage, and then just like 100 crocodiles compiling out of it. It's like, can you fight the crocodile wall? Or something to that effect. I've seen Everclear for sale in stores here, but I'll be honest, I know very little about it. But yeah, alcohol poisoning is a very, very, very serious issue in adventure mode right now, because it's currently, let's just say, Dwarf Fortress has a habit of just kind of doing things and seeing how they end up. And I kind of, like, if I was making this game, I would have a lot more oversight in what gets changed and how it gets changed, because I'm that kind of person. But they're just like, they've always kind of been, nah, fuck it. What could go wrong? And then when people's forts fall over, the creators of the game get like a chuckle out of it, right? And that's very much the case currently with adventure mode, because of what Putnam did. Unintentionally, have you? But it's the result is still there is stuff where it's not supposed to be. Okay, well, that's not gonna work. I'm really tempted to just cave this in. Because the whole goal here is to get these bodies out. But what I should actually do is cave this in along here. So I'm just going to go along here and knock all this out. Because I need it to fall right there. So use this as a diagram. Go all the way around the edge. Go one layer up. Erase this. Over to here. Go down to here. Place that. And get to it. Is poison viable? I have no idea. Like, I'm not the person to ask, unfortunately. And also, for clarity's sake, it was fixed in fortress mode. I don't think that necessarily means that it's viable in adventure mode. Okay, so you're now chained and my item is in your hand. Well, great. I still need to get that away from you. Well, okay, in that case, please go stab this man to death then. Member of the Crypt of Beaches, or former member, there you go. Former members of some groups, that's fine. A farmer was found dead, excuse me. Oh, was that the farmer that... Yeah, okay, you're the one who tried to steal the artifact. Makes sense. Naturally beat the crap out of them until they die. That's the most normal thing to do. You know, this dwarf is somewhere between RoboCop and just, like... just awful monster in general. I kind of love it, though. Yeah, so somewhere between RoboCop and Judge Dredd, except I don't think Judge Dredd is undead. But there's probably a version of Judge Dredd who's undead somewhere. You know, actually, I'm gonna go a layer higher here. I'm gonna drop a 2-layer high beam. We're gonna do it that way. Although, actually, I'm going to have to do this from a layer up, aren't I? So the way I'm going to have to do this is this. And this layer doesn't matter so much. You can go up one. This is going to look extremely confusing for a bit, and I'm sorry. Also, I'm in an ad break, so I'm going to pause it. You had 120k stone and you were dealing with in your city fort? You remember how I told you that you were going to not finish that fort because you were going to go insane trying to finish it? I seem to recall saying that. You could test going around and biting all the animals with your adventure and see how they react. Do it, Cooler. Do the science. Make the science happen. I have the faith in you, sir. I love these awful generated emails. Hi, Gregory. Your streams have been a huge part of curing my anxiety and unhinged moments. And the unhinged moments are so good. But I've noticed that you don't properly have edited TikTok clips system at all. In simple words, you don't post enough high-quality clips on TikTok. Expand your audience. I own a short-form content agency, and we can help scale streamers and viewers and followers on TikTok to the moon. We have grown over 378 million plus views on TikTok. Let me know if you want us to edit a quick sample for you. And then 21 minutes ago, hi Gregory, we have recently found a way to 3.5x your income and viewers using the power of short form content. It's simple. It's a simple one, but ignored by many, which leads to the closure of many good streams. So now you're threatening me that my stream is going to disappear? We now specialize in editing short form content so that you can always get super loyal viewers. It's literally not how short form content works, man. Also, what's funny about this guy is, like, I posted a screenshot of the first email he sent me like 2 weeks ago in a Discord group that a bunch of streamers sit in, and they all posted carbon copies of the exact same email. It's like, yep. Yeah, same one. So just going around, pulling out names at random, seems like. Yeah, exactly. Loyal is, in fact, the antithesis of short-form content. Short-form content is how you distract the masses and remind them that you exist slightly, which can be useful, but certainly not how you build a loyal audience. How do I take someone's short-form content and relocate? Hey, mate, I will have you know, I uploaded 2 YouTube shorts this morning. Well, technically last night, but only one of them is public. But at the same time, I have to make that shit, even though I don't like it. Just, it is what it is. But it is destroying what's left of community amongst these websites like YouTube. All right. There's literally one word for me to read. Elfie, could you, like, refund that, or I'll do it, or one of my other mods can. Whoever does it first. Otherwise, I'll do it, because I literally have one word to read. Stormwolf has been found dead, reason drowned. Oh. I mean, I know exactly how that happened. So I guess what I need to do is I need to go over here. For some reason, I thought it was deeper than that and say, for the love of dwarves, do not go here unless you have to. Although at the same time... it's really tempting to just try and block this off. More bodies to remove? Yep. The problem is it's also flooding in from this side. If it wasn't flooding in from this side, this would be easy. Okay, how about I do this? How about we just go chaotic? That was also the mayor. So who's my mayor now? Bryn Bloodmeyer. Well, that's cool. You know, I have a military... I need to rebuild this fort, chat. Things are just falling apart faster than I can keep them running. Boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Thank you, Elfie. Appreciate you. So this will block off this area, making this easier to drain. I'll seal this side off with lava from here. So we'll just let this lava flow in here. which will slowly start to seal this area off. And then we'll try pumping it out, because, oh my god, that's all I have to say is, oh my god. Although, something I can do... I like how I'm also queuing this up before the pump is turned off, meaning it's going to flood in here and drown a bunch of dwarves. I'm going to cancel or tell them to not actually block all of this stuff for a second. Okay, so now that I've done that, it's those two up there I need to do. Should allow them to just run around the side. Cancel that. We're just waiting for this lever to get made. Currently, I mean, it's called Reclaim the Caverns Fortress. Oh, also, there's a Forgotten Beast right there, by the way. The Intense. Stram the Intense. Killed a troll. Okay, good for you, Stram. Also, let's get my mayor assigned to a new space. Holy crocodiles! The crocodile burgers are going to be on the menu. Because I have a new mayor. So, new mayor, you get this place. Who I'm also pretty sure is pissed. Do you want to complain to a priest? Did my priest? Oh. So, I think I may have found a good chunk of the reasoning as to why my moods are so negative, chat. It's because I have this very high value temple. And I guess, it booted out all of the, what squad are you in? Allotted, yes. It booted out my religious figures who were living there and had those jobs. And the unfortunate reality is that I never noticed. So they've been looking for somebody to go complain to, but haven't been able to. So there's some people who've just had negative moods since I've reclaimed this fort and haven't been able to satisfy that need. So that makes a lot of sense. Are you stuck down here? Nope. Not necessarily if you abandon. So if you abandoning a fort and retiring a fort are two different things. Black Plump. Retiring a fort means all of the dwarves stay there. The fort, or more or less, most of the dwarves stay there. The fort largely stays part of the same faction, and nothing really changes, right? However, when you retire the fort, some things might be scattered, some things might move around, but aside from that, largely things are going to be static, right? If you abandon a fort, then instead of things remaining static, all of your items get looted and scattered. All of the dwarves leave, and then when you reclaim it, when you reclaim the fort after the fact, then you pick a new civ to reclaim it with. So, what are you asking about? Are you asking about reclaiming or like abandoning and retiring? Or are you talking about abandoning and reclaiming, or are you talking about retiring and reclaiming? Because they're two very different things. So if you retire a fortress and then reclaim it, you stay as the same faction. If you abandon a fortress, then you have to select the faction. It's the difference between whether or not the place got destroyed or not. Holy Crocs, yep. We're playing the hit 3D PC game, Croc. Was Croc on other platforms? It probably was. I remember Croc as a PC game. I don't know where the hell my other miners are at. I feel like I should have more than like a small handful of miners, but here we are. I know I have more picks, it's just a matter of them having them. I don't know. I misclicked and they slabbed a chinchilla. There is no story to it. It's literally just I misclicked. Because there's never going to be a point where I do that intentionally, so. Apologies. Poor chinchilla is what it is. If anything, I would say lucky chinchilla because it got a slab. Most of them don't. Well, I mean, it's still ASCII. I just need to do this. But December 6th, 2022 was when the premium version that they announced in 2019 released. Premium version is a optional paid-for version that comes with an official tile set and a soundtrack. And the free version got the same UI upgrades as well as mouse usability. How'd you miss this? Eh. I couldn't tell you, milady. I mean, you've been following me since March. I don't really stream anything else. What did you follow me for, then? How did you find my channel if you didn't know that? Or you hadn't figured this out already? I'm very confused as to how that's possible. But congratulations, you've apparently done the impossible. You managed to both find my channel and also at the same time not know what my channel is based on. Or why my channel has had any, like, real success. Speaking of real success, chat, in a couple of weeks here, not even, like, late next week, yeah, literally, like, almost a week from now, is Mother's Day. But also, that same weekend, my stream team, Halcyon Frequency, and I are hosting a Dwarf Fortress Hot Potato. It's our second one. It's sort of like a live-streamed Succession Fort. That all happens in one weekend with a whole bunch of streamers. And I'm taking part. I'm last. So I will be on the Monday. Do not panic at the time zones. This is UTC. But this is our lineup for the year. So if you want to help us raise some money for charity, take note of all of these Twitch channels. Some of them will also be streaming on YouTube, but most of them are on Twitch, first and foremost. And swing by the Dwarf Fortress directory starting Friday, May 10th. Because we're going to be passing a save file from one person to the next. And oh boy. Oh, looking back? Well, there you go. Yeah, no, I mean, I guess you've lived under a rock for the past, like, few years. But yeah, no, it's cool. Dwarf Fortress has had a lot of improvements in that time. But yeah, a little bit of hype for the Tatum. Should be fun. I'm just, like, ecstatic that I managed to, like, somehow get in contact with Quill and get Quill to join, so that's my big win for the whole event. Is that Quill 18 has agreed to join us. It's like, holy shit, we got Quill. Oh. Need more ones, less twos. We'll try it. See if we can do that. Gotta say, they are digging through this really slowly. Although it's probably because the frame rate's 30% slower than it's been. But keep in mind that the ASCII version has the new UI too. So like the free version looks like this now. I didn't stream cut on that day. I don't know. I'm just always mildly amazed when people find my channel and like didn't realize that Dwarf Fortress Premium is out. Because like it happens every now and again. Like people who know of it or people who've never heard of it. It's also like I'm kind of amazed when people have followed me for a bit and like don't even know what Dwarf Fortress is, which also happens where it's like, how do you, okay. I'm just hoping nobody drowns. Which may happen. Anyway, let's suspend that for right now. Well, maybe not. Well, crap. Wrong button. I was going to unsuspend you, but... Start making these yet? Nope. Do I even have a manager right now? Yes, I do. I have no idea. What do you think it is? Aside from like a way of life. What is Dwarf Fortress? Chat, what even is Dwarf Fortress? My job is what it is. People don't ask you to draw cute stuff? I was going to ask you if you could make me a live stream thumbnail for the Hot Potato event. But, you know, I also hadn't gotten around to that yet. Report crime. Oh, God. Who's dying now? Ben? Uh-oh. Ben, I think that the dwarves don't like your cute emojis in the YouTube chat. Dwarf Fortress is a dating sim course? What? Alright, you're gonna go beat another criminal. And the population keeps on falling. There he goes. Punches him in the head. Punches the siege engineer in the head with his left hand and the injured part explodes. I think he's dead, guys. Yeah, there you go. Just, you know, one bops him to the face. I think our cop is too strong. That's the reality. Our cop is too strong. I'm also out of tombs, I think. At least he's not sad anymore. Okay. No, he punches a lot. He doesn't one punch. He punches them a lot. The thing is, he punches them really fast. Hold on a second. Cancels report crime. Reason 2 injured. 1,231 times. Jeepers. That's a lot of crime reports, man. Anyway, why are you on fire? Oh. I suppose that's my own fault. It's okay. Well, I mean, it is what it is. That will eventually sort out this problem. Mang the ghostly recruit has been put to rest. Yay! You're the one who caught fire during the Forgotten Beast fight, methinks. Okay, well, this will take a little bit, but this will help. This will seal off this side and also seal off this side. And allow us to get these goddamn bodies out of here. Which is literally the whole thing I'm trying to do right now, is remove bodies from down here. Is anybody making... are they even queued up yet? Yes, they are. Is anybody making mechanisms? Okay, so we must just not have any mechanism shops. I must just not have any mechanics shops. So let's make 1, 2 mechanics shops in there. It's still going. So this is one of my adventurers. I'm just gonna cheat so that it stops causing me issues. I don't know how you ended up so injured, but go get new clothing, mate. I think I need to make the fort new clothes. It's also a forbidden obsidian mechanism down there. It doesn't matter. The thing is, like, I've explained this to people a dozen times, Cooler. If you guys have some way of making them consistently use a weapon you assign to them, please tell me. Because I've tried literally everything. I've tried making it a symbol. I've tried giving them the weapon as a forced uniform in the military. And the result is, they just punch them in the head. Like, he has a spear that is equipped. He's not using it. So he's also better with his spear than he is wrestling and fighting. But he still just punches them. So if there's a way to do that consistently, it must have been patched out ages ago, because I remember being able to do that. If it's still possible, I can't figure out how. But it's literally been months since I've been able to do that.
Dwarves are just bold and brash. Their spears belong in the trash.
What? Why would his trash belong in? Why would his spears belong in the trash? It's a good spear, man. Look at my Discord. The first thing I see is Rock Cat. I entered blind stream and instantly heard, "Why are you on fire?" Yeah. If you saw somebody on fire, I think you'd think the same thing. Very reasonable thought to have when seeing somebody who's on fire currently. Does he have gloves? He's a zombie, man. I mean, like, the only way for my Captain of the Guard to not be this ridiculously overpowered is by not letting him be the Captain of the Guard. Like, this is... It doesn't really matter. Yes, he has gloves. But, like, it doesn't really matter. He doesn't use his weapons. They're strapped to his upper body. Like, even if he was actively in a squad and wielding them, he wouldn't use his weapons. And yes, his weapon is probably just as lethal, if not more lethal, than the alternative right now. But that doesn't really change that. And I've tried this in dozens of forts, right? I always have an active, like, Captain of the Guard in my forts once they hit mid-game, unless it's a rare fort where I'm ignoring it. But the vast majority of my forts, I always have a Captain of the Guard. In, like, the last 4 years, I have not successfully, ever since version 47.05, I've not successfully managed to make them equip a weapon that they actually use. Can you take off his gauntlets? I've tried this! That's it. It doesn't matter. He will punch them. Like, I don't know how else to explain this. He's going to one-shot them regardless of whether or not he has gauntlets on, dude. I'm not going to go through the minutia of, like, completely changing his uniform. It's not going to change it. It's literally not. So, basically what I'm saying is I think it's a mechanic that just straight up doesn't work now. Overriding weapon preference? Nope. Then explain why. Okay, so I had a fort. Oh boy. It was before Fortress mode released on Steam, where I literally tried to diagnose why that doesn't work for the entirety of the fort. And we tried multiple different dwarves. We tried multiple different weapons. We tried squad, out of a squad, in an active squad, in an inactive squad, and regardless of what I did, they would punch them. When it stopped working was when this job was added. The Dungeon Master and the Hammerer, which don't seem to do anything. And they also don't seem to do beatings in place of the, like, Captain of the Guard. So, figure it out in your own game and tell me how you did it, because I'm tired of messing around with it. And I've been tired of messing around with it for years now. So, if you can figure it out in your own game, please tell me how you did it. Otherwise, I guarantee you, I've tried everything you've already thought of. Right now, I'm just trying to get this hooked up. And I can pull a lever. You just kicked them and still killed them? Yeah. I mean, the only way to have a Captain of a Guard that doesn't, like, one-shot execute people, I don't really care if this dwarf is, because I think it's funny, and also because he's an adventurer. Like, it killing my dwarves isn't really a problem to me. I don't really mind. We're going with, like, a brutal happiness by violence fort, or whatever. However, that being said, there are times where I want a Captain of the Guard that doesn't do that. And my strategy is just find the weakest, flimsiest, saddest dwarf, never give them any sort of military training, and just let them, like, lightly slap them. It is kind of funny, yeah. Uh-oh. Forgotten Beast Rakust has come, a huge quadruped composed of steam. Oh, it has a narrow tail and a bloated body. Oh, whatever, a child will punch it. Where is it? Oh, well. So, we have Strem, a Forgotten Beast who's killed one troll. That also happens to be a huge blob composed of mud with an enormous shell that appears to be emaciated, beware its webs. And then this one who's just... Gabe. Anyway. Easy kill, easy life. Froth Ruthless. The Intense. Bye, Sharona. Rest in peanuts. May you sleep well. Stram killed a troll, that's just poetic. I'm in an ad break, but I'm just gonna follow this dwarf linking the trigger. What? Oh, have you been linked? Oh, it got paused. Why? I don't know, this fort's been fun. I mean, the kill count, or the combat logs proves that it's not One Punch Man, because he does punch them way more than once. It's more like 55 punches to the head directly on the nose, man. But, yeah, 1K Punch Man, pretty much. It's always like a couple dozen hits, and it's always directly to the forehead. AK Suited, thank you very much for the Prime subscription. Chat, can I get a round of beers to the brand new Prime sub? Don't forget to check your Primes, because they are something that keeps this channel funded. It means a lot. We are a crowdfunded channel here, so you won't see, like, ad segments. That being said, it means that the crowdfunding is all that more appreciated. So thank you, chat. I'm really wondering if we're going to get a Future of the Fortress post, like, on the normal day. Okay, so now you got the other one still to hook up. Because, yeah, no, this whole fort's also, like, very much just throwing caution to the wind in a lot of ways, so it's kind of part of the fun, I think. Ooh, I should make this in... Oh, no, it's too far out of the way, but... Okay, you know what I should do? I should make the crossbow training area, like, down here, is what I should do. This is what I should... That is something I should do. I made a video about a kobold poet. Like, 3 years before you followed. And it wasn't a poet. Are you confusing me with Krug Smash? I mean, I made a video about 2 kobolds in Long Death that got murdered, but they weren't a poet. But, yeah, I mean, Cooler drew those. That was a long time ago. Dragon Soul. Whoever types the root of 1787569, you have to tell me, like, who it is, because I don't actually know what that is. If it's actually 420, then Ranger Rick can't have it, because it turns out Ranger Rick already has a dwarf. But you have fun. Blazing Iceberg got it. All right, Blazing Iceberg. Don't you already have a dwarf? I mean, you did. Okay, what kind of dwarf do you want, Blazing Iceberg? I really like what's happening today. And everybody who's, like, getting dwarf redemptions aren't actually claiming them. And then the tier 2 subs just aren't, like, using their given powers to, you know, just nominate people to have dwarves for free. Kind of interesting. It's quite the turn of affairs today. Oh, there you go. Now Gazoom's giving some. Now we're just, like, making Blind do all the work. Which is fine. Dragonsoul? Okay, so doesn't Dragonsoul already have a dwarf, though? Yeah, Dragonsoul already has a dwarf. Probably why they're giving their dwarf away. So you're going to have to select somebody else, unfortunately. But, Surgeons with Beards. I can spell surgeon. This one. I will also make you an official surgeon, because currently you're not. I should also make the hospital less shit. Milady, chat, what kind of dwarf? Or actually, yes or no? Vote yes or vote no on whether or not Milady gets a dwarf. While I read this one. And then if the surmounting vote is in their favor, then we'll select another dwarf after this one. Could care less about his appearance or talents and other personal vanities. Does everything in his power to avoid excitement and stress. Often is prone to hatreds and develops negative feelings. Can be single-minded and often finds himself changing his mind to agree with somebody else. He doesn't often feel envious of others, is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself. Rarely feels discouraged, enjoys the company of others. Generally finds himself to be hopeful about the future, and he has a sense of duty. He has little interest in joking around, can handle stress after experiencing trauma in 307, and is curious and eager to learn, occasionally overindulges and taps his feet when there's a lull in conversation. And mutters under his breath when he's bored and people are fighting with something. Cave crocodile, it's fine. And needs alcohol to get through the working day. And before Dwarf dies. I think I need to eat some of these crocodiles, holy shit. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally would have the world operate in complete harmony without the least bit of strife or disorder, believes that those who sacrifice for others should be deeply respected, respects eloquent speakers, and believes war is preferable to peace in general. Likes dolomite and platinum and flash opal and plum wood, panda tooth, shields and dogs for their loyalty, nightmares for their unfathomably horrifying nature, and bitter melon vines for their taste. And when possible, prefers to consume white tip reef shark and fonio beer and lentils, and hates snails. You want to eat a good meal, pray, blah, 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 blah. You've got a lot of stuff you want to do but can't. And welcome to the fort. And so me, I can read. Malady, chat. What kind of dwarf are we giving him? And also beard or no beard, since you're being dwarfed. Would you like a dwarf with a beard or a dwarf without a beard? Or a jaguar person who's pissed? How are you? Oh, yeah, I read that as member twice. The Fed band. Many dwarves in this fort are lovers of nightmares. All right, I'm going to eat a bunch of crocodiles. Oh, that's the wrong screen. Because there's just, turns out, too many of them. I did domesticate one of them, apparently. It's going to keep a breeding pair alive. Doodle-doo. Yes, this is fine. Speaking of fines, some migrants have arrived. All right, chat, since we haven't gotten a response, what kind of, to the person who nominated our friend here. Gazoom. What kind of dwarf are we giving them? I'll let you choose. Could just give them this one who just showed up. Oh, I see an issue here. Frame rate's about to go bye-bye. I need to go here. Go up to here. And forbid this. Sorry, you walked away. Oh, what kind of dwarf am I giving them? Is the question. It's all good. No, they can't, but that doesn't stop me from dropping the baddies into a hole. I'll just give them this one. See if I can remember how to spell their name. Tavern Keeper? I don't have one that isn't named, so I will just give them this one then. I don't know. Ranger Rick. I hate to break it to you, but there's too much going on right now for me to be able to tell you about how your dwarf is doing. Ask me when we're in a low point, not when there's like, you know, I'm trying to cave something in, 5 people are asking for dwarves, like stuff's happening everywhere. That's fine, I found it. So this is Malady. Malady? Anyway, is very comfortable around others that are different from herself, and is a perfectionist. Does not generally seek retribution for past wrongs. Is not the type. Very easily falls into love and develops positive feelings. Isn't married, so that's surprising. And works to square natural. She tends to avoid any physical confrontations, works to square this natural tendency with her respective martial prowess. She is moved by art and natural beauty, and she is troubled by this, and she dislikes the natural world. She does not often feel lustful, is quick to form negative views about things, occasionally overindulges, and lives a fast-paced life. She isn't particularly curious about the world and is assertive, and she gnaws her lips when she's annoyed, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of creating a great work of art in this, and personally finds the idea of family loathsome, and hates those who wield power over others, sees introspection as important, and does not respect the law. And likes hematite, nickel, silver, and red spindle, and nautilus leather, and giant king cobras for their charming hood. And the words of the diamonds of depth and the sight of the glittery style, impossible prefers to consume giant alligator and beat plants and sand parasiter, and absolutely what? I clicked the wrong button. Heavy finger. And absolutely hates snails. Curly hair is somewhat greasy, long hair is braided, her somewhat broad, tall ears are fused-lobed, and her very large, close-set cobalt eyes are bulging. Okay. Bug-eyed Dwarfus. You've never killed anything, you haven't thought about anything ever, and you have poor creativity and little natural inclination towards music. And Ranger Rick, you asked about your Dwarfus. I have no idea, man. I have no idea. I mean, you're a skilled diagnoser. That's all I can tell. I can't tell you if you've improved because I don't know what you were initially. Although you are accepting and remembering experiencing trauma and mulling over this reoccurring memory allowed you to rethink his intellectual values and changed his personal tendencies about either made you impervious to the effects of stress or never becoming angry. One of the two. Anyway, let's jump back down here. I'm just trying to finish this stupid task, okay? Why are you moving so slowly? The hell? Bizarre, man. I also hate snails. I think they're nice. They're neat looking. Like, they're fun little creatures, but my god, I fucking hate snails, dude. Yay, that dwarf finally died of dehydration. And I know that sounds weird when I say yay, but the reason I'm saying yay is because they've been running around, like, depressed for ages. It's like, just fucking die. Just stop causing me problems. I'd rather you just die sometimes. I know it sounds mean, but... I didn't cure anything. That dwarf cured itself. Holy crocodiles. Yeah, as somebody with depression, I'm just going to state that I don't find that joke even remotely funny, but I'm also not going to dwell on it. All right, so now I need somebody to pull this lever. Alrighty, Arende. Of course, it's a dwarf who's on the other side of the map, who also happens to have cave adaptation that decided to do this job. There's also a giant camel in the fort, so we're going to go stab it to death. Now that I've done all of this, let's jump back over here, go down here, and be like, okay, who's the closest dwarf to this lever? Hey, chat, you guys want to see a cave-in? Because if you do, act excited. If you don't, then that's fine. I don't need to do it. Thanks, Pastet. If you have time, are mono weapon squads more efficient than multi-weapon squads? What? You can't really get them to properly dual wield in Fortress mode, if that's what you're asking. So don't try. How old was the forum post? Always check the post date. Oh, well, okay. So first thing, do not ever have squads with both crossbows and non-crossbows unless you're really, really, really good at the minutiae of the game's micro, because you're going to just result in having a bunch of squads that don't know how to use the weapons that they're using. Because they require different types of training. That's the first thing. Second thing is picks aren't really a weapon, so they don't really use them as weapons. While you can force it, picks aren't a weapon. I generally don't assign specific weapons and just let them pick whatever's best, because they'll just go for whatever the highest value weapon is, which generally equates to the best weapon. But if you're talking about dual wielding, don't do that. And also, if you're reading a forum post, always check the date on the forum post, because odds are pretty good you'll get a really old forum post a lot of the time. Cool, you're closer. Here's the thing. You don't really want to do that. You don't really want to do that, Rabbit of Rabbit. You don't. And also, do not, under any circumstances, try and make squads that use both knives as well as crossbows, unless you've modded your game to do that. Because it's not a natural behavior, they don't know how to do that, and they get really confused. And the result usually will be they'll just drop them and pick them up and drop them and pick them up and drop them and pick them up and drop them. And then people go, oh no, why is my game not working? It's like, well, because you're trying to get them to do something that they're really not designed to do, even though it lets you tell them to do that. And the result usually is the game just breaks. So, unless you want your game to just break, maybe don't do that. But yeah, also, that's possibly the most important piece of advice I can give you with this game is if you, for some reason, are reading like a forum post on how to do something in Dwarf Fort, that's great. Awesome. Do that. However, please, if you're doing that, check when the post was. If it's older than 10 years, it's probably no longer relevant, or alternatively bad advice at this point. But there's a crossbow guy in there. What I would advise is because they require completely different types of training and also are better used in very different combat scenarios, I would say have melee squads and ranged squads separate. Because otherwise you're going to end up with a dude trying to bonk people with a crossbow instead of shooting his crossbow. I think it's not a bad thing to have a mix of different weapons in a squad. In fact, I would argue it's probably a good thing. So many, like, weird things. I can't wait to get these pumps turned off so that I can triple my frame rate again. All right, chat. If you happen to like cave-ins, look up now. If you don't, I don't know. Don't. Otherwise, you get to see something cave in. Right about now. Cool. That worked. But, unfortunately, isn't making it much easier for me to build. So, now I have to cave in 2 more spots. I have to cave in right here, and I have to cave in right here. So, I get to do 2 more, I think. And that'll drain out the bottommost chunk of this. That, or, I really wish those 2 trees weren't there. Because what I really want to do is go like from here to there. But I literally can't do that. I mean, that's not totally true. There is differences in weapon strengths, but there is an element of truth to the statement of weapon variety is mostly for role-playing. Basically, like right here. Be so awkward. I might say fuck it. Yeah, we'll just say fuck this whole strat. To hell with it, not getting these bodies out of here. Sorry, dwarves. I liked you. I didn't want you to die like this. You deserved a better burial, but god damn it, I just don't want to deal with it. I'm just gonna memorialize them and call it a week. Shame, really. I want my frames back. I'll just pour lava over here. And maybe get them out that way. Turns out sometimes it's just easier to dump lava on things. Yeah, we can just do it that way. It'll work. I also need to wall this off over on this side too. But once this is deconstructed, this will speed up quite significantly. Nestled grow. Human bard, eh? What are we storing? Oh. Right. All right, let's say to hell with my dumb basement projects, chat. Let's just say to hell with it. And instead just seal this area off and work on just anything else for a bit. Can you tell that I need a break from this project and it's not working? One of my artifacts was stolen, which is a damn shame. All right, the fuck are you guys doing, dwarves? I realize that most of us... Okay. Are putting body parts away. I'll just chill and wait for the frame rate to come back. Let's focus on making these dwarves happy. How about we do that, chat? I think the lush rooters. I don't know, some random human poet. Go away. Okay, so I have several questions. It's not a problem with the game. If you're not getting migrants, it's likely your own fault. So, I can try and diagnose this problem with a series of questions. The first question being, if I was a smarter person, I would just dive into the like bridge questions from Monty Python. But the first question being pretty simple. How close are you to your like home faction? That's the first question. The second question is, are you at war with your home faction? The third question is your home faction at war with anybody? The next question is your home faction at war with anybody? And also, like, very busy with those sieges. And then the next question is your home faction accessible to you? Do you have traders stuck on the map actively? Because traders being on the map will break it. Those are all the questions I have. And they should recover the frame rate once all this stuff fills back in. Well, at the very least, I've chopped down all these trees. Which means this side's gonna bubble up. That's okay. Sure, but you'd probably be the capital and have some random nobles show up at some point. The thing is, like, if a faction is dying, Dwarf Fortress tries to simulate a lot of things, right? Your government being toppled in real time, not generally pleasant for random citizens in the corner. And unfortunately, that's what you are, is random citizens in the corner, right? But if you're not getting migrants, it's likely because something is wrong with your home faction. Or they're simply inaccessible. Or you've pissed them off somehow. Or you have a trapped trader. Right? Like, I've had many a fort where it's like, oh, wow, the faction is actually just dying in real time. King shows up and then, like, unsurmountable odds appear. And then, like, I retire the fort or go do something else in the world and then immediately just realize, oh, yep, no, they're all dead. And, like, That definitely happens. With lots of sieges. Yeah. Or getting sieged by your own faction is another thing that can happen. But essentially what you need to look for is click on the world map and click on this button and find your own faction. Mine's the Iron of Power. If it says that you are importing terror and exporting vengeance, then it means you're at war with them. See, Prit, the miner was found dead. I think they were just really depressed. Rest in peace, Dwarf. You were one of the starting 7. They do have a tomb, though, as far as I know. You're very close to the home faction. You still get traders in your fort, and none are stuck. Okay, so for clarity's sake, 1, we just got a fell mood, which is awesome. 2, when you say you still get traders, are you trading with your home faction? Sorry if I sound like I'm being a dick, but are you actually trading with them, or are they just showing up and leaving? Because you have to be exporting stuff to get migrants in the first place. The next question is have you fiddled with your population cap and forgot to set it back? Because outside of that, I have no idea. That's weird. Because you should be. Basically, if you're trading with your home faction, you should be getting migrants. I just got my first fell mood, and I don't even remember how long. This dwarf has let out a howl, fell and terrible. Then I'm not sure. You gonna go for her? Yep, there you go. Well, rip Saigon. Man, I haven't seen a fell mood in so long. It's been so long since I've seen a fell mood. It's kind of funny how I like intentionally need to piss off a fort border more or less in order to actually get a fell mood. Fought an intelligent undead night troll, and it wiped out your entire human companion squad. Damn, yeah. No, they are. Night trolls are strong. An intelligent undead night troll. That's something scary, man. It is the hardest mood to get because you need to have a pissed off dwarf that stays pissed off for a long time that then goes into strange mood. Is that he hauls the corpse to a butcher shop? I mean, there's a lot of things disturbing about that, but I won't dwell on it too much. Diagnosis required and crutch required. Oh, I don't have a diagnoser right now. Holy shit. Ranger Rick, congratulations, you have a new gig. I also don't have a bone doctor. Hold on. This is what happens when I don't, like, keep track of my hospital for a while, is suddenly I look at it and I'm like, why are none of these jobs filled? I have that in my city. What? No. And it hasn't, like, okay, Cuggler. Short version, no. Are they working on it? Yes. If you haven't found it in the patch notes, it's because it's not in the game. But adventure mode does. Fortress mode doesn't. Although I think the main menu still needs to be clicked, but... Nope. Boom, boom. It's craftable items only, no consumables. It's something that they're working on, Cuglorf, and it's something that you will absolutely see in the patch notes when it's in. But, I mean, there was a post on the subreddit that I saw yesterday. And I agree with it wholeheartedly, which is we don't need the old keybinds back, we just need keybinds. And there's a lot of menus that just aren't keybindable. This is also a problem. No crutches, no splints, no cloth, no thread, no buckets, No soap. So let's just do this. Wooden splint. Wooden crutch. Wooden bucket. And then I'm gonna hit this and then unforbid all these and also go down here and then unforbid these. You need cheese qualities. Huh. Nish the Stonecrawler has created I Must Shoshin, a dwarf bone earring, and offers it to the strong balls. Chat, what do we do with that dwarf? I mean, they've just been pinned with a disorderly conduct. I shall name you the Mangus of Wrecking. That was satisfying. But what do I do with the ring itself? They're going to go report the crime of the murder that they just committed, I think, actually. Trapper's been found dead. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Murder of Saigon the Trapper. What? Oh, huh. It's a... Here's the thing. So... Let's just interrogate Nish real quick. Let's see if I actually can. Probably can. Okay, so you're going to go chain up Nish. And then probably interrogate him afterwards. That needs to go back onto a pedestal. Okay, so you're going to go super fast first. Drinking some eggs from the snakes. Nyong. Yeah, I'm not convinced that this dwarf can interrogate people. God, you move so fast, it's ridiculous. Esim the Shearer has been missing for a week. Oh. This fort's kind of dangerous, I think. Slight possibility. This fort's kind of dangerous. I don't know. I'm kind of like between two ideas. Put it behind a wall and lock it away. Or give it to one of my nobles. I had a fell mood. Yeah, it's a dwarf ring. I also have, oh, sorry, dwarf bone earring, not ring. The dwarf bone earring, all craftsmanship is of the highest quality. On the item is an image of 2 mountains in dwarf bone. Of course they're still angry. It doesn't improve their mood. And also if they die now and they don't get memorialized, they'll come back as a vengeful spirit who can possess people into tantruming. Because that's, like, they can be the, and also, like, just kill people by looking at them. Scare them so bad they die. Yeah, no, fell moods do not improve their mood. If anything, I think it makes them worse. Permanently. Well, let's just take a peek. What do we need after seeing Stormwolf's dead? I need a fuckload of tombs is what I need. So let's just focus on that. Let's just get a bunch of tombs made. You know, actually, I'm going to double these up. Use DF hack to speed up the process a little bit. The iron ones are reserved for VIPs. Burial-C. Made 14 tombs. Let's grab you. Nope, none of those need to be placed. Somebody named Coffee. I think that you've tried to join here a couple times. KOF. It's that same human bard. They've asked to join before. So that no one can steal it in a meeting area? I was thinking about putting it in the temple, actually. Because, I don't know, it seems like a fitting place to put it. Also going to give my squad a proper break. Let's take them off duty. Allow them to go dump their stuff elsewhere. Let's get this done. Let's do gem windows, gold opals, and fire opals, gold opals, and precious fire opals, and then I'll surround it with probably bars? No, just wall pieces. But yes, NGD fire. I didn't even read that as a question. I read that as a suggestion and I took it, but yes, you can in fact do that. Basically, I need most of my dwarves to no longer be doing tasks and instead just go hang out for a bit. I realize that maybe sounds kind of crazy, but that's literally all I need right now. Let's check about these tomb jobs. Got at least one dwarf putting a dwarf in a tomb. Yeah, a lot of these are skeletons that need to go away. Jess, thank you much for the raid. Holy shit. I don't know where both of these minecarts ended up. But apparently neither of these have minecarts right now, which is weird. They must have caught fire or something, which is possible. But, hello, Lemon Ducky. What's up, Ella? As well as Flamethrower and Alistair, / me, indeed. How are you guys? Raiders, hello. Chat room, if you guys don't know Jess, Jess plays a variety of video games. Sometimes we can convince her to play Dwarf Fortress. Should try. We might be able to get her again. Hi. I think you know me, guys. Sup? Hey, Alana. How's things? We'd give you a shout out. But I don't think we can give two people a shout out back to back on. There's like some limitations with like shout outs, isn't there? Anyway, we're just trying to get rid of all of this rotten crap because we have a lot of it. Turns out. Or 4 tutorials from Blind himself. Certainly hope it's me. It'd be weird if it wasn't me giving my tutorials to somebody. It's really weird when I tune into a stream that isn't mine and I immediately hear my voice. Which actually is something that happens more often than not now. And then I'll just kind of sit there and be like, do I say something or do I just like sit here in silence? And you just kind of sit there in silence and then they get confused about something and go, sorry, but I could have made the tutorial better. Better. What's up, Alana? How's things? No bins, please. No bins, thank you. I'm with you. No bins, please. Thank you. Let's just place this track stop down here. Going that way. Yep. And call this bars, metal. Bring that. Get rid of these. Load. Bars. Load from this. It's trying to get this fortress organized finally. Sorry, that dwarf running 1,000,000 miles an hour is going to entertain me until the end of my days, probably. You must work on important things? Definitely take care of your important things, because I'm sure they're actually important things. And if they're important, definitely take care of the importance. Because let me tell you this, Dwarf Fortress is a video game. Video games ain't important in the slightest. They're fun, but they're not important. Did you miss my stream, Night Dweller? What do you mean? Or are you talking to, yes, you're sharing news about the hot potato? I'm stoked with the lineup we have for this round. I was a little worried going into it when we first were starting organizing it, but not so worried now. Definitely in much better feels regarding that. Oh, I mean, maybe. Did you? Did you stream today, Alana? I'll be honest, I feel like I've missed everybody's stream for the past 2 months, because, like, I just basically haven't been on Twitch in a very long time. Which kind of sucks in some ways, but I don't know. It's been kind of nice. You work other job today. Ah! Normie job life. Sometimes you need the normie job. It's healthy. Hopefully, other job is going all right. You know, there was somebody, Pexton, who was just like blind as the Dwarf Fortress creator that none of us wanted, but we all got anyways, so we tolerate him. And I'm like, you know what? I think I can roll with that. Hey, vape. Okay, so this mild cold is starting to cause me some grief. I'm gonna go get some water. Hold on. I feel like the Dwarf Fortress community has like 15 years worth of sarcasm practice. So, yeah. Yeah. I think it was also intended as an insult, because it was from somebody who isn't super fond of my work, and it was on Reddit. So, generally that's where I get the most sarcastic sass, is from Reddit. All right, let's just do this. Forgotten Beast Mebzuth Megarusind's come. A towering hairy alligator. It has a round shell and it undulates rhythmically. Its teal hair is short and even. Beware its poison sting. Okay, well, that we need to fight with based on where it is. So what I'm going to do is go stand about here. Tell both these squads to go here. Problem is they have to go pick up equipment first. Although this guy is super quick, so it shouldn't take too long. You're kind of on the slow side. God, that mini-map stresses me out when it's in the wrong place. Oh, wait, never mind. Is he stuck? Oh, he's stuck. Never mind. Ha! Got him! Get wrecked, you stucklins. Haha. Whatever. Don't need to worry about that. Not right now, anyway. Maybe later. Currently not a concern, though. As a YouTube lurker, you're glad to have me? Yeah. I mean, I guess the thing to remember is it doesn't matter how well liked you are by the majority of a community. There will be somebody who hates you, and they will be very loud about it. Well, I guess we can just let him stay there. Meanwhile, I got a dwarf throwing a tantrum. Who also happens to be the dwarf who made a... oh, this is interesting. The murder of Saigon. Nish is the witness and accuses Nish. So this dwarf did, in fact, go into a fell mood and kill a dwarf to make a set of earrings, but also then went and admitted the crime. The same day. Nish is also reporting Omni Marumasa as committing a crime. Feels free after being released from confinement. Well, that was a short prison sentence. Anyways, immediately goes back to being confined again. Well, I mean, could be worse, I suppose. You could be dead. Anyways, next question I have is, why are all of my greats no longer where they're supposed to be? A murderer and a rat? No, it's a murderer who confessed. How are they a rat? I think turning yourself in is better than not. But I mean, what do I know? Like really? What in the world do I know? So once that lever gets pulled, this should start pumping. There was a migration. Hardy, hardy, har. Migration. There's a joke in there somewhere. Speaking of artifacts. Let's do marble. Ooh, no cinnabar. Cinnabar. Okay. How much is hospitals really needed in Dwarf Fortress? Do you want every single dwarf who gets a minor injury, and by that I mean like a scratch in their skin, to randomly die of an infection? Do you want a dwarf that gets a broken bone to be lying down forever because they can't stand? Do you want your fortress to fall apart faster than you can keep it running? Because if so, you don't need a hospital. Hospitals, I would say, aren't important. They are kind of necessary. Nobody pulling the lever. Season just rolled over. Did I pull your plug or something somewhere? Well, let's pull you again. still slaughtering those crocodiles. That's absurd, man. It's absurd. Also, the only time you actually need water in Dwarf Fortress is for hospitals, because they clean wounds using water. Which is a little ironic, but... Em is going to go pull a lever. Go use our very over-the-top, ridiculously powerful pump system. What? Oh! Well, that explains why it's not working. Somebody broke it. God damn it. Who did that? Assholes. Don't mind the naked elf, it's just part of the scenery. Probably just put her out of her misery, actually. Get her. She's been stuck there since I reclaimed the fort. All right. Well, you broke it? Ah. You know, it's funny. You might not actually be joking. It could have been you. Am I the only person who looks at the Walrus Man sprite for this game? Because I just saw one on Discord. Am I the only person who looks at it who thinks it looks like Patrick from SpongeBob? Or does anybody else feel that way? Welcome back, Elfie. It reminds you of Patrick from SpongeBob? Okay, so I'm not the only one. I was starting to think my brain was a little broken. I mean, I know it is, just not in that way. Okay, so I've expanded the size of this stockpile so we can get more bars into these. So this is going to be what the vast majority of the dwarves are doing for the next little bit. It's the wide neck. I think it's the wide neck and also kind of the round shoulders, sort of. Walrusmen in... I don't know how to answer that question, Suited. Walrusmen in Dwarf Fortress kind of look like Patrick from SpongeBob to me. So currently, the fortress is literally just putting this thing away. Putting this stuff away, that's it. There's somebody who is like going on about how much they hate the portrait sprites in Dwarf Fort. And one of their criticisms, which I think is silly, is that they're all facing the same direction and have the same portrait shape. And it's like, ever heard of like consistency in image portraits? Inconsistent image portraits look terrible. Have to have some consistency. Anyway, this is why you should get your bars sorted before it's too late. Otherwise, you'll just end up with bars everywhere. I think the portraits look phenomenal. Also, this stuff's still getting dealt with, which, you know, it could go faster, but let's just do this. Deal with them all at once. Actually, I wonder, did my hospital get restocked? Oh, I know why it says there's nothing in there. Because, and also I know why my hospital isn't working properly. It's because it's a terrible hospital, and that's why. It's because the zone isn't big enough, and it doesn't have a chest in it right now. That's why it's not working. That'll help. Portraits are awesome, yeah. Or something out of Lord of the Rings? What, just a huge, like... Have you found the underground areas, Berry Beer? Because the... Okay, something else I should really do is... I'm going to put a second well into this fort. And I'm going to put it, like, right here. In fact, actually, I'm going to move my hospital right here. Don't mind the spiky trap at the side door of the hospital. This hospital has some side benefits. Let's do a blue floor. I'm going to move the hospital right here because you need your hospital to be close to a water source. Right now, my water source is extremely far down, which is fine. The problem is, with it being extremely far down, it takes like a minute real time for the dwarves to wheel the bucket up with like water in it. So the issue with that is that they're taking so long, they're developing infections before they're able to shower, or like I'm pretty sure I've had dwarves die of dehydration in the hospital. So let's make a better well and a better hospital and put it in an area where it's actually useful. Wouldn't that be the Spider-Man portrait? I feel like if any portrait is going to have like a % chance of being upside down, it would be the Spider-Man portrait. Like a brown recluse Spider-Man or a jumping Spider-Man. Beware the sitting Spider-Man. That's the truly terrifying one. Because all of your orderlies were slacking off. There you go. All right, how many tables do I have that are not constructed currently? 7? The Mines of Moria? I mean, these aren't really bridges, but this is a old volcano that is now my library that has an elephant that is currently pondering migratory patterns in it. And they're optimistic after pondering migratory patterns. Actually, I wonder, have you gained any skills with reading? Rusty. Yeah, there you go. Her gelding skills are rusty? Oh, good. I haven't had to geld anything. She is a gelder, though. In fact, I'm pretty sure she's the only gelder in the fort. Corn Knob, thank you very much for the 12th month with Prime. Welcome back, dude. Thank you for continuing to think of me and for tossing your primes at me. Means a lot. Goes a long way. God, we're still slaughtering this fucking thing. Holy shit, dude. Let's try to make a better hospital. And this is going to be connected to the hospital. And this over here probably can be another color of flooring. Sure, we'll use schist. Well, that's ramps. That's not what I wanted. Has anybody figured out a way to use ramps alongside of floors to make rooms look better? I'm convinced that has to be a thing. Kind of surprised nobody's figured out some method of like giving rooms like more visible depth or something. I use grates too, but okay, so I'm gonna put 2 grates right there, 2 tables behind it. Chad, I think that's a missing sprite. Looks like it. I wonder why that is. I'm just gonna do a real quick save because I'm a little worried that might crash my game or something silly. Also, what's up, Goblin Sword Lady? Chat room, can I get a couple more beers for Cornob? That is a year of resubbing. Deserves a little bit more celebration than that. In my opinion. My humble opinion. They used to turn into brook sprites? Okay, I've never seen that. I do miss when like the entirety of somebody's family just showed up as like a very like angry looking dragon. It's like, what is your family? A bunch of dragons. Oh. There's something about that that I just really like. You know, it's genuinely soul-crushing when I get comments like this on YouTube. Please do a series of playthroughs in a story format, not a tutorial. Your storytelling in this game is on point. Like, thank you so much for the, like, compliments, but I'll have you know, that would take a very, very, very long time, and people don't watch my, my Let's Plays. Unless they're tutorials. And episode 2, or episode 3 of the current Let's Play I'm doing, took me about 4 hours to make that episode, and it's made me about $8 as of the last time I checked. So it's just not really sustainable. Yep, I do have tutorial Let's Plays, which is what I was just talking about, but I don't do much of Let's Plays outside of that because it's just not really what my YouTube channel is interested in watching, from what I can tell. People will always scream they want them, but then when I make them, nobody watches them. So, but yeah, Weather Mountains would be the one that you should go looking for. Although some bits of it are out of date now, which is really funny when people throw all caps corrections into the comments now. It's like, yeah, well, I mean, upload date. Sure. But I will live stream it because unless like my YouTube, basically for me to do a Let's Play on its own, every episode needs to make a minimum of $20 for it to be worth my time. And generally they make a quarter of that. Not to be mean, but YouTube ad revenue is kind of terrible. Even right now, it's like abnormally high, and it's still pretty bad. Have you considered shorts? Have you seen how many shorts I make, Berry Beer? I hate making shorts already. You want me to make more. I already make like 3 to 4 shorts a week, and I wish I could make 0. Shorts are terrible. Awful format of content. YouTube's worst decision ever was deciding to prioritize shorts, because all it did was it fractured the community on YouTube more than it already was, which YouTube has done a very good job of doing over the years anyway. Okay, so now that I've done all of that, because the reality is I'm a Twitch streamer, right? That's, unless I stop streaming and just prioritize YouTube, which I'm not going to do because I like streaming a lot more than I like making YouTube videos. And I feel a lot more stable streaming than I do making YouTube videos. YouTube is a loss leader for me. It always has been. Probably always will be. And so the reality of it is simply I do what I can. And when there's major updates, I will do tutorial Let's Plays. But I'm not going to start consistently making Let's Plays. I tried one once, and the exact thing that always happens with them happened. The first episode did really well. The second episode got half of the views. The third episode got half of the views the second episode got. And then they trickled down after that, and every episode takes me about 4 hours to make. So the first one makes enough money that it's worth making. The second one doesn't make enough money that it's worth making, and it's downhill from there. As you put out episodes, the first episode gets more trickle views because people go back and watch the first episode, but nobody actually watches. Well, very few people, a very small percentage actually watches the whole thing. Sort of like how many people actually finish the video games they buy. That's a pretty low number. So the reality is they're just not even remotely sustainable for me to make them consistently, which is a bit of a shame, but I'm not going to do something that is exhausting, high effort, and a ton of work for minimal results. No, some people just have no interest in watching streams, and it's those people that I just kind of tear my hair out over, right? It's like the people who say, I love your content. Cool, I'm glad that you love my content. Please make completely different type of content. But like, I already make this other content. Why don't you watch that? And they go, I don't want to watch that. Make this completely other type of content. It's like, I don't know how to improve. Like, I can't help you. I think I might just expel this dwarf. I don't micro Dwarf Fortress like at all. So asking me about what I do in micromanagement is a bit of a redundant question. Okay. I need a new manager because mine is too depressed to do their job. Give it to Uvesh, the bookkeeper. Now your challenge is to try and manage lava. Hell yeah, dude. Good luck with it. That was a ton of fun. Yeah, see, that's something I never do is linked stockpiles. Because I just never really found it necessary. And it's like I could mess with linked stockpiles, but like never really felt it to be a thing that is a necessity. And if it's not a necessity, I'm probably not going to do it. Oy vey. Still working on this. Still working on this as well. I kind of just want to lock this door, but okay. Don't you upload VODs? Yes. But what people want is they don't want a 5-hour VOD. And it's really funny because every now and again, one of my VODs will get a bunch of views. And it's really funny because there's always a lot of complaints going, man, there's so much dead air in this. Like, why are you even uploading? What is the point of it? It's like, well, it's an archival thing, right? Like, it's not really meant to be for YouTube. It's just an archive of my VODs. That's the primary. The fact that people watch them and I get some money from it is a bonus. But what people want is you ever seen the YouTuber Virtual? Or streamer Virtual? Virtual with a W. Does a lot of Trackmania stuff. He does these absolutely incredible videos where he takes like 5 to 10 hours from a stream, condenses it perfectly with voiceover down into like a 3 to 15 minute video, depending on the context or what they're talking about specifically. And they do really, 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 really well. Presents them like documentaries, words the titling really well. And I've had a number of people say, Blind, all you need to do is make videos like that. And you will have 100,000 subs. And you know, they're probably correct. But the thing that they don't realize is that making a video like that would be a full work week. Right? So the result is I would have to gamble that me spending 48, 50 hours making one video would do well enough to replicate all of the success that I have right now in the way that I already gained success, which is making a lot more stuff that I put less time into. Which is difficult, because then you have to retrain the YouTube algorithm completely, right? I do use DFX, it's right here. I'll just have it disabled because I don't think it's necessary. Forgotten Beast, Tabmic Botham has come. A huge eyeless kestrel with a knobby shell. It squirms and fidgets, and its orange feathers are patchy. Beware its deadly dust. Because I don't find most of its tools useful. I love this corner. Although one of them's going to get knocked over the edge, isn't it? Okay, so this is the one that just came in here. Hold on. Are you really too dumb to know how to fly over this? I think he is, chat. It's like the Forgotten Beasts. They're like those birds that if they can see over a thing, if they can't see over a thing, they'll fly over it. Why don't they just climb your walls? I don't think they realize that they can. Also, better question is, why is there a lung and a liver in my church?
Wu entered into a kaiju fight.
Sort of, yeah. Yeah, no, he's just sitting there now. We know he can fly over it. We've seen him do it. That's really funny. Okay, so we're trying to get a lot of stuff put away. Just trying to get this fort organized. Like, this fort's been running for, like, almost 10 years, and yeah, as you can see, it's a bit of a mess. Holy cave crocodile tallow. Soap from Tolo. Let's see if I can make an ashery. It's always the fun question. Nope, I need a barrel. But Aethernal, thank you very much for the 6 months. I hope you're doing well. Supervisor works 40 hours a day. I have several questions. How did he clone himself? Does he have a twin? Must have a twin. Which planet? Yeah. Which calendar is he using? Why no barrels in seed stockpile? Old bug that I'm not entirely certain is fixed or not. That's why I never explain it. Job cancellations when stacking things on things that shouldn't have things stacked on things for reasons. I'm aware that that is like the most nonsensical sentence I've said today, but just trust me. Just trust me. Or don't. I mean, that's fine too. You don't need to trust me. Nobody needs to trust me. That's such a name. Otak Twilight's the Soaked Dreams Forgotten Beast Silk Leather Glove. I think that's the one that was in my in the tavern when I reclaimed this fort. Is this a Simpsons reference? That's the other question I have now. Because YouTube chat's just like, Bart Simpson. Is that a Simpsons reference? Because like I've seen minimal Simpsons in my life. If it's a Simpsons reference, I guarantee you there's a 100 out of 100% chance it just went over my head and I missed it. Now you get why your fort is messed up? Why? Are there barrels in your, like, seed stockpile? Oh, yeah, for the love of Christ, do not be playing on experimental. The experimental branch is 2 versions behind, if not more. So, for the love of everything Dwarfy, do not, under any circumstances, play on the experimental branch. Unfortunately, people don't listen to me when I shout that, and I've been shouting that for weeks, and people are still realizing it. The problem is it should just straight up be deleted. Like, they should get rid of that branch if they're not going to use it constantly. And if it's not going to stay updated alongside of the other branches. But yeah, the experimental branch is literally 2 to 3 versions behind. It's not fixed. You get plant seed cancellations and you have 200 of all relevant seeds in time. Sure. That, or they're just mixed in your normal stockpile. Like if you're getting seed cancellations and they're mixed in your normal stockpile, that's the problem. Anyway, we're making soap now. We just need lye. Which that'll probably work now, right? Yep, there we go. I do need a stockpile for wooden buckets right here. And the area to get Tolo from should literally only be right here, so it's not too far to travel. Or just like, you know, set a what's the word? Or just set a job that just repeats every 3 months for their demands, and that generally fulfills all their needs. Generally. I'm slightly suspicious, chat, that a dwarf might be available to redeem if you want one. I nod. Isn't. All right, well. What does pusillanimous mean? Yes, sheriff becomes captain of the guard. Sheriff is like the pre-mayor captain of the guard. Big Bang is dwarfing somebody. Who are you dwarfing, Big Bang? It means cowardly. All right. Learn something every day. Save the game, streamers. Of course, it's everything. Remember, Big Bang, if you're going to use that command, you got to tell me who you're nominating. So who are you nominating? like, the whole point of that command is you type in the command while adding somebody, but nobody does that. So I don't know how to. If you guys have any feedback on how I can workshop this, let me know, because nobody does the command correctly. Then at yourself. Big Bang. You're supposed to then at yourself. Anyway, Chad, does Big Bang deserve a dwarf for messing up the command on themselves? I don't know. Do you think they do? Do they? Yes or no? Waiting on the vote. It's awkward silence. I would say yes. That's one yes. Chat room, come on. Vote yes or vote no. Otherwise, it's just going to linger. Because if you guys vote yes, then you get to pick what kind of dwarf Big Bang gets. And that's fun for everybody, isn't it? So chat room, what kind of dwarf does Big Bang get? You're slow to type. Oh, it's so good. Yeah, the easiest way to do it is to just well, the way I like envision people using it, because it's the easiest for me. Big Bang is !DORF and then @ symbol and then the person's name, because the chat can move pretty quickly sometimes, and I need to go back through chat logs to find it. So that is the easiest way to do it for, like, on my end. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter so much. I'll just maybe make fun of you a little bit if you do it that way. Well, I mean, that one specifically, Aliman is just a command. It's just ! command. It's not a channel point redemption. The happiest child dwarf. Do I even have any children in the fort? I have one who's named and one who's pissed. Those are the two options when it comes to kids in the fort. One I can't give you, and the one who's pissed. So I'll give you the 4-year-old anxiety chamber. Big Bang. Actually, something I'm gonna do. Just for your future potential chance at life. Children don't do chores. Go inside, kiddo. Get properly cave adapted. Dreams of raising a oh my god, that's not helping. Dreams of raising a family is truly fulfilled by assisting those in need, is made deeply uncomfortable by differences in appearance and culture, has great trouble mastering fear when confronted by danger, has little time for forgiveness, will generally seek retribution, it does not find most jokes humorous, and is very quick to anger, feels strong urges and seeks short-term rewards, and can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings. He doesn't seek out excitement, is often nervous, finds obligations confining, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason, and does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, and he can handle stress, he is assertive, and he doesn't cling tightly to ideas, is open to changing his mind, and he isn't given to flights of fancy and tends to avoid crowds. Needs alcohol to get through the working day, dreams of raising a family, personally doesn't see the point of working hard, and likes rose gold mica, and magnetite, nav paper, crossbows, leggings, bins. Large gems, in the words of the true reason, and the sight of the glittery style, and when possible prefers to consume oyster and persimmon wine and absolutely hates lizards. Sorry. Your mom's dead, and your dad's alive, is Raoul the Stonecutter. Raoul the Stonecutter is a member of the military, is running around with a cap, and hold on. How long has this been here? I don't remember the uniform icon being here. Has that always been there? I've literally never noticed that screen before. I mean, I remember it from the old UX, but anyway, is quite focused with satisfied needs. You think that's new? Because I remember, like, squad and kills. That's what I tried to click on, was the kills screen. Huh. Sneaky new feature. Anyway, Big Bang over here has poor empathy, is not musical, and has bad analytical ability. Has no friends. All of his friends are not here. And was forced to endure the decay of his mother. Well, I know she was a ghost for a bit, so honestly, I would say that your anger is validated. Peasant has been found dead, apparently. I think died to a cave crocodile. I will send the captain of the cops on it. Punch it to death, please. Well, that's unfortunate. Let's also send this squad in to go try and kill it. All of my unhappy dwarves should visit the western wall in my caverns. I mean, I don't really like doing that. It just kind of feels cheap. I will try and fix the messes I've caused. And you know what? We've done it before, and I will do my damnedest to do it again. I think granite's a similar color to dacite. Let's try. For right now, I'm just trying to compensate in any way that I can, like making Crundle soap. You know, the normal things. Rezin's throwing a tantrum. Like, I should probably honestly make a gift shop in this fort. Stuff like that. This is like my tiny little clothing supply area, which needs to be rebuilt badly. So we're going to try and do that. You know, honestly, I don't understand how people don't have an overwhelmingly massive supply of tallow at all times, because, like, I never disable tallow for cooking, and then I look at my kitchens and it's like, oh, I have, like, 7,000 tallow. Should probably make some, like, you know, soap at some point. And I realize it's just me being a dum-dum, but, like, it is the truth. I do forget to do it frequently. Whoops. So this is going to be a cloth stockpile. I'm also going to put 2 leatherworks in. I'm in an ad break, but I will finish queuing up this leatherworks. Only if you set it to be thrown into the hospital, because the hospital has a pretty strict material limit. Like right now, by default, it's set to 5, right? So if I set this to 50, it'll all go into the hospital, right? I am going to increase the numbers of stuff in here, aside from powders for casts. Also, powders, you either need powders for casts or splints. You don't really need both. Okay, so in regards to the statement of not using soap in darkness, did anybody read about that lady that went and lived underground alone in a cave for like 600 days by herself? As part of like a scientific experiment. Like she was just reading books. Like she just had a little light and she just sat there reading books the whole time. Because like there's a bunch of interviews with her after she came out of the cave, right? And they were asking her about like what was the worst parts of it. And she goes, well, after a while the bugs kind of got sort of bad. And it's like, wait, hold on a second. So you're telling me that you were like, and like also was talking about like her own body odor and things. It's like, wait, so you're in a cave by yourself, alone, and you're not You know. Bathing? Huh. And that's all I can really think about that. You know, actually, let's do it this way. It's currently set so that everybody does this. I'm going to remove a bunch of dwarves from other tasks and just give them orderlies proper. Also find a bunch of random dwarves down here and give them orderlies as well. It's a bit more focused. Nisha's throwing another tantrum. Copper chains have been completed. Probably get more of these traction benches installed. Also, I never gave Corn Knob their dwarf. Sorry, there was a lot happening. Corn Knob, what kind of dwarf would you like? If you have any preferences, do let me know. We can get you dwarfed. Wait, what's getting depressing, Big Bang? The bathing thing or something else? Probably had cave adaptation after going outside. It's probably on some pretty heavy, like, drugs as the, like, vitamin supplements so that, like, she doesn't die of lack of vitamin D. Head is cut open. What does he need? He needs surgery and stitches. Oh, sorry. Well, there you go. Yes, no, kid was in fact getting depressing. He's like, did I do something depressing? I'm sorry. Oh, wow. This dwarf just had miasma flow past them. That's kind of actually impressive. Means either somebody ran by with something that was expelling miasma, or... Hold on a second. Chat room. I need to unpack something for a second here. We happen to have a captain of the guard, okay, who's Eurist Landwalk, who's my previous adventurer. I need to check something about Eurist. Eurist, where are you? There you are. Values. No. Right. I can't read your preferences because you're undead. This dwarf clearly likes a very specific item. And this very specific item, it... Oh no, all my helmet snakes stopped being friendly. Oh no, those are poisonous and actually quite dangerous. Anyway, so the reality... Oh, wait, are they killing each other? I think they're biting each other and killing each other. Yeah, no, they are in fact killing each other. They're dying of helmet snake poison. Wow. Anyway, so I can confirm that dwarf, my captain of the guard, really likes cucumbers. How can I tell you this? Because his room is full of cucumbers. He doesn't need to eat or drink because he's undead. He is dead. He is a zombie. But he really likes cucumbers. What do I do with this information? Absolutely nothing. What do you do with it? I don't know. Maybe we make... Well, actually, you know what we could do? We could make him a statue of himself holding a cucumber. That is not true. They do have preferences. They're just invisible. Wait, where did that cucumber go? Did you just put the cucumber in there? Did you put it in there? No. Did you put it in there? See? Cucumber! He has a collection of cucumbers. I also don't know where we've acquired cucumbers from. Now that I think about it, I have no idea. So... yeah. Concerning? I don't know if I would say it's concerning. A little odd? Yes? I for one, like the information knowing that this dwarf likes that. So the X-shaped ladder was a thing, Yvonne. This is a YouTube question comment. The reason that was a thing was because for a really long time, the game ran like shit. And now before you go, it still runs like shit, correct? Hear me out. It used to run a lot worse. And this was a time where like a super powerful computer couldn't reasonably run the game at more than a couple frames a second. So in that reality, where a super powerful computer can only run the game at a couple frames a second, it was relatively ridiculous of a concept that you would ever, shall we say, do anything that would hurt your frame rate, right? So we began working towards, or not we, but like the Dwarf Fortress community tried to figure out any ways possible to make the frame rate better. And one of the few ways we finally figured out how to do that was by making the cross-section pattern for stairs. It improved the frame rate ever so slightly, so thus people started to use it. Now, while it did improve the frame rate, it improved the frame rate because the line of sight code was messy, which is fine now and no longer an issue now, because it turns out that, well, they're no longer even a concern in the game because the frame rate for the game is so much better now. So the result is it's no longer needed for you to worry about the shape of your stairs. You can just make stairs. They are a zombie. The fact that they exist in and of itself is kind of concerning. Their habits, whatever makes them happy. Also, how do you know it's going to rot? Maybe it's a preserved cucumber. Also, they're not supposed to rot when they're put in a chest. They're a snack that they're saving for later, in air quotes. But we'll see if it rots. Pay some attention to it. I don't think it's going to rot. But... so don't worry about the shape you make your stairs. Just make stairs. Okay, let's make my mare slightly happier. Oh, you need an armor stand. That's something you need. There you go. There's so many plump helmet. There's not plump helmet. There's so many helmet snakes in this fort chat. Like ridiculous numbers of them. Okay, also all of those need to go away. Well, a lot of them are andesites, so could just start paving this hallway. Also, holy shit, it's 5:30. 4:30. When did that happen? Almost streaming for 8 hours already. I wonder if andesite's a similar color to dacite. Might be a slightly different shade. I'll have to look at it. Thanks. Thanks for the $3, Gazoom. For the first bits since I had to time somebody out for having an inappropriate username and giving me a bunch of bits. Thanks, mate. And let's check you. What are you wearing? Socks, shoe, dress, glove, trouser. Not loincloth. I guess it would be... What's the other one? Loincloth and... So do tunic. Let's just do 100 of each of these. Clothing time. And you know what? I might just queue these up annually. I could just do 50 annually. You're being invaded by kobolds? Oh no! Whatever shall you do? Careful, they might look at you funny. They're very bad at actually being effective thieves, so... Wait, did I finish making soap? That's awfully ambitious of them. Yeah, that's a good way to put it, actually. Also, something else I'm going to do is I'm going to go here, and I'm going to remove automatically collect webs. I'm going to set a job, collect webs, and we'll just say 50. And I'll do this seasonally. If amount of available thread is less than 30. Well, no, actually. There we go. Get steel daggers? They steal them. It's right there in the name. It's the copper daggers and the wooden daggers you really have to wonder about. You still like the way the cross stairwell looks? I think my favorite up-down way for building, bouncing off what G-Fin said, is like a spiral ramp. Wouldn't you like to have a dagger? It's like the guy on YouTube, PS4 Killjoy, who just makes knives out of things you shouldn't make knives out of. It's like, I made a knife out of milk. Okay, why? Modern world is so interesting. It's like there's some people going, I'm benefiting society by trying to improve the space around me. And then there's people, a guy on the internet going, I made a knife out of milk. What do you do? Chat, what? Actually, hold on. 50 rock blocks and no, day site. 25, actually. Chat, I got a question. What material should I make a statue out of? Or statues out of? Rock. No, that's not what I need. Stones, maybe? Stones? Nope. Boulder. No. Okay, well, I will just go find the thing in here then. Actually, here, we'll just do this. Basalt, quartzite, marble, gabbro, granite, andesite, basalt or obsidian. I already said marble. It's basically, it seems like all we have. Or schist. I don't have bees, so I'm not gonna make wax. I said what stone? Oh, I just can't help you. You do wax though. Have fun with that. You fucking love that guy. I mean, he does make good videos. Not denying that. Can't go wrong with Gabbro. Wow, Stone, I'm not gonna lie, your accent's getting thicker in text. It's getting harder to read. Have you had trouble communicating with anybody yet? Because I don't know what you're writing. If so, I think that your whole thing here has succeeded. Rock statue. Also, I don't even think there's bees on this map. I haven't seen any. You know what? We'll call it a tie, and I'll just make them out of whatever. Just a bunch of random statues. Ever used found divine metal? Yes and yes. I did it before most people knew it was a thing in the video game. By stealing it from vaults. Fury Paddle Champion! You know, if Fury Paddle Champion was a warrior, 1000% would let them in my fort. But do I really need a bard named Fury Paddle Champion? Of course, it's an old human poet. 60-year-old human dude. He is a competent hammerman, so I guess that's where he got his name. He's killed 9 people? Also, Rainpot's a really good name for an elven place, but what? Uh-huh. It's a member of the Tame Realm. I disagree, man. Bro's a convicted felon. I think it's more likely the convicted felon. Just remember, chat, if you scroll up in my Discord to the announcements room, you can get a link to, You can, if you scroll up in the Discord in my announcements room, excuse me, you can get a link to the world save if you would like it. I just realized something. This is all gonna eventually become sealed off. That's exciting. Eventually. It's gonna take a very long time, but... What have I done? Okay, let's also make, like, maybe 2 more clothing shops. And we'll just make this clothing. Material doesn't matter so much. Bins are allowed. Some metal crafters sunk into depression. Well, that's a shame. The game has decided to stop having frames for a second there. It's okay, they came back. Okay. And then I'm probably gonna make a infinite stockpile for this. Let's actually just remove these bins, because it does make infinite stockpiles work more consistently in my experience. This one is going to be exactly the same as the other one. And no bin. Now that I've done that, you go here. Doesn't matter. Move these. Toss a minecart in. You know what? Actually, hold on. Let's just do all, none. Wait, all, none. Okay, that'll work. Why is your people mad? I don't know. Why do you think they're mad? I have no idea. Nothing terrible, bad, or anything has ever happened to this place. This fort was kind of waited to be horrible for a while because I retired the fortress and made an adventurer and ran around for a bit and had a good time. And then that's the one, the zombie, he's going super fast as the adventurer. Anyway, when we got back, The problem that happened was very quickly we realized that, oh, there is a forgotten beast in the front living room of the fortress. And upon like walking in, the dwarves were able to kill it. However, a lot of dwarves died in the process. And also there happened to be a necromancer in that room. So when I reclaimed the fort, the dwarves were all fresh off being scarred to death. And we're still recovering from it, and it's been years. And also bad things keep happening, like this. Anyway, so there's a caravan and a forgotten beast in the basement. The forgotten beast is a spider whose name's Sposs, who just got like yeeted over the cliff edge. Who is what exactly? Because I now need to go fight it probably. Huge feathered spider. It has a gaunt appearance and its eyes glow aqua. And it's currently rotten. Oh, wow, that's like not a good beast, the other one in there. Anyway, it's coming in. I knew this was going to happen. So it's now going to come up this way and head up to us. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over to here, and I'm going to tell the dwarves to start trading. Because there is a trading caravan here. And this will, hopefully, get the majority of my dwarves suddenly running stuff to the trading caravan. And I'm going to sell a lot of clothes, used and otherwise. I don't actually care. Doesn't matter too much. But yeah, that's what started this fortress on kind of a negative spiral, and we've been kind of compensating it for it since. And admittedly, I've not like cared that much. We've just been kind of reveling in the anger, which is fun sometimes to do, you know? Just kind of ignore it and just be like, well, I mean, we'll figure it out. It'll be fine. If you don't throw caution to the wind sometimes, are you even actually really playing Dwarf Fortress, really? For realsies? 'Cause I don't think you are. So chat, I have a question. Why are your dwarves mad? If only Deep Space was here right now. There's a streamer who I watch sometimes, who many people in chat also know, named Deep Space, who just kind of revels in anger the whole time, and essentially just sets his forts up so that, not that they fail, but so that the dwarves are teetering as far on the stupidly angry ledge as possible. And the result is very much entertainment a lot of the time. So I'm not entirely sure if this thing has webs or not. Although I can figure that out pretty easily. Yes, he does. Meaning this beast is quite literally just a giant cave spider. Which is terrifying, I should add. Let's see if it can break down the door. Did they change the way archery targets look? The hell? In other news, where the heck did all my bolts end up? Ah, right. Very useful. Well, so much for my turkeys. Did I ever hook this up to a lever? No, I didn't. Let's see if building destroyers work. What are you doing? Trying to harvest plains? The Deep of Plagues, hey? Let's risk it for the biscuit. Wish us luck, chat. Can I get a round of beers for good luck? Uh-oh. Speaking of luck, today's not your day to have luck there, Dwarf. Your luck is nil. Nil. Nil gets immediately turned into a piece of death. The creature kicked him in the head, and the injured part collapsed. So, since it's in the stairwell, I'm going to tell my dwarves to kill it. Moving the game. Whoop. I was going to say moving the game forward a few turns at a time. Didn't seem all that wise, though, because our human Arab, well, didn't make it there just in time. I'm very worried about Urist. Urist is dead. Rest in peace, Dwarf. As the rest of my dwarves run around scrambling, trying to acquire more equipment. The Forgotten Beast kicks the captain of the guard, stalker in the head. The injured part is killed. Well, the injured part explodes. Titan, one of my other forlorn stalkers, is fighting with the creature and trying to fight back, but hasn't worked. On a higher layer, here comes the creature. Oopsies, I should pause, follow it. It's currently dueling with Raul, who's on the upper level, who actually was able to stab it twice, which has torn its muscle. Now moving up through the fortress. Lost a number of dwarves already. Creature is battling with us. Many dwarves are dueling with the creature, and it appears that the creature has fallen. Got a farmer here vomiting. Really sad that dwarf died, chat. But they had a hell of a story. The farmer punches the Forgotten Beast in the right front foot with her left hand, bruising the fat. Punches it in the third foot. How about the other one? Oh, you. Currently vomiting. Bites it. Oh, I see. There was also a bunch of dwarves above here. We're all just webbed. They missed it. Trav scratches it, which bruised the guts. Dusum didn't do anything. Nodakasa didn't do anything. Well, I'm not sure who got the kill. Did you get... Ooh, did Aiton get the kill? Aiton punched the Forgotten Beast in the sepio-thorax with his left hand, and the injured part explodes. This is another one of my adventurers. Not bad. Could have been worse. Certainly could have been better. You're having trouble with the minecart. They charge, load it, and empty it at the same place. That make it sort of a quantum stockpile. Do you have any suggestions? I would need to look at how it's set up in order to actually be able to answer that. I have no idea. Which is, unfortunately, the reality of a lot of things in Dwarf Fortress. When it comes to more, like, minute little details like that, I often do not actually have an answer. So Urist, you do not get that one. The reason Urist doesn't get that one is because Urist needs their own tomb. You love the music? Yeah. Remember, we do still have our elephant person alive, right? So it's not like we've lost everybody from that adventuring group. Urist was just a particularly notable one. I'm just kind of sad that I won't be able to go acquire that artifact again for Urist, but it unfortunately was what it was, and there isn't too much more I can do about it. Let's just get them training over here. And let's also go here, go schedule, edit. Equip always, sleep in room at will. You play on 51.01. Why? But I mean, that wouldn't change it, but why are you playing on 51. Oh, you're playing on the beta. Sorry. I mean, it like took me a second to like kill. I didn't see the one. I thought you were saying you played on 50.01 is what my brain was reading that as, which wouldn't be wise. Diamond Destruct also died in that fight. So essentially, like, I don't know. I would have to look exactly at how you have that stockpile set up to be able to actually answer your question, or how you have that minecart set up. But what I can say just out loud is, one, I would watch my tutorial on how to build minecart routes because they're not exactly straightforward. The second thing that I would do is I would make sure that you're not trying, that it, like the two spots actually connect and they connect consistently, because if they don't, then it's just not going to work ever. My manager's also dead. Orc Dork could be a manager. Sucksoul could be a manager. Dragonsoul, congratulations, you've just been promoted. You're now our manager. Dragonsoul has been promoted to the position of management and is going to management this fortresses. I also need a new captain of the guard. Okay, so now that you're our manager, who's going to be the new captain of the cops? I'm going to give it to somebody not super scary. How about Keen Cook? And I will set Stinthad as our dungeon master, which is a second job I need to assign. You know, there is a very small part of me that just wants to jump back to before that fight to resurrect that dwarf, but I feel like that's cheating. Not gonna lie. Leopard Man Poet? Yeah, also, like, super depressed and I can't fix him. I've tried, but I've kind of given up. And also, they've been in the fortress for quite some time. Erish, somebody wants to stay here to eradicate monsters. Well, So human dwarf. You know what? I will say yes to that. Mikhail in chat already, like, nailed it pretty much, and how I would answer it. Gabbro floor. What I'm actually going to do is just this. I don't want to use the iron ones, though. Gotta wait for some of the other ones to get done. Terminal wetness. What kind of dwarf do you want? Do I have a mechanic? You know, I don't understand how people end up with dedicated mechanics, because I make a bunch of mechanisms at some point, build them, and then never need mechanics again. So then they always override those jobs with other jobs. So no, I don't have any mechanics in this fort. Not a single one. So no, I do not, in fact, have mechanics. Is there anything else you'd like? Like, unless you start with a mechanics guild, I find like it's something that I almost never have. A farmer. Which one? Those are your selections. Not all. Here's the thing, right? Minecart systems in a longer-term solution can be very useful. As an example, Ride to Suki, having a minecart system that delivers, like, brewed goods from one end of the map to the other is faster than manually hauling them, because you can, like, transport a huge number of them all at once. Terminal wetness. I also need to trade. Dislikes obligations, will try to avoid being bound by them, is conflicted by this for more than one reason, is prone to strong feelings of lust, cracks easily under pressure, is very slow to anger, and almost never feels discouraged. Doesn't try to get things done perfectly, prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible, tends to consider what others think of him, and generally finds himself to be helpful about the future. Where are you going to go eat something? Anyway, he needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of creating a great work of art and personally would have the world operate in complete harmony without the least bit of strife or disorder. Believes the idea of war is utterly repellent and would have peace at all costs. Truly values merrymaking and parties and respects power and values tranquility and a peaceful day. Are you, like, incapable of... Like, why are you running around naked? This dwarf just has pants on. Well, I mean, at least you got pants on. Okay, so short test. The broker is coming over. Try and do some trading. But yeah, no, chat, I'm with you. That was kind of catastrophic and really sad, but... I mean, sometimes dwarves just die, and this is a very dangerous fort. If I had to bet, one courage is you probably have some sort of error within it, or you have a spot set to dump. Like you may have a like area of your of the track that has a track stop on it that's set to dump where you don't actually want them doing that. Does it have to be someone in chat? No, you can just gift tier 2s and tier 3 subs like to anybody randomly. But like if you are... sorry, I'm confused. Why do you ask? Are you like, what are you trying to do? Because no, you can just gift them like any other sub. Okay, so wait, no, it doesn't. I mean, okay, so if you're talking about like the dwarf naming thing, no, it doesn't matter. You could literally like nominate Bruce Lee. There is no restrictions on it. That's the whole point of the system. The only like request that I have is that you at something when stating it. I just want there to be a name in the like initial thing so I can like keep it all in one line so I know what I'm looking at. That's my only real request. I'm gonna buy the 2 steel anvils. That's probably everything actually. I'll buy the cheese. Another reason why this fortress is so upset is because cave adaptation was added halfway through the construction of it. Also, I'm realizing that those are not the ones I wanted. Yeah, I wonder how many bees had to die in the making of that barrel. The answer is at least 1. What a sad dwarf. I have a feeling I'm going to have a bunch of dwarves that are going to fall into depression and become completely useless. But is kind of what it is. Really? Nobody is putting an item in tomb. I find this kind of hard to believe. Nope. Bee Venom has absolutely no use in Fortress mode and almost no use in Adventure mode. You can kind of finagle it into being useful in Adventure mode, but it's one of those things that exists in the game because it exists in the game, not because it actually has a purpose. And there's kind of a lot of things in Dwarf Fortress like that. Rip you indeed. Fast up. Merchants from Datan will be leaving soon. Depressed. Man, this is a brutal hospital right now. Satisfied upon improving spear. Just witnessed a bunch of people die. Okay, so this whole area back here is this. So let's, whoops, no, not that. Let's go here and go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Then we're gonna do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Then I'm going to go here and I'm going to set them to store stuff and their other stuff in here. So I'm going to give them 2 chests. There's another ghost. Don't remember they being used for... Yeah. No, the thing with bee venom is the way trading is assigned is the game looks at the faction that you're trading with. It looks at the items that they have access to, and then it assigns that... It assigns their, like, trade thing based on the items they have access to, which is fine. The problem is the result often ends up being that you get a bunch of items that make sense and then some items that don't. And bee venom and, like, liquid extract animal... tends to be a substance that every faction that has that animal has access to. So any faction that technically could have bees or has access to bees would have bee venom. But there's no actual practical use in the game for bee venom, which is very funny, especially when you die as an adventurer because you stepped on a trap that has venom in it, and then people in my chat go, "Boy, but they can do it." And it's like, well, the mechanic exists, but it's not a mechanic that exists in fort mode. So can't really help you there, dude. And it's tricky explaining it to people. Okay, so do you know how time works in Dwarf Fort? Assuming your game's running at about 50 frames a second, about 20 seconds is a day. So if they've been sitting there for about 10 minutes, how many days is that? I completely disagree with that, Gon Santos. It's just a matter of you need to have enough barrels available. I butchered a shit ton of stuff to quill a population and obviously didn't have enough barrels available. As long as you have enough space in your stockpiles for it, then there's never going to be an issue. The only time you're going to have stuff rotting is if you don't have enough barrels available. Apparently a bunny was found dead. Well, that's unfortunate. Do I have outdoor refuse disabled? Nope. No, I do not. Bizarre. Oh boy. Rats living in the dark. Wait, really? Was it called a Forgotten Beast or was it called a Titan? Because if it's called a Forgotten Beast, that's weird. If it's called a Titan, working as intended. Stain's martial prowess. Well, you don't see that super often. Creating a great work of art, bad with words. Yeah, that is weird. I mean, I've had them show up on the redacted layer too, so dreams of bringing lasting peace to the world. Oh, you hopeful bitch. I always kind of respect it, but that's never gonna happen. It's one of the unachievable goals in the game. Doesn't see the attainment of knowledge as important, doesn't respect society as a settled environment without debate and strife. Greg's tomato plant number 4. I'm not going to add my name to it because I just won't do that. Sorry to ruin your dream, but I'll call it tomato plant. Calling it tomato plant number 4 wouldn't make any sense, but I'll name a dwarf tomato plant if chat allows. But chat has to vote. And it has to be overwhelming. Or I refuse. As for why that's the thing you chose, I have several questions, but if it must exist, it must exist. Has a sense of duty and likes to make a mess with his own possessions. Well, good luck there, Rel. Doesn't really value merrymaking. Here, how about this? We'll call it... It's one of the types of tomatoes I'm growing. Amish paste, finds humor in most situations and can be very single-minded. Generally finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future and doesn't seek out excitement. Tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others, is not particularly ambitious, and lives a fast-paced life and is slow to trust others. If you don't know what that is, just Google it. It is literally a type of tomato. Isn't particularly curious about the world, has a greedy streak and occasionally overindulges, stiffens up when she's surprised, needs alcohol to get through the working day, doesn't mind up being outdoors at least for a time, has shitty spatial sense and is single-minded, disdains family, values sacrifices, and kind of zany. Like slate, iron, and sardonyx, and hemp paper in the color gold and yellow, tables and rabbits for their ability to burrow, and giant kia for their curiosity, and the sight of the glittery style of impossible prefers to consume alligator, river spirits, and sheep's milk. No, I'm not going to give my tomatoes any of those. And hates jumping spiders. I like jumping spiders. They defend you from pests, you stupid tomato. Also, stupid tomato is not something I thought I would say today. Hopefully that's sufficient, chat. You got good spatial sense. Ooh. Believes that peace is always preferable to war and values good craftsmanship. You know, I mean, you'd be good at it, so I'll give you the job, even though you won't like it. What's your name? Rakust. All right, as I continue trying to figure out how to fix this fort. What's up, Ryder? Next up, lettuce. Well, lettuce, just wait until then. Recruit's been found dead. Oh. Well, I guess you got there first. That's unfortunate. That's not the tool I wanted. That's the tool I wanted. Go train, please. I'm starting to feel like I maybe should just lock the caverns, but the problem is like, if I want adventurers, I can't. Because then when I, like, bring the adventurers back, literally everything... Okay, you know what? Something I need to do is this. Fill you in? I don't know. On what? Chat, fill in Rydern. If you missed it, you missed it, man. It's a live show for a reason. Silly thing to say, I know. Eurus Landwalk is dead. Died to a forgotten beast. We had a fell mood. I don't know what else. Chat, you guys fill them in. I can't. I'm not gonna do it. It's not in the job description. My job description is to be entertaining at the time and then immediately forget everything I did 5 minutes ago and not remember things. If remember things enters my job description, I don't know. I may have trouble continuing. I remember things when you have a VOD. That's the idea, but some people expect me to remember everything that I've said and done today. I mean, there were several Forgotten Beast fights. We fought with them. We screwed around with water physics. We dumped lava on things. We collapsed a thing. We, I don't know, there was a hype train earlier. I've covered the basics, I think. I'm still just trying to make this into a functional fort, but this fort really doesn't want to be a functional fort, so I think what I should probably do is just crank up the population count, actually. Just expel all of the most pissed off dwarves. I think I'm actually going to do that. I'm going to expel the... you know what? No, okay. We're just going to expel you to the wilds. I'm going to expel all of the dwarves that are not named, that are really angry. That are not, like, important. Like you. You're important dwarf. You're not. Also sunk into depression, so that's fine. Okay. That'll help us recover a little bit. Thought we were on Twitter. Good one. Let's just let them train for a little bit. I think there's just too many jobs going on right now. Yes, that's absolutely the case. Okay. Let's try that. The open dungeon plan is kind of cool. I usually end up making it into a library or a tavern, so the dwarves go there and socialize with them, but it's been too dangerous this time. Which is very unfortunate. Do you like the crypt design? Cheers. Stormwolf has finally been laid to rest, which is my old mare. Also in an ad break now. He'll be stealing it. What's funny is it's like, this is the lazy half, this is the fancy half, sort of. I mean, it's a very lazy design in general. Let's get some more andesite. Let's do that. That. And then I'm just going to use DF hack for this. No, actually, no, I don't need to because we're down here. The track ability thingy to do that. Oops. Need to start seeing all these bits going to where they're supposed to be. I don't think I've ever rated anybody's anything. Speaking of rating stuff, I thought it was kind of funny. Or at least I find this kind of funny. And a lot of people asking me and basically begging me for when is the community forts coming back. I basically had people begging me for that for a bit. And then I told people, I'm like, I'll bring it back when adventure mode comes out. Adventure mode comes out, and a bunch of people are like, yeah, sweet, we'll send in forts. And nobody has sent in a fort yet. You guys want to know why that show became super inconsistent and then slowly went away? That's part of the reason. It's because people just stopped participating. It's like it's an audience interaction show. In order for it to work, we need audience interaction. It's kind of difficult with no audience interaction for an audience interaction show. No, you cannot have a dwarf collect curses. I know it's possible to become like a necromancer vampire or like a necromancer were creature, but you cannot be cursed multiple times. Once you've obtained a curse, you are cursed. Ah, that's the reason you're not working. No. No advice, never. I refuse to take advice. Man, why? If it's something you feel the need to ask permission for, why do you want to take, why would I say yes? Also, I don't really care if it's wholesome. I'm like kind of the opposite of a wholesome person, so. What happens? Well, you can get curses in adventure mode that you can't get in fortress mode, right? So they'll just give you really bad luck or like turn you into a sheep for a week. Damn. You asked me, but like, you got a response. That's like, I guess part of the weirdness of me is like, you might ask me something and not necessarily get the response you want. I would never tell anybody that though, Krampus. Well, maybe ironically. But I guess that's like the gods of Dwarf Fortress telling you to wake up, I suppose. Stop rolling my damn dice. Still got 2 recover wounded jobs. Where the hell? Oh, there it is. All those. Oh, is it happening again? Chat room, we have a problem. Huh. Yeah, kinda. The fun thing is they are actually also really, really poisonous. So... I'm actually just gonna lock this door. And do this. Why can't I click you? There you go. They're pretty, like, they're easy enough to kill. The problem is like, if they get into a fight with a dwarf who's not even remotely skilled, that dwarf is probably just gonna die. So a lot of them are trained. We're going to move them all into those cages. Liberate the forks. Thank you very much. The raid. I hope the raiders are doing well. Don't ask me why there's so many snakes here. I have no idea. And I also have nothing to do with it. This is certainly not my fault. I swear. It's a lot of helmet snakes. The real good question for me right now is why are they not disposing of the bodies properly? And the answer is actually probably because there's too many fucking jobs in this fort. Not gonna lie, getting kind of annoyed with this fort right now. Like, this fort's fun and all, but I haven't been able to do anything that I've wanted to do. That's kind of frustrating. Kind of annoying. That and all the dwarves I did really care about in this fort are kind of dead, with the exception of the elephant. Unmet need craft fort. What, me having an unmet need? Also, this keeps happening, which isn't helping. The Forgotten Beast Nubpo Borabudzu has come. Scaly snake, fly with a broad shell. It has a bloated body and its scales are small and overlapping. Beware its deadly dust. The deadliest of dust. Yeah, well. Well, it has like a bunch of super easy ways into the fort. Let's just tell him to go kill it. Big water? A lot of water? Or this is big water? Because, like, if Nestle's coming to get me, I don't know what I'll do. I also have no idea where it's going right now, or why it's going this way. Also, my frame rate keeps tanking. You know, I might just, like, abandon this fort. I might just do that, because I'll be honest, right now I'm pretty done with this fort. It's very rare I get like that, but I am, in fact, pretty done with this fort right now. To be fair, I kind of have no idea what's going on right now.
Hey, back in the saddle catching a stream. And another number go up as well.
It's unfortunately not quite that simple. Rydern, but thank you for the advice. Or the ideas, I suppose. Just got back from work. Hi, Potato. How are you? Been a while. Fighting with this goblin. Seems like this goblin's having a bad day. Continued. Oh yeah, we do have bees. I wouldn't call it backseating. No, it's fine. I mean, I am being pretty vocal about being pretty tired of this fort right now, which is true. I am, in fact, pretty freaking tired of this fort. Oh, so you're like in a similar situation to me. It's interesting that you have to work a bunch of overtime around the same time I have to work a bunch of overtime. Hopefully your overtime was worth it. The problem is, like, I have a really hard time actually letting go properly. So if I'm annoyed with a fort, the reality is I'm really bad at actually just being like, yeah, I should stop playing it. Because I'll be like, no, I can fix it for like weeks until chat just like tells me, no, streamer, fucking turn the game off. Who is this? This is Logum, one of my spear dwarves, who's fighting with the creature. Already stabbed it successfully. In the left, first leg with a steel spear. It is flying into the air, bleeding quite a lot. expelling deadly dust everywhere. Jumps back down onto the ground. The dwarf gets repelled backwards by the dust. And then the dwarf runs forward towards it and begins stabbing likely. And the creature falls. Well done, Logan. Well done. Now the question is, are you going to die because of it? Very drowsy, nauseous, injured. So, what are your injuries? Diagnosis required. Seems like drowsiness was the power that that thing had. It's an interesting change to that menu. It's subtle, but it's there. Could be a coma. We'll find out. I'll have to see when they end up in the hospital. Yeah, that's something we can fix. Already up and fine. Could it kill something? No. Because it becomes like rain, it doesn't actually have like weight or density. It needs weight and density and physics attached to it for that to be a concern. Sweet. Fortunately, this is sorting out this issue. And I can move the crocs into here. Because at the very least, they're all friendly. I still don't know why there's so many dead helmet snakes here. Also don't know why nobody is hauling bodies to tombs. Like, did I screw something up in tasks, maybe? Yeah, no, it's such everybody does this. Okay, you know what? Screw it. I'm just going to suspend just about every job. I don't even care what the fuck it is. Just stop. Just stop, dwarves. Just stop. Just stop. Just stop. Just stop. And then I'm going to go to this layer and forbid this minecart. Actually, let's just go stocks. Minecart. Forbid. Forbid, with the exception of... these two. Snatchers? Wow, that's a first. In a while. Holy shit. You know, the kids probably want to be kidnapped because it's probably better for them. Freeze frame? What? What do you mean? One of my surgeons has been possessed. I would be too if I had to live in this fort. Where are you headed here, Dwarf? And you're injured. Oh my god. In a strange mood, running away in fear almost immediately. What's going on? Why is there just a random naked brewer running around? Now who's now crying? This is fine. I'm kind of tempted to just release a dragon. Honestly. Like, that's kind of how I'm feeling about this fort at this exact minute. Like, I kind of just want to burn it down. They're not snatchers, they're adopters. Well... sometimes the world just needs to burn. Oh, for sure. I'm just a little bit worried that the dragons are gonna die. Like, there's too many places that they could die. So instead, what I think I'm gonna do. What are you? The Murky. Huge eyeless crest, kestrel, knobby shell, it squirms and fidgets. Deadly dust. That'd be a shame. Oh, that helps. Towering theropod with external ribs. It has 2 broad horns and a gaunt appearance. Beware its noxious secretions. The Cave of Menacing, hey? I think we may have to go find a new place for an adventurer tomorrow, chat.
Sword.
For a fort with an adventurer tomorrow. I think that's what we may have to do. All right, here's what we're gonna do.
Bring out your dead.
Okay, so the dragons are friendly right now. That's the problem, is they're trained.
Sandwich.
Also haven't eaten a sandwich at all today. I'm just gonna see if the beasties can get in. You know, strange. It'd be weird if that were to happen. Unless I can get these bodies buried. Yeah, I may have had the dwarves horrifically overworked, but it's hard to say, really. Arel's dying to a brewer. Are you alive? I don't know. Are you? I haven't seen you die. Nope, you're alive. Are any of us? I don't know, are you? Only you can answer that question. Oh. 2 forgotten beasts are now dueling. It was a good time. Appears that Kogan, the menacing forgotten beast's blood, is now everywhere. Which is this guy, who just appeared. Who's running into the fortress, bleeding profusely. Going up the stairs. Appears that there is a dead dwarf on the ground now. It has stopped bleeding, but it is still seriously injured. It's already taken out 3 dwarves and a forgotten beast. Or 2 dwarves and a forgotten beast. Heading towards the front door. That's not true, a devilish potato. I'll have you know lightning can cause forest fires. I have zero control over lightning. So because I have zero control over lightning, that means it is impossible for me to stop forest fires. Lightning must stop. Thought Canadians could control lightning. I don't have this power. Do I look like Thor to you? I mean, probably. I think they're called lightning rods. Now, there is one problem I have. I don't want my elephant man to die. So I'm going to send you to Rage Cavern. Run away, the scourge of balls. Be gone quickly, my good friend. Does anybody want me to, oops, sorry, Malady and the Stone aka Seashore's Wall. Does anybody want their dwarf expelled? The living dwarves in the fort currently, this means that you have a chance to live. The living dwarves in the fort currently are Amish Paste, Arende, Big Bang, Blazing Iceberg, Brynja, Bloodmire, Dominok, Draken Soul, Fallout Rain, Ilmirin, JJ, Keen Cook, Notokasa, Olives, Orc Dork, Psycho, Ranger Rick, Rex, Rolf, and Sean Enjoys Bacon, Terminal Wetness, and Trav? I'm scuttling the fort. If it wasn't clear, I don't know how. I'm literally letting a Forgotten Beast run into the basement. I don't know how more clear I can make it that I'm scuttling the fort, but I'm scuttling the fort. Because I'm done with building this fort. It's just become too annoying. Partially the location and all of the plugging the volcano and then the tantrums and then everything else. It'll be a fun adventuring location to visit. Is Iton the adventurer safe? Iton, the adventurer? You mean the dead one? Wait, no, you're not dead. I mean, he's pretty much dead. He's haggard. I think he goes down with the fort. All of this was found dead? He'll risk it. I mean, he'll die, but... You will not survive this, I guarantee you. I will not allow it to happen. All of the dwarves are, like, punching the thing as best they can. But they don't appear to be having much effect on it, aside from it bleeding. In fact, it just killed Ilmirans, so I guess you did risk it, and you got the biscuit. Many more dwarves are being punted across the living area, and bits and pieces are falling everywhere. The creature's no longer bleeding. The Cave of Menacing, the great monster, has now killed Amish Paste and Keen Cook. Not my tomatoes! What about my harvest? The creature's bleeding once again, as it did get some heavy hits on it, but not enough to actually cause it to keel over just yet. The beast keeps running. I think if they kill it, I'll just abandon. They keep continuing and continuing. Dwarves are all punching it constantly. Arende is in the fight, kicking the Forgotten Beast with her foot. Forgotten Beast, the hunter punches the Forgotten Beast in the left foot with her left hand, bruising the muscles. So they're punching it mostly. But it doesn't matter. Bloodmire, Dominok, and Arende are now all dead. It's not abnormal. I mean, adventure mode is like playable now, right? Which means if you visited a Helix, they're all above ground. Dwarf, more than a third of Dwarven society is generally above ground. So yes, perfectly normal. $35 dwarves left. Iton was the last one to go down, the adventurer. Or was one of the last ones to go down. Iton, the constructive proliferations of brutalizing the dwarf, died in 310. Trav, yep, you are dead. Same with Terminal Wet. Squad is falling. We are scuttling the fort, Cat Pig. Which also means I would say, please refund Cat Pig's request. But I will name a dwarf Cat Pig. I feel bad giving a dwarf to a person and then immediately letting them die. There you go, cat pig. Did the elephant make it? They're no longer on the map, so I would assume they did. I expelled them very early on into this fight, so it'd be shocking if they didn't. Take over your back pain. If it worked that way, I would name way more dwarves after me. Orc Dork here is fighting, as actually kicking it. One of my military dwarves is tired, which is terrifying while in conflict. He bites him again in the tail, tearing the muscle. Continuing to fight and becomes faint, and the Gelder falls over. 38 notable kills. Man, this would be a fun thing to kill as an adventurer, wouldn't it? That's not really how this game works. Sorry, Tito. They would just all die. What Forgotten Beast is this? It's a towering theropod with external ribs, 2 broad horns, and a gaunt appearance. Its pearl feathers are long and sparse. The problem isn't killing it. I could absolutely kill this creature. No questions. I literally just need to take, needed to take one of my squads and tell them to kill it. That's all I needed to do. I am intentionally letting it kill the fort because I don't want to play this fort anymore. That's fine. Which is a very undramatic way of saying it, but I am very annoyed with this fort. As fun as bits of it have been, the annoyances have outweighed. Cat Pig's dead. The annoyances have outweighed it. So that's kind of a rage quit. If you want to be a dick, sure, you could call it a rage quit. Do I seem like I'm raging? That would imply that I would be angry, which I'm not. I just don't want to play this fort anymore. Because I'm tired of trying to finagle it into doing the things I want it to do, so might as well move on and do something else. Have a tantrum throw. Sure. Someone's still asking me let in? I mean, sure. Lamau. What were they? That's the real question. 2 human poets. Well, good luck, boys. Here's the thing. In Dwarf Fortress, letting a fortress die is a way of saying it's time for the story to move forward. You guys are making this an overwhelmingly negative experience. You should be excited because we're going to start a new fort in the next day and a half. But instead, you guys are just being overwhelmingly negative. And that doesn't really do anything bad, aside from just kind of making me feel like shit. So, yeah. That's it. Really. I mean, is it a rage quit? Absolutely not. I'm just tired of playing this fort. And it's becoming a bit more of a bother to keep playing it than it would be to just start a new one. So if you're enjoying the process, enjoy the process. If you're not enjoying the process and just going, hey, Blind's rage quitting, fuck off and shut up. It doesn't really benefit anything. It just makes me feel like shit. So, thanks. You've been creating a fort like yours, but your dwarves have been stuck with 50 and no migrants. You have never been happier. Glad it's working for you, mate. Will I do the same world and government? It'll be the same world. I'll probably reclaim the elephant adventurer and go try and find a new location. Probably play the same faction. I don't really have any issues with the faction. Because playing the same faction, like, you know, allows other dwarves that are still alive in the faction to show up as migrants, which is fun. But we'll probably do at least an adventure first. You've been creating a fun, but must be... Wait, are you playing in the same map? I mean, this is giving me an end boss in a volcano in a destroyed fortress to go hunt later. This is only a positive thing, right? We now have a Forgotten Beast with 49 kills that I can try and hunt as some adventurers later down the line. It's only got 18 more to go for. I could also just start mass, like, expelling dwarves, too. Send to Rage Cavern. Be gone. Take cover in Rage Cavern. Which is where the dragons were. Why are you not moving? In other news, why are you not moving? Do beasts get stronger from killing dwarves? Some do, some don't. I don't think Forgotten Beasts do. Can your child leave the fort? I think your child's dead. Sorry, your child's already dead. You would have had to ask me back at the beginning of this whole thing happening. Would be killing the beast with Umrodim? Well, I need to go find Umrodim because it was stolen. It found the turkeys. Oh, wow, and the zombies. Where did it go? Crap. The duck child is fighting. Well... This zombie got stuck in a cage. Be funny if that was one of mine. Erish, the axe dwarf, is fighting. Oh! Man, you got punted far. Only 5 dwarves left. Who's still alive? Edom is the mayor, who's currently taking a nap. Nish is chained. I kind of hope Nish ends up being the last one. Nish is the one who who did a fell mood. Turkey's gonna get the killing blow. That would also be kind of amazing. I'm not gonna lie. Uh-oh. Well. There go those two real quick. One of them was waiting to complain to somebody in charge. The other one was taking a nap. Are you sleeping through this? Fun fact, dwarves don't feel pain. Actually, nothing feels pain in its sleep in Dwarf Fort. Meaning you can just go rip the ears off of something that's sleeping and it won't notice. How long is it going to chase the turkey for is the real question. Surgeon's gone berserk. Well... Okay, and before the surgeon wins, another Forgotten Beast has appeared. Composed of clear diamond?! I beg your fucking what?! Forgotten Beast, Eidesh, Eideninrus, Stellidithus has come. A quadruped composed of clear diamond. It has a pair of antennae. Beware, it squirms and fidgets. Beware its vapors. Wow. The Washed Nightmare. Yeah, no kidding. It's made of clear diamond. It's already killed a dwarf. That, the only way this could be worse, actually, is if it had webs. I kind of want it to catch fires. It is weak. My ass. Watch it. Yeah, watch it just die in one hit, though. It is the real statement. All right, well, there's that dead. All right, good luck there. We're getting notices that things have been missing for a week. Okay, well, there goes the duck. Let's just lock this door. Lock you inside.
Oh.
Oh, indeed. Psyomegas. Thank you very much for keeping that subscription alive for a 7th month. This one, I don't think I could have killed. Wow. Kogan got him, chat. Scratched him in the body, fracturing it. Well then. That's pretty intense. Well, we've got a new final boss for this fort. Or for this world, I suppose. I'm going to see if I can release a dragon. I realize it's a little late, but let's see if you get the opportunity to, Dwarf. Although you are sleepy and very drowsy. Two dwarves. Yeah, we're scuttling the fort. Well, there's random visitor. Left chained in this. I think it's kind of awesome, personally. Just killing my once attempted to be tamed crocodiles. And of course the turkey. And there he goes. So something I'm going to do, chat, is I'm just going to expel this dwarf. Oh man, I can't because you're nobility. Damn it. Well, the dwarf who made a dwarf into a set of earrings is getting what's coming to him. Getting what's coming to him. Feels free after being released from confinement. Shaken after suffering a major injury. So easily broken. Must not succumb to fear. He actually kicked the Forgotten Beast and then missed. And got gored in the lower body, which crushed its guts. It's fighting with a zombie. It'd be a shame if the zombie were to win. Some random zombie cook appears to be winning. Kind of hard to tell, though. A great wrestler, legendary cook. Wasting zombie punches. Okay, I mean, it's the fact that he's being able to wave dismissively. I will be kind of sad if this zombie wins. Well, all of her clothes are falling off, and her amulets. Finding all these creatures dead. A dwarf is not up and moving just yet. I mean, all of its clothing has been destroyed. And the creature dies. Meanwhile, over here, the lonely mayor is very drowsy. I'm going to do two things. I wonder if I can war train them in time. Or if you'll even wake up. Because someone suggested that they may have gotten a coma. And if they did, that would be real sad. Yeah, because he's got a coma. So he's just going to starve to death here. At least he's blissful. Yeah, it's a syndrome from one of the Forgotten Beasts. Well, Dragonspike, you've been fun. We have many reasons to return here. Unfortunately, I can't expel locum. What I can do is say, chat, you know the words. All right, chat. I think we're going to take it a little easy today. 9 hours of stream is pretty good. And rescue the mayor before he starves. I don't quite think the game is that